in the heart of an unrecognizable frozen city, where all infrastructure has completely collapsed and every mode of transportation is at a standstill, an urgent report comes in. Earth has rapidly entered a new ice age. Braving the intense cold, a courageous correspondent struggles to deliver the news, his microphone freezing more with each passing second. He informs the world that global temperatures will continue to plummet with no end in sight. But he urges the public not to give up hope. Balling his fist, he projected confidence that the government had not forgotten about its citizens in these tough times. That as long as they stand together, the people of this strong nation will overcome this daunting crisis. Just as he was about to spiel more unity propaganda to quell the masses, a whole-ass frozen airplane made a crash landing in the middle of the city, plowing through the reporter and his whole crew. A man watched this final shot of the last news broadcast covered by the remaining TV station in the country. He watched it on a miserably frozen screen. After that plane crash landed on top of the remaining news network team, the TV finally cut into static. No more overcast news coverage of what's happening outside. The room of our protagonist, Han Feng, painted a picture of someone who tried to fight but finally gave up. He did not even bother cleaning up the mess of what little supplies he had left. The area around his entrance is filled with boxes of useless stuff and dwindling provisions. Outside, someone had been knocking quite hard and calling his name in a panic. Finally hearing the incessant calling of his name, Han Feng stood up from his filthy, frozen apartment, took a steel bat modified with some nails, traces of blood still visible on its surface, and walked towards the door. Han Feng was gaunt. He had the combination of the thickest possible winter wear, but it was not enough to stave off the cold. He slowly and carefully peeked at the peephole to see who was on the other side of the door. Who he saw shocked him. It also excited him a little bit. It was a woman he was very familiar with before the Ice Age even kicked in. She also had her thickest winter wear on, but standing outside, exposed to the elements, made her face red and her body shiver uncontrollably. Han Feng opened the door with a slight flush on his face. The woman's name is Hyona, and he has no idea what she is doing outside of his door. Still holding the bat, he urged her to come inside where it was warmer and safer. These days, the outside world has turned into a dangerous, lawless land. Hyona swung the door open wider to enter Han Feng's relatively safer room. The next thing you know, she was already grabbing him by the collar and pushing her lips onto his. Her little bonnet even fell with how fast she moved. Han Feng was surprised, but he did not pull back, and his cheeks got even redder. This deep and passionate kiss went on for way too long, if you ask me. But let our boy get some of that sloppy kiss action in the middle of an abandoned hallway outside his home. When they separated, both Han Feng and Hyona were breathing heavily, their tongues still out, spit still dribbling. The world is ending, and this is what they're doing. Totally understandable. Realizing what just happened, Han Feng pulled back and asked what had gotten into this woman that she would just grab him and kiss him the second he opened the door. Still trying to catch her breath, she confessed that she had a realization that Han Feng was the man that she truly loved all this time. Tears were starting to form in the corner of her expressive eyes while telling him that he was the one she was supposed to be with all along. It takes a crisis to see someone's true colors, to see who really cares for you, who will be there for you, no matter how hard things get. Speaking of hard, Hyona wanted to prove that what she was saying was the truth by taking Han Feng's hands and putting them against her chest to feel how fast her heart beating. She promised that she would be willing to do anything just so they could be together now. Hearing the word anything wiped out any semblance of rationality in our boy's brain. All the red flags turned green. To finally seal the deal, Hyona started pressing her thighs against Han Feng's flagpole while grinding and pulling him closer. He did not stand a chance at all. The world might be encased in ice and supplies might be low, but he was heating up like never before and something was rising in the lower regions. Han Feng looked at Hyona's eyes as she caressed his cheeks tenderly. He confessed that those words she just said meant the world to him. However, the door frame is not the right place for them to continue this. Hyona gently shushed him so he would not say another word. All she wants right now is for Han Feng to close his eyes and feel the moment. Against his logical mind, Han Feng did what she asked. Now that his eyes were closed, he asked what was supposed to happen next. Well, that's when another guy comes in, gripping the door ominously. This mystery guy swung the frozen door wide open, locked onto Han Feng's head, and smashed a blunt weapon with killing intent. Poor Han Feng did not see it coming. His skull was crushed while his eyes were closed. It was a bloody and brutal mess. A cruel sneak attack splattered blood all over the apartment entrance. Hyona and the mystery man entered the apartment. She shivered and stuttered, seemingly shocked that her partner in crime would actually kill Han Feng. The man scoffed and told her to stop playing innocent, for she knew this was the only way this encounter could go. The world went to hell a long time ago. One less mouth to feed is not going to change anything. Enough about dwelling on the brutal attack. It's time to see what this Han Feng chump has been hoarding. If they play their cards right, they might even get enough supplies to survive until rescue comes. The messed up part was that Han Feng did not die immediately. He lay down on the freezing cold ground, trembling in agony, while all the blood that he was not really clear as to what happened. But he could not move. Maybe it has come. Perhaps he was finally dying. He can finally know what it feels like to lose his life. The last thing he saw was the mystery man and that evil witch, Hyona, flirting a few meters away from his limp body. He's been touching her in places he could only dream of as he promises to reward her for her best actress performance that made the whole operation possible. As Han Feng's eyes closed for good, the hatred he felt for that cold-hearted felt unbearably heavy. He swore that if there was a next life, he would never let himself be a lovesick puppy again. In the empty darkness that he was plunged into, Han Feng started seeing little droplets of light. It started from a little speck that started growing into something bigger and more substantial. As it got even brighter, Han Feng started questioning what the hell was happening. He subconsciously extended his arm. His skin was translucent, like it was an entirely different entity. The warm light attracted him after suffering through the endless cold of the real world. May this be the path to heaven, but the golden light suddenly changed its color to red. Now what kind of heaven has this crimson color? After being baited by the golden light and trying to reach out for it, Han Feng, or at least an abstract construct of his body, felt his limbs getting shredded like he was being put through a meat grinder. Nothing goes well for this man. It did not take too long for the crimson light to cover his entire body as he let out a miserable scream of agony. His translucent frame disintegrates piece by piece. The dark nothingness was filled with his scattered essence. And Han Feng was gone. Still feeling the pain of getting ground and deconstructed atom by atom, he woke up in a cold sweat, screaming for his life. The pain was way too real. He was seduced into closing his eyes, bonked in the head for being too horny, died a depressing death, woke up in an empty void, got tricked into being torn from an atomic level, and now he doesn't know where he is. He looked around, and the sun shone bright through his balcony. His soft and comfortable bed was nice and clean. The air felt fresh as it lifted his curtains up. Han Feng was far from the cruel world he had gotten used to. It took him 30 minutes to absorb the wild things that had happened to him over the past few hours. He spent those 30 minutes reveling in the perfect view of the residential area overlooking his apartment. Han Feng could not get over the fact that the sun was shining again. He missed its warmth and its light. He thought that he would never feel this type of comfort and warmth ever again. He just checked the date, and it seems to be that it's the morning of June 28th. As far as he could remember. The Ice Age apocalypse will start on July 15th. He was supposed to die after being ambushed, but he was somehow brought back in time half a month before the end of civilization. In other words, he has been reborn and given the ultimate second chance. Aside from the memories he retained from the previous timeline, there is something different this time. Something strange was happening inside his body, and it might have manifested in his hands. Ever since he woke up, there's been a red glow wrapped around his right hand the whole time. He tried wiping it off, waving it away. But nothing made it disappear. It doesn't hurt. It just feels warm. It did not seem to do anything else aside from the light, and he thought that he was just imagining things at first. Han Feng must have stayed so long pondering what was happening on his balcony that he started sneezing. As he wiped his nose of the mess, he noticed that the red glow in his right hand had mysteriously turned to a green one. Then something happened that made him panic. The hand that was wrapped around by the green glow started getting bigger, growing in length as if his bones, flesh, and skin were stretching out. Anyone will freak out if they see their hands doing that. Afraid and confused, Han Feng stormed into his room and slammed the balcony door shut as fast as he could. He managed to make it inside before anything more drastic happened. He was huffing and puffing for air, but the hand seemed to have turned back to normal. The green glow was still there, though lingering and seemingly inexhaustible. Han Feng looked at it helplessly. There were beams of light shooting out of his hand. How would modern science even justify or explain a mysterious phenomenon like this after the lengthening incident outside? Now it's shrinking very slowly. The green light seems to be an erratic thing. It shrinks and grows unpredictably, not like the stationary red one at all. But that's still a mystery, too. Sitting down on his couch, Han Feng suddenly felt a pang of unbearable exhaustion. He hasn't done much aside from running back inside, but he feels drained. This might be connected to the green light. Frustrated, he started swinging his arms all over the place, trying to get a semblance of a clue as to what this really was. Then it hit him. Isn't this just like those manhwa stories that he loves to read? He immediately sprinted to the kitchen and grabbed his sharpest knife. In those manhwas that he loves, the protagonist always starts their stories by being reborn. Just like them, maybe he will gain cheat-like powers. He wanted to test this out by grabbing the coolest thing he could imagine and posing with it. After a few minutes of waiting for something to happen, anything to change, Han Feng just scratched his head in shame as the sharp knife did not react with the light in his hand at all. He was so busy trying to find out if he had some fantastic cheat-like powers that he neglected his exhaustion and the rumbling of his stomach. He's just starving at this point. Unfortunately for him, the Han Feng of the past, who's clueless about the coming apocalypse, is a lazy bastard who does not even have a single piece of edible food in his fridge. This was getting bad. He had never felt so hungry before. If he does not eat something soon, he will most probably pass out at any second now. He turned his attention towards the living room, where a clear jar of soybean snacks was just sitting quietly. These roasted soybeans were just some leftover snacks he got before the apocalypse. It's not exactly a complete and filling meal, but it will have to do for now. It should tide the hunger before he hits up the supermarket later. He grabbed one of the roasted soybeans, unconsciously using his right hand, momentarily forgetting that it had the mysterious green light wrapped around it. Han Feng was too hungry to think of anything else, so he tossed the soybean right into his mouth, hoping to get some type of food into his system. As soon as the bean hit his tongue, a smoky explosion occurred right in his face. The fog it created almost covered his entire upper body. Much to his surprise, he was now munching on a beanstalk. It looked as though the roasted soybean had sprouted inside his mouth. He could feel the roots on his tongue, and the stalk itself extended outward. He pulled it out, and the plant left an earthy taste in his mouth. Out of all the bizarre events he's been going through lately, this might be near the top. He was just about to snack on some roasted soybeans, and now this happens. Moreover, he does not feel tired anymore. It seems like that explosion on his face erased the hungry sensation he was feeling. Looking down at his right hand, the green light has vanished too. Maybe all of this has something to do with what happened to the soybean. He plucked one of the pods in the stalk and examined it carefully. Opening the luscious green pod, he confirmed that it was just an ordinary fresh bean sprout. Maybe this is the power that he was daydreaming about. No matter what, this is undoubtedly an incredible discovery that should be studied more. Still, he can't really research anything while worrying about dying of hunger at any moment. Right now, he has a bigger fish to fry in the form of stocking up on supplies before the end of the world. As everyone knows, for the first time in a long time, Han Feng could walk out of his apartment to feel the sun on his skin and hear the birds sing. He could walk amongst the bustling crowd of people in the commercial district, minding their own business instead of holing up in their homes, fearing the cold. Han Feng was in deep thought as he walked to his destination. Let's get this straight. First, the red glow around his hand has turned to green. The green light shrinks and grows his limbs, making his heart beat faster and super tired. When he touched the soybean snacks, it sprouted into a whole stalk. Looking at his right hand with more questions than answers, he wonders just what kind of power has been bestowed upon him by who knows who. He continued his contemplative walks casually until he heard a familiar sweet voice calling his name that would have melted him before, but would make his blood boil now. Han Feng did not realize it right away, and turned around to see who was calling him by name. It was that evil witch that got him brutally killed, Lee Hyona. She flashed her wide smile. Her makeup was on point, hiding her rotten personality. She asked if Hanfong was out shopping too. She even employed her expert witch tricks, appearing as pretty as humanly possible while commenting about how it's like fate that they ran into each other in this place. Hanfong hasn't really had the chance to digest everything that has happened yet. But seeing Lee Hyona out in the wild is starting to bring back the bitterness he held onto until his final breath. Lee Hyona used to be the goddess of his dreams for 3 long years. He was a simp that did everything in his power to make her happy. He did all that, knowing full well that he was nothing but just another fallback guy in the friend zone. No, he wasn't even in the friend zone. He was just a piggy bank. For all those years of devoting himself and his wallet to the wrong girl, he never would have thought that she would be the one that would get him killed. Before he could go out of control, Hanfeng pinched himself to stay grounded and calm. It took every bit of his willpower to do so. Thinking rationally now is not the time to take his revenge. Not yet, at least. First, he needs to take care of the supply problem, unless he wants to be miserable and hungry in the Ice Age again. Lee Hyona walked closer and waved her hand around his eyes while asking what he was spacing out for. This has never happened before. It used to be that just hearing her voice would make the poor sap swoon. Hanfeng swallowed his hatred for the witch and faked a smile as he apologized for being speechless and for how especially beautiful she looked today. She was just so radiant that he got a bit lost in the moment. Now that's more like it. Lee Hyona coyly laughed and asked when he got so smooth with his lines like that. Her lips lifted to a slight and confident smirk, thinking that he got this boy eating at the palm of her hands. So, she went for the heart kill shot with the most adorable pose in her arsenal. Lee Hyona invited Hanfeng to go shopping together, but they had run into each other anyway. Now, there is a limit to how much time Hanfeng could face her without losing control of his rage. So, he just walked on and apologized that they wouldn't be doing any shopping together today. Lee Hyona was stunned. This was not how it was supposed to go down. She was supposed to get some free stuff from a pathetic simp. While walking in the other direction, Hanfeng couldn't help but praise the girl's technique. But he won't fall for it. He won't be used as a personal ATM again. He's not that foolish anymore. So, he went straight to the spot where he could get everything he needed. Waldemar Shopping Plaza. This Waldemar in a city is the most extensive and most well-stocked supermarket in the eastern region. It's like Walmart, but that brand's copyrighted. Of course, when the Ice Age hits, this place will be cleaned out overnight. Back in the previous timeline, nobody ever found out just who did it and how. Hanfeng had already started his shopping spree and filled up one cart with goods. He needs to stock up as much as possible before society crumbles under the sheer cold. He consulted some internet forums about some generic apocalypse survival guide, and it was surprisingly helpful. Scrolling through, he listed down the things he'd need, like food, winter clothes, medicine, daily necessities, fuel, tools, transportation, and even weapons. There's a lot to prepare. But he was so pumped to get some supplies that he forgot to take the more significant problem at hand. His personal wallet's current balance was a measly 15,000 yuan, equivalent to a little more than 2,000 ist. How was he supposed to secure a safe and comfortable life in the icy apocalypse with only this much? He's going to need a lot more cash for everything that he will need. At that moment, a message notification popped up on his phone. A notification that might be Heaven's way of telling him to calm down. The message came from an organization called Money Jar Loans, congratulating him on his approved eligibility to take out a loan up to 168,000 yuan, or a little more than 23,000 USA. A light bulb dinged inside his mind. There was no need to panic when it came to funds. How could he forget that the convenience of technology had brought him an infinite money glitch? There are dozens of money-lending apps that require minimal requirements to get a loan approved for those who are desperate for cash. They're incredibly predatory, but burying himself in debt doesn't matter, as he won't have to pay them back after the apocalypse goes into full swing. Out in the commercial district, some lady was angrily kicking an empty soda can on the curb. She's obviously upset about something. It turned out to be Lee Hyona. She looks like she is not in the best mood at all. Her eyes were full of toxic vitriol as today. One of her many simps dared to refuse to take her shopping when she got all dolled up to get spoiled. She was seriously pissed off that Han Feng would just take off like that without letting her deplete his bank account like a worthless leech. She started insulting the guy in her mind for being a pathetic loser who doesn't even own a car. Lee Hyona vowed never to be nice to that simp again. Her angry walk was interrupted by some loud honking coming from the car coming up on the road. Curious, she turned around to see what's up. It looked like a brand new truck straight out of the dealership. It was still shiny and premium looking. Han Feng was lowering the windows in the driver's seat. He just pulled up to greet Hyona as he just happened to pass her by while she was doing a walk of shame along the commercial district. Seeing the new wheels, Hyona's vow to never be nice to Han Feng again has seemingly melted out of her mind. All she saw were brand new leather seats and the smell of cash. Han Feng hopped off. When asked if the car was his, he answered affirmatively, adding that he just got it earlier. She came up to the witch and made up some story about how his dad has been killing it in the United States, business-wise, so he got some cash to blow. He even added that he just got out of the airport after dropping off his old man. Lee Hyona's face lit up. The only thing that could make that happen would be the possibility of striking it rich. So, she took a deep breath and put her game face on for Han Feng. This is the second time that she's doing this today. She looked to the ground and started trembling lightly. Knowing that Han Feng took his wealthy father to the airport today, she began apologizing for asking him to go shopping without knowing that he'd have a busy schedule. Then the waterworks came down. She started summoning those tears at the perfect time, while meekly telling Han Feng that he was so cold to her earlier. She thought he was ditching a good friend. Han Feng smiled with satisfaction. This academy-worthy acting would have worked wonders with the previous him, but things are different now. He could see through it all. This silly girl was a pro. He did not hesitate to hold her by the waist, pulling her closer. His other hand took hold of her chin, and they looked each other in the eye. Lee Hyona was taken aback by the fact that one of her simps was so confidently forward. Han Feng put on an acting masterclass himself, promising to never ditch her as she's way too important for him to do such a cruel thing. For a split second, there was an imperceptible twisted smile on her face, but she quickly wiped it off. Continuing with her sincere, sweet girl act, she brought out the big guns. Lee Hyona admitted that Han Feng's pretty special in her life too. She even invited him to have lunch and watch a movie today so she could get to know him better. Just as she was about to ask for his answer, Han Feng was already gone like the wind. It was the perfect, unnoticeable escape. Hyona was speechless. Her heartfelt confession was actually directed towards nothing but air. Han Feng was already tinkering with the piles of boxes in the back of his truck. He was playfully complaining about how he still has to carry so many things and how busy his schedule is. Clearly infuriated that her attack did not land, Lee Hyona tried her best to keep her sweet girl composure as she asked why he bought so much stuff. He replied that this much is nothing special. He just grabbed some things he likes. To torment the witch even further, Han Feng lied through his teeth and enthusiastically told her that he got a present for the lady too. Not wanting to overplay her hand, Lee Hyona waved goodbye as she walked in the direction of her home. She smiled and said that she was looking forward to that gift. As soon as she turned her back towards Han Feng, her supposed biggest simp, a sly smile appeared on her lips, proud of how she dealt with her piggy bank. On the other hand, Han Feng was just having fun messing with the witch. Knowing this woman, he knew that he couldn't let her find out about his little stockpile of supplies. All this stuff will be his ticket to surviving the apocalypse after all. Lee Hyona will just have to wait for her turn. Once the world ends, Han Feng will make sure that she gets what's coming to her. That mystery guy who bashed him on the head too. His anxiety about the incoming inevitable collapse of society is starting to melt. Han Feng is actually starting to look forward to what's coming now. The next day came, June 29th. Again, July 15th will be D-Day. It will be the beginning of the end. First comes the heavy snow, then the temperature will drastically plummet down to -20 degrees Celsius at an alarming rate. Over the next month after that, temperatures will continue to gradually drop day by day, reaching lows of up to -70 degrees Celsius. At that point, the world would be encased in ice and snow completely, making it almost impossible to go outside. The first thing that Han Feng secured was his bountiful food supplies. Aside from the sheer volume of stock, he also needs everything packed and sealed securely. He can't let the neighbors sense that something's going on. They can't suspect that he's hoarding copious amounts of food. This was tiring work. Some of the sensitive supplies had to be moved at night when no one was around. Han Feng doesn't trust anyone enough to help, so he has to do it on his own. Once the apocalyptic ice age starts, the power grid will be extremely unstable. That's where his newest purchase shines. A heavy-duty generator plus enough fuel to keep it running for a whole year at the very least. With power secured, he now has to consider the fatal consequence of the building's heating system stopping. He had to call in some specialized contractors to modify his home for independent heating. Han Feng also ordered some reinforced doors and windows while he was at it. He needed a dedicated room to store all the supplies that he had hoarded, so he used an empty bedroom for all the essentials. By the time he finished preparing everything listed in his little notebook of survival, it was already July 14th. Just one more day before the temperature plummets and everything descends to chaos. Next up on his list is the main event that he's been postponing out of uncertainty all this time. It is time to buckle down and actually study his mysterious ability. Han Feng made a home-cooked meal for dinner while pondering his survival in coming Ice Age apocalypse. When things get hard, relying solely on the supplies he has accumulated won't be enough. But he has a possible answer to this problem. His power to manipulate plants in some mystical way might be his only hope for a sustainable future. The meal he cooked featured soybeans as its main ingredient. That's right, the same beans he conjured from a single roasted snack using his ability. He racked his brain and tried so many gestures and possible triggers, but the lights hadn't come out yet. The activation is so random that finding the right trigger is nearly impossible. For now, it is time for a risky taste test. He needs to make sure the food conjured by his abilities is edible. Who knew that trying some beans would be so nerve-wracking? Han Feng got through half the plate of his beans with no apparent problems at all. Even the soy milk passed the taste and safety test. While chewing on his lunch, the confirmation that his ability could provide edible food was game-changing. At least this proved that he has the ability to theoretically spawn food. The next step is the harder and more trial and error based one. He needs to figure out how to actually use the red and green lights and make them appear according to his will. So far, he has only tried it on soybeans, but what would happen if he could use it on other things? Opening his newly stocked fridge, Han Feng steeled his resolve to experiment and see if his ability would work with other plants too. The testing period stretched from midday until the sun was about to set. Han Feng did not know that as he passed out in the middle of experimentation. As he slowly opened his eyes, he noticed that he was gripping something tightly in his right hand. A green vegetable of some kind. A massive broccoli. Slowly getting up from the floor, he could not be bothered by the absolute mess that was in his kitchen as the pain in his head was hellish. It felt like something was pounding from inside his skull. He has to take note of this sensation in the future. This power of his takes a severe toll on the mind and the body, and it cannot be used without restrictions unless he wants to pass out and wake up with a migraine every day. After getting up, he immediately got a spoonful of his beans to refuel again. He might have pushed himself to the limit today, but at least he learned something vital about this mysterious ability of his. A few hours ago, before he blacked out, he neatly arranged a diverse selection of produce on the kitchen floor. He tried using his power on a bunch of them after he managed to activate the green light. Some root crops like potatoes did not react to his green light at all for some unknown reason. But not all of them were duds. Some of the crops grew from the seeds into full-blown plants like the soybean stalks. Wheat was one of those. And some neither stayed the same nor grew into full-blown crops. They just exploded in his hands like mini-bombs. It was a frightening experience that caught Han Feng off guard. After those explosions, the plants would turn into a substance that looked like coal, but was very light. This development was certainly outside of his expectations. Thankfully, he could find some decent use for these inedible black substances. They are used to heat the space like coal when put together in a container and lit up. Coming from a future where heat was a luxury, Han Feng would gladly take these little balls of warmth. No more worrying about staying warm in the future. After a bunch of explosions, he tried many more times and failed most of them. He just kept chucking those black balls into the bucket one by one. When he got into some seeds he bought, he chose to take a more meditative stance while forcing himself to focus on controlling his breathing. After a few minutes of intense concentration that left him sweating bullets, he finally got the most significant success in this experiment. A gigantic broccoli shockingly appeared in his grasp. Before his eyes gave out and his consciousness went lights off, he remarked that the success rate of this method was still way too random. Then his body hit the floor. Thankfully, he was sitting on the tiles already, so the fall wasn't too bad. Now he's awake and his belly is full of beans. He played around with the broccoli while thinking long and hard and still failing to find any patterns to this ability. But he can't give up. There has to be some kind of principle behind how this ability works. There are still too many unknowns, but he made some decent progress today. At least now he has some understanding of the activating conditions of the lights. Who would have thought that the key to activating the bizarre skill lies in his very own consciousness? All he has to do is enter a meditative trance. His method involves imagining himself out in nature in his bare form, free from the constraints of human civilization. In other words, buck naked. In his mind palace, he walks on the ground with bare feet. His soul's making direct contact with the soil where life grows. Sunlight kisses his skin as all life around him harmonizes. Just like Adam in the Garden of Eden, his body and mind are both part of the natural world. A peaceful resonance of all that has life. Once he enters that state of mind, he slowly opens his eyes and a familiar green glow appears once again. This ability of his is directly connected to his consciousness. Working from that concept, he could freely call on the green light. Now that he's done with all the plant samples with a low success rate, it's time to move on to a different type of specimen. The target of the second experiment would be all kinds of meats this time around, so he slowly brought his right hand wrapped with a green light towards a juicy slab of meat. He already half expected it, but it's still disappointing that there were no reactions at all. Maybe the green light only works on plants. Thinking that the gentle approach might not be effective, Han Feng grabbed his meat and squeezed hard while praying that his right hand would work its magic. After a few minutes, he had to accept that nothing would happen. You could see the defeat and dejection in his tired eyes. That was when he thought of the sensation he felt while meditating. In a trance, he could sense two distinct colors, the red and green lights. Throughout the experiments, he hasn't tried using the red one yet. Grasping the primary trigger function of his ability, he only has to concentrate on bringing that red light out of his consciousness. While still holding the meat, he closed his eyes and tried to reach for the other ability lying dormant inside his system. After a little while, a spark of red light finally made an appearance on his right hand. With that initial spark, the glow swiftly wrapped around his hand. Surprisingly, it also wrapped around the piece of meat. It looked like it was creating some sort of bubbling reaction at the meat's surface. A few seconds of intense concentration later, Han Feng opened his eyes to a putrid pile of hardened dark red sludge that looked like it came right out of hell as the red light subsided. He immediately threw that vile thing on the ground out of sheer disgust. You would undoubtedly do that too, in his position. Realizing that this disfigured sludge might provide some valuable insights, Han Feng crouched on the ground to observe it. He poked the thing, and it was a little squishy. So, this is how meats would react to the red light. It might look revolting, but the texture and overall feel point towards the possibility that the meat got cooked or something. Was this really all the red light can do? Heat things up? Stoves and pans could do the same thing, and they could produce more appetizing meals than whatever the hell this is. Han Feng refuses to believe that's all there is to it. Upon using his consciousness to trigger his abilities a fair bit amount, he could understand his capabilities on a deeper level. If he were to describe the red light sensation, it would be like a disintegration process. His next meat experiment looked a lot better than the first one. But if that's the case, understanding the underlying concepts of these two lights might be easier than he initially thought. He grabbed a bunch of soybeans from his bean pile and gripped them hard in his right hand. In his left hand was the red light and the cooked up meat. If the green light represents the evolution of matter, then the red light is the opposite, which would be disintegration. Since he's already testing out some confusing concepts, what would happen if he combined the green light grasping beans and the red light grasping meat? The result was an even bigger reaction than he was expecting. The combination produced a bright, blinding light between his hands. When the lights died down, it was revealed that his meat got a lot bigger as a result. The meat had been supersized, but where did the soybeans in his right hand go? Could it be that the two subjects merged together, producing this giant slab? Hanfeng meticulously inspected the big meat. No matter how you look at it, it's undeniably incredible. It looks, feels, and smells exactly like real meat, but even fresher somehow, gaining some confidence that he's getting a lot better at this superpower thing. He decided to go for some more experiments. After a few hours, he was back to square one once again. His kitchen floor was filled with charred remains of meat and crops. He frustratedly threw a tantrum and everything he tried failed miserably. Getting all that exasperation out of his system, Hanfeng sat up and took a deep breath. He'll just pause the experiments for now. He can always just take his time to figure out its deeper intricacies later. Anyway, today was still a productive one, even though he ended it on a bitter and charred note. Hanfeng can already see the future if he can just successfully master this mysterious power. There's no doubt about it. With infinite resources, he would be the man standing at the pinnacle of this post-apocalyptic world. It's his dream, so he could put some sweet muscles in his image. Speaking of power, he might have forgotten one of the most important aspects of survival. Food alone is not going to cut it in the coming days. He will be completely vulnerable with all this loot if he doesn't have a decent weapon to defend himself. He swiftly took the various crops littered around his floor. He has to hurry and find himself a weapon before the temperature goes on a nosedive. Looking out the window, it seems like the initial stages of the apocalypse have already started. Snow is beginning to fall from the skies. It's here. The public might think this is just a typical snowy evening, but it's not. Just like the previous timeline, it really is happening. The collapse of modern civilization is commencing. Heading outside, Hanfeng fears that the temperatures will drop to 45 below within the week. He needs a gun and fast. But buying a gun in this country is illegal. And he doesn't exactly have any connections to the criminal world. That's when he overheard a scandalous man yelling and boasting that he's a construction guy with millions riding on every project. The dude was bragging to a passerby that he knows the infamous Lao Wang from the Shigang Lida group. They're so close. They're practically brothers. Hanfeng thinks he's seen this thug before. A dumbass with an exaggerated fashion style, blinged out with jewelry of questionable authenticity, and over-the-top streetwear. A guy who offers everyone cigarettes for some reason. Around this area, people refer to this bleached-haired, cigarette-loving thug as Homeless Joe. Homeless Joe's real name is Lai Zi. He likes it when people call him Brother Lai, and he lives in Hanfeng's neighborhood. He's reputed to be in charge of contracting projects and knows everyone around the area. If you offer him some cigs, he won't accept any other brands as he only smokes Huazi. Other brands make him cough. He's always helping his big brother with projects and looks forward to going to saunas. In reality, this bum does not have a proper job. But he always acts so busy. You often see him walking around while on a call, shouting out deals worth 20 million or 10 million as if he wants everyone to hear how successful he is. The guy is a deadbeat, but Hanfeng can see that maybe Homeless Joe has the necessary connections to get what he so badly needs. So, he approached the thug, referring to him as Brother Lai and saying that it's been a long time since they have seen each other. Hanfeng waved with an awkward smile as he was uncertain how this guy would respond. Brother Lai annoyedly asked if they knew each other as he walked closer. Being younger than Lai, he introduced himself as Zio Han, kind of like saying little bro. He swore that they'd met a while ago, so I must have forgotten. The thug complained that he's been swamped with work lately, so he can't be blamed for his bad memory. But he was pretty receptive to talk. Hanfeng was being overly cautious as he was about to ask for something very illegal. He surveyed the area, looking from left to right to make sure that no one could hear what he was about to say. Then, he came up to Brother Lai and directly asked for the weapon that he needed to defend himself in the coming days. Lai jumped in fright and asked what he would need a gun for. That's not a good sign. Feeling like a guilty criminal, Hanfeng still had to push through this as he couldn't think of anyone else who could help him with his problem. Lai started speaking seriously, wanting to clear something up before they got any further. He insisted that his organization does not engage in any illegal activities and that guns are serious business. He hinted that he had the connections for it, but he was not one to mix ordinary people up with something dangerous. Han Feng pushed the thug's questionable Louis Vuitton bag out of his face and insisted that Brother Lai got it all twisted. He was just inquiring about some firearms for self-defense, as he has been involved in some nasty personal grudge. And so, Han Feng started lying his ass off with a story that he was making up as he spoke. According to him, one day while riding his bike to work like usual, he ran into an old man who was just spitting everywhere on the bike line. It was so gross, and to make matters worse, the wind carried one of those disgusting globs of spit right into Han Feng's face when he was just minding his own business. Angered by the revolting old man, Han Feng threw his bike to the side and confronted the old man. What did the bastard do, you ask? The asshole decided to spit on him again while he was airing out his grievance. He could not take it anymore and brought down some street justice on the disgusting old man. He gave the guy a good old beating in the middle of the road with everyone watching on the sidelines. As the old man left with his clothes tattered and his face messed up, the bastard swore that he would get back at Han Feng for this humiliation. The very next day, that old man was patched up and waiting for Han Feng on the usual bike route. This time, he had some goons with him. They beat Han Feng up quite badly and threatened to do it again if they ever saw him anywhere. His clothes were a mess. His face was bruised and his body was wounded. He has never been so humiliated in his life. That is why he wants a weapon for self-defense. That's the long and short version of it. That's the story he could come up with on the spot, and it looks like it was a very effective one. Brother Lai was fuming in anger as he imagined the nasty old jerk spitting on the road and hitting Han Feng. Such uncivilized behavior should not be tolerated. That's not really the point of Han Feng's story, but at least he's getting somewhere. Brother Lai tapped his shoulders and assured him that this vendetta would be taken care of. He assured Han Feng that he's got our boy covered. He will just make a call to his big brother right now and they'll fetch that gun. Han Feng was starting to doubt if he made the right decision in approaching this guy. With all that tough talk, Brother Lai invited him to go to the station and hop on the bus with him. His excuse was that his Panamera was being serviced in the shop, so he couldn't drive to the headquarters. Han Feng assured him that transportation wouldn't be a problem. He has his car parked right to the side, after all. The brand new vehicle immediately caught the eye of this hype beast bum. On the drive over to his big brother, Lai could not stop going on and on about how Han Feng is living the good life and asked how much this new ride costs. It was about $700,000 of borrowed money. As he casually gave directions to turn left at the next intersection to reach the alleged office, Brother Lai kept on snapping pics of himself sitting in the new leather seats. His social media handle was Handsome Spicigai, and tonight's post was a picture of his dumbass face with a caption complaining about how his SUV seat is still too hard to sit in on, account of it being new. They pulled up to one of the seedier parts of the city. Some tough-looking guys were camped outside, complaining about the messed up weather. You can't blame them, though. It went straight from summer to hardcore winter overnight. Seeing some crisp-looking wheels pull up, everyone turned to whoever was about to exit that car. Seeing that it was Lai Z, they flocked towards him to ask what was up. Brother Lai just told them that he had some stuff to handle with Boss Liu. The other thugs assumed that the new Tiger SUV belonged to Lai and started hassling him about the price tag. Lai did not deny it at all. He even proudly boasted that he had spent 700 grand for the car. Han Feng was not upset, though. Bragging that you own the car so confidently while the actual owner is standing nearby is kind of a goated, shameless move. As soon as they entered the establishment, the one known as Boss Liu, a hardcore gangster-looking man, came out upset that Big Mouth Lai would disturb him so late in the evening. Brother Lai visibly turned a lot more reserved in front of the boss, even offering his cigs politely. The big guy does not have time for any of that filler nonsense, though. He's a busy man. Brother Lai introduced their little brother, Han Feng, as a buyer of something special, a gun. Boss Liu wanted to confirm if he heard that correctly. As soon as the big boss looked him over, Han Feng froze up in fear. He wasn't sure what would happen if he made the wrong move or said the wrong thing. Boss Liu just stared at him silently, cigarette in mouth, seemingly scrutinizing him from head to toe. Then the big guy cracked a smile. He was quite disappointed that Han Feng only needed a lousy gun when he was expecting something more interesting. He gestured towards one of his henchmen, Cheng Rumman 11. The henchman already knew what to do and rummaged through his jacket pocket. He tossed a pistol on the table, and Boss Liu quoted a price, 6,000 for the handgun. Easy to conceal and reliable. Han Feng humbly rejected it as he was thinking more along the lines of something a little longer and bigger. He was not looking for some low-caliber pea shooter. He wanted something that requires a scope to fire. Boss Liu's expression turned grave as he stared at Han Feng intently. Our boy might have crossed the line unknowingly. He immediately shut up as if he just swallowed his tongue. The big guy started yelling about how unrealistic it is to demand a freaking sniper rifle like it was nothing. He's running a discreet business here. This is not some goddamn shopping mall where you get to pick and choose what kind of illegal product you get. Boss Liu's final offer is the pistol on the table. Take it or leave it. Brother Lai had to run some interference to try to calm the boss down. His idea of convincing the big guy to listen was to invent a backstory for Han Feng on his own. A made-up story that allegedly happened 5 years ago involving Han Feng's non-existent wife. Lai is quite a mouthy but talented storyteller. Under the relentless downfall of snow, the boss listened to his lies all the way to the end. The story must have been phenomenal as Boss Liu was so angered that he almost snapped the table in half. He kept repeating how disgusting those who had wronged Han Feng were. Apparently Han Feng had 3 kids with a non-existent wife, but it turned out that none of them were his. Han Feng just stood there and went with all the lies. Even for someone nicknamed Homeless Joe, this ridiculous story was too over the top, but it worked. Boss Liu gave his personal guarantee that Han Feng would get his sniper rifle as soon as possible. He promised that he would personally make it happen, but it might take a few days. Once again, the henchman Changzi will be arranging everything. Boss Liu wanted something semi-automatic with loads of ammo too so Han Feng could have what he needed. It's unexpected, but Brother Lai definitely came in clutch. The big guy also handed Han Feng the handgun. He wanted to give it for free. A gift from one man to another. Han Feng was speechless. The made-up story was so good that the boss had formed some kind of one-sided bond with him. Now that it was taken care of, the big guy got back on his phone to take care of his other, more pressing businesses. Before leaving, Han Feng wanted to return the favor a little bit. He stated that a buddy of his who works for the government had told him that due to the abnormal weather, purchase limits for supplies will be implemented soon, so it's best to stock up before that happens. Seeing the serious look in the young man's eyes as if he actually knew what he was talking about, Boss Liu could not help but take the tip seriously too. He nodded in understanding and remarked that he got it. And so, Brother Lai and Han Feng exited the center of the city's underbelly with one firearm secured. On the way back, Lai could not stop bragging about how he handled business like a boss, and it went beautifully. Now that his big brother, the big boss, is in a good mood, they could even ask that guy for a cannon, and he'd say yes. Han Feng wanted to thank the thug by buying him some cigarettes. Brother Lai tried to be humble and insisted that he did what he did just to help him, but he would gladly take about 7 to 8 cartons of his beloved Huazi cigs. He even promised to take Han Feng to a sauna once he got paid for his so-called project. Our boy was already thinking about his next logical move. Supplies are secured and the weapon is obtained. He should be set for the early days of the apocalypse at the very least. He can focus on studying his abilities. Fully solving the food problem would make his long-term survival chances skyrocket. He was so absorbed in his own world while walking that he didn't notice an icy part on the ground and slipped. Han Feng was so concerned with survival that he failed to follow one of the ironclad rules in the upcoming Ice Age. Do not get injured. He fell quite badly. His leg must have absorbed the impact of the slip and had been damaged severely. Brother Lai didn't know what to do as he ran towards his new pal's side. This is bad. From the sharp pain he was feeling and the awkward landing, there was a very real possibility that his leg was broken. He shakily took his car keys out, handed them over to Brother Lai and requested to be taken to the nearest hospital as soon as possible. Lai just scratched the back of his head and admitted that he actually doesn't have a driver's license, insisting that he can't drive without one. But it's safe to say that this bum just can't drive. Period. At least he didn't leave Hanfeng on the floor to writhe in the pain of a broken leg. He offered his shoulders to lift Hanfeng up, but he struggled hard to do so. Both of them wouldn't make it to the hospital alive at this rate, so Hanfeng just called a taxi that he had to pay for since Lai is a broke bastard. Even the hospital, an essential establishment, was starting to freeze over under the intensifying blizzard. In the nurse's office, someone named Jian was left to take care of the night shift on this whiteout night. The snow was getting heavier and the roads were starting to get buried deep. Head nurse Jian had only just started her night shift, but calls coming from the hall were already flooding in as the emergency section was severely short-staffed. The pretty nurse had no other choice but to step up. Upon getting an X-ray in the hospital, it was confirmed that he had really broken his leg. The doctor explained that there was a stable fracture on his right tibia. It would be easy to set, but he'd need to stay for an hour of observation before going home with his meds. This accident could not have happened at a worse time. It just had to occur before the apocalypse went into full swing. While looking at his X-ray results, Hanfeng regretted being so careless. Brother Lai accompanied him for most of the process, but the dude had to leave as he apparently had a few deals to handle. He's a real one though, and he even left his number in case Hanfeng needed anything else. Now that he was alone in the hospital lobby, Hanfeng sighed heavily. He wondered how he could make such a stupid mistake at such a crucial time. Looking at the chaos around him was stressful. The hospital quickly overflowed with patients, victims of accidents caused by the sudden blizzard and quickly plummeting temperatures. Emergency beds lined the hallways as a grim testament to the worsening conditions outside. As for him personally, he just wanted to get his meds and leave this place as fast as possible before the roads closed for good. Thankfully, his idle time would not be boring as a goddess had just walked right in front of him. Head nurse Jian had come to bolster the understaffed emergency room. The first bed she checked had a patient with heavy wounds. Next on her rotation was bed 5, where a patient's wounds had just been cleaned. Thankfully, the vitals were stable. Bed 5 just needed another dose of glucose in 10 minutes. She advised the attending nurse that if the patient's heart rate dropped below 80, epinephrine must be administered immediately. Throughout the rounds of the head nurse, Hanfeng could not take his eyes off her. She was just amazing. Being a head nurse at such a young age, she must be a generational talent. On top of that, he saw how she dealt with all kinds of patients. She was kind and incredibly skilled. She looked like a radiant being in the middle of a hopeless place. Moreover, she was incredibly beautiful. She was working the hectic night shift, but her smile never faltered. She was basically an angel. He was so enamored that his eyes accidentally traveled to some ungentlemanly areas. Hanfeng immediately averted his gaze out of respect. But head nurse Jian was just way too unaware of her surroundings. A real airhead. Suddenly, the old man sitting beside him started calling the attention of the pretty head nurse. She was not really required to tend to the patients outside of her rounds, but she still took the call with a smile. Head nurse Jian politely apologized to the old man and asked if she could come back a bit later to help, as she still needed to provide urgent care to some patients to cover for the staff shortage. The old man complained that his back hurt too much. He explained that the back pain had been worsening lately and wanted the head nurse to take a look to see what was causing it. In reality, this bastard was just a dirty perv trying to film below her skirt. Not noticing what was really happening, Jian just smiled and apologized once again, saying that for such back problems, they might need to schedule an X-ray just to be sure. The old perv started getting pushy, urging her to just take a quick look as he pointed to where it hurt. The bastard even got up from his seat to touch the angelic nurse inappropriately. Being the airhead that she usually was, Jian just laughed as she was naturally ticklish. For back problems, it's really advisable to wait for the resident physician's exam. The perv started pushing it, his hand crawling even lower from her waist. This disgusting act would have continued longer if something or someone had not made it stop. A freaking flying crutch forcefully smashed against the old perv, giving him some real back pain and knocking the phone away from his hands. Ever the kind-hearted healthcare worker, Jian wanted to check if the old man was. Thankfully, Hanfeng came to her rescue, humbly apologizing for his crutch flying to the side, as this was the first time he was using one. He bent over and went straight for the old perv's phone while blatantly questioning if it was broken or not. Just as he was about to touch it, the perv started sweating nervously and screaming at him to stay away from the phone. Han Feng did not listen. He walked all the way to the side of the room, got his bandage all messed up, and wouldn't let this freaking lecher get away with doing something so disgusting. As soon as he opened the phone, his suspicions were proven right. He looked at the creep directly in the eyes. If looks could kill, the geezer would have died by now. The proof was already there on the home screen. This perv had some nerve filming up a hard-working nurse's skirt and even assaulting her. There's no good reason why Han Feng shouldn't call security and have them escort the bastard to a jail cell where criminals love putting pervs in their place. Han Feng would be keeping the phone, and the next time he saw this old creep again, he threatened to ruin his miserable and revolting life. The old bastard knew he had no other choice but to flee and never show himself near this place again, and it infuriated him. The first chance he got up from that hospital floor and bolted out of the door like his life depended on it. Meanwhile, head nurse Jaeon was just confused as to how someone complaining about severe back pain could run so fast. Han Feng was shocked to see a first-hand display of the most comically naive person he had ever met. He decided to show her what the old fart was doing with the phone, filming up her skirt. Based on her reaction, she really did not notice anything wrong going on. Han Feng handed her the phone with the video footage, so she could decide whether to wipe it or call the cops on the owner. He also reminded her to be more careful, so people like that perv wouldn't take advantage of her kindness. She smiled with the brightness of 1,000 stars, and then asked if Han Feng's leg was supposed to be injured. The adrenaline from catching that old perv in the act must have numbed the pain from his broken leg. But now that it was dealt with, the pain came rushing back in, and he screamed in agony. Thankfully, head nurse Jaeon was an expert when it came to mending these types of injuries, and quickly set the casting back in place. She looked at him and asked if it still hurt. Han Feng thanked her for dealing with his broken leg, and now it didn't hurt at all. At that moment, it was as if only the two of them existed in the crowded room. Jaeon returned the gratitude as she promised to never let such bad guys get away with messing with her anymore. She would punch them really well from now on. Han Feng just wanted her to be more aware of her surroundings. Seeing as she was letting his broken leg and feet touch her front pillows, it seemed like she had not learned anything at all. She was still as clueless and unaware as ever. While Han Feng's head was in the clouds, another nurse called for Jaeon as her help was needed on the emergency beds. Before going back to her rounds, the angelic head nurse reminded him not to forget to come back in a week to get his leg checked again. Han Feng promised that he would, but making any plans a week from now was unrealistic. He just smiled helplessly, for only he knew what was really going on in the world. He took the crutch that he smashed against the old perv and limped his way out of the hospital. Han Feng just accepted the fact that he wouldn't be able to see her ever again. The next day came, and the blizzard had not stopped. It had gotten even stronger instead. It had essentially frozen all infrastructure and services, making just going outside a dangerous challenge. On the morning news, emergency weather reports kept coming in about how, within the next 24 hours, all regions of the country would be experiencing heavy snowfall and a sharp drop in temperatures. Bizarre reports from overseas correspondents showed that temperatures were plummeting in every corner of the world. Dubai, Egypt, the Amazon basin, and places that should not be experiencing this type of phenomenon were seeing their landmasses buried in thick blankets of snow. The nation's experts, along with specialists from 46 other countries, were rushing to the United Nations to discuss the cause of the anomalous weather. Every network kept echoing that the experts said this severe cold snap wouldn't last too long. They always ended their news reports with a public service announcement to pay attention to disaster warnings and follow arrangements made by the local government. They kept reminding citizens to remain calm, avoid spreading or believing in unfounded rumors, and refrain from hoarding supplies and panic buying, as the disaster would soon pass. Warm, cozy, and sipping wine inside his decked-out home, Han Feng clicked his tongue. The government and media just kept lying through their teeth, feeding the public BS to maintain order. If he hadn't died and come back to life already, he might even believe them. But this time was different. He was well prepared for everything that was about to come. Supplies were fully stocked. The house was reinforced, and the heating system was working flawlessly. He had been so well prepared that there was nothing to worry about for the immediate future. His phone started buzzing incessantly with messages from the Happy Housing Complex residents group chat, discussing the weird weather and how the snow was already making the roads unusable. Everyone was clearly clueless about what was happening, but not the member nicknamed Mysterious Person. Whoever this was demanded everyone's attention to inform them that the snowstorm wasn't caused by normal weather patterns, but by something within the Earth itself. Mysterious Person proclaimed that everyone should heed his words as the Ice Age apocalypse was about to begin. No one was more shocked after reading those messages than Han Feng. Who the hell is this mysterious person, and how do they know anything about the apocalypse? After seeing the enigmatic messages from the mysterious person in the housing complex group chat, Han Feng made a mental note to be mindful of this guy. Meanwhile, the rest of the residents were complaining and demanding the property management team do something about the snow buildup. Most of them were starting to run out of supplies and were worried that the supermarkets would be emptied out. At this point in time, the Happy Housing Complex residents group chat was like an amusement park hinging on a very delicate balance. Most tenants were putting pressure on the property agents to get out and give them an explanation for why they couldn't restock essentials due to the inaccessibility of roads. The property management team was not even at fault here, but they still apologized for not being able to take any steps on account of the raging disaster. An admission of incapability made the tenants even more aggressive. Thinking that the management was useless, they demanded that the team refund their fees. Han Feng was in the middle of this heated discussion. He knew that this was a completely meaningless fight, as the snowstorm wasn't something humans could deal with. Thankfully, another person stood out from the crowd. His voice to stop the fighting pierced through the loud chaos. It was the glasses-wearing owner of Unit 61111204. He explained that with the snowstorm being so heavy, clearing it out would be useless as it would build up again after a few hours. So instead of fighting, maybe everyone could help clear it out. If they had done that, instead of bickering, they would have been able to go out long ago. He added that the property management team was just humans. They were also helpless in front of an abnormal natural disaster. He asked the tenants if they were just looking for someone to take their frustrations out on. The angry mob immediately turned on him for lecturing them about decency. They even accused the Glasses guy of being one of the useless members of the property management team. Glasses cleared up that he was not speaking on behalf of the property management team. He was just speaking objectively and realistically. Pushing management into a corner would be meaningless and would only prolong the problem. It wouldn't get them the result everyone desired. Now that he put it like that, the people turned to Glasses for the next move. He asserted that with the current conditions, driving a car to the supermarket would be impossible. Even if they cleared the neighborhood's snow, the main roads outside might be unusable. He suggested clearing footpaths and walking over for supply runs. Han Feng couldn't quite put a finger on it, but he seemed to have some recollection of this Glasses guy, owner Zhang. In the previous life, he was a very lively person. You could see his charisma working on the group chat. Some of the tenants agreed with Zhang's suggestions, thinking that they shouldn't complicate the matter. Those who wanted to go out should clear the roads. Those who didn't should just shut up. Fighting and acting immaturely in the chat for half a day just to clear some snow was very annoying. Once everyone realized that what they were doing was cringe, the GC finally quieted down. Another person stepped up to volunteer in the clearing operation. He said he needed to hit the roads to go to his brother to discuss business worth a few million. Han Feng might not have seen a profile picture or a voice message, but that guy's manner of speaking seemed very similar to that of some gangster he knew. As soon as the first volunteer stepped up, more and more people raised their hands to join the operation, as most of them were running out of food. There was even a dazzling young lady who would brave the snowstorm, even though she was a little weaker than an average person. As for that witch, Lai Heiana claimed that she had the flu over the past 2 days, but she would still love to go down and help with the neighborhood. Han Feng was unimpressed, to say the least. He might be the only one who could see through the good girl act. Most of the men in this neighborhood knew her and would fawn over her. Some white knight immediately butted in and insisted on volunteering for her sake, when a decent amount of her fans stepped up to the plate. She thanked them for going through the trouble of cleaning up a footpath. Tired of this BS, Han Feng got out of that group chat with annoyance. but he had to admit that when it came to putting on an act, Hyun was really an expert. With just a few taps of a button, she could manipulate multiple men to do her bidding. As for Hanfeng, Lee Hae-yeon was using a little more personal touch. She had been bugging him to chat. Ultimately, she just wanted him to get her some food from the supermarket if he was going. She really was a master of her craft. Her innocent request was accompanied by a cute photo in her bed. She even had her feet in the frame for all the freaks out there. Hanfeng was actually very impressed with the commitment. In these catastrophic weather conditions, the witch was still wearing so little to try and seduce him. She could really turn a lot of men into errand boys with that. Now was the fun part. Hanfeng could reply to her advances however he wanted. Well, whatever he sent back must have been some awful crap, as Lee Hae-yeon tossed her phone and stepped on it hard in anger and annoyance as soon as she saw it. Today would make it the third official day since the snowfall started. The temperature had reached -20. This could be regarded as the early stage of the apocalypse, a time when most buildings of decent quality still had central heating systems running. They still had the internet, and everyone was still going on with their daily lives as usual. They just needed to stay inside, just like COVID times. Hanfeng had been scrolling through videos and TikToks to pass his time as well. Based on his page, it looked like we had a certified man of culture. It had only been a few days, and he was already getting bored with the mindless indoor activities. It looked like his most significant problem in this apocalypse would be learning how to endure loneliness. It also didn't help that his leg was a broken mess. A broken bone would need at least a few months to completely recover. Just like us, Hanfeng's boredom always led back to watching videos on the internet. He came across a gruesome broadcast in the scientific column about a man who got into a brutal accident. After doctors sewed up the man who jumped from the 15th floor, they discovered that his damaged internal organs and bones started regenerating. This clickbait news story gave Hanfeng an idea. It's one that he really should have come up with a lot earlier. Why had he not thought of using his newfound powers on himself? He activated the green light in his right hand and carefully touched his broken leg with it. After a few seconds of nothing happening, the green light started dissipating. Hanfeng refused to believe that it was a bust, so he tried again. He activated the green light harder than he did before. But just like earlier, the light eventually died down with no change in his leg. It looked like he was just overthinking things. He really thought that the green light would be able to help his injury recover faster. But it seemed like the only thing it brought was irresistible sleepiness. Hanfeng eventually succumbed to the heaviness of his eyes and took a nap on the couch. He woke up to some freaky-ass ceremony that involved goats and Native American headdresses. Under the transcendent light of the night skies, Hanfeng rode on the back of giant goats with a bloody whip in his hands. Goat heads flew alongside him. In this freaky ceremony, Hanfeng is riding at the forefront of a goat herd on top of a bloody red grassland. There are totem poles scattered along the land, and he is having fun whipping his whip all around the place. Well, that fun only lasts for a minute before he is tossed off the goat's back and into the herd. He eventually lands on the blood-red grassland, and he lands badly. His foot is at an awkward angle, and a crack can be heard. It makes him shiver in pain. To come from the absolute freedom of riding goats in the grassland to being immobile on the ground is quite jarring. To make matters worse, one of the goats starts licking his broken leg. Disgusted, Hanfeng tries his hardest to shoo the goat away from him and his unfortunate injury. He pushes the goat over and over again until the animal finally snaps. It extends its tongue like a frog, wrapping that slimy piece around his affected leg. Then the goat raises its head and Hanfeng's whole body comes along helplessly. While feeling the slimy saliva running down his leg, he also starts feeling the warmth of the green light wrapping around his injury. Hanfeng eventually wakes up from that bizarre nightmare that involves a lot of goats. He is sweating and screaming. The dream is just too immersive, while he labors to catch his breath. He wonders just what caused that hideously messy dream. Well, the answer presents itself quite loudly. His broken right leg still has some leftover green light aura surrounding it. Furthermore, Hanfeng senses a certain lightness in his limbs. He promptly takes off the bandage wrapping around his injury and tosses it to the side. Hanfeng excitedly steps on the floor and carefully puts more weight on his right leg. He is pleased and surprised to confirm that the injury does not hurt anymore. He is fully healed for some reason. This should mean that the green light could also help with self-recovery, right? But could the healing process only take place while he's sleeping? There is only one way to find out, and that's by trying it out again in a localized body part. He shakily takes the sharpest kitchen knife he has and slowly puts it up against his other hand. Stealing his resolve, Han Feng cannot even watch while the blade's edge touches his flesh. He only needs a little prick, but the wound he makes on his fingertip flows quite freely with blood. Not wasting another second with a bleeding wound, Han Feng calls upon the green light to do its thing. Upon seeing the healing process up close and personal, Han Feng smiles to himself. He understands now. He has a real survival game changer in his hands. Outside the building, those who volunteered to clear up a footpath diligently worked together for the good of the community. Glasses Guy thanks everyone for participating in this difficult manual work. This Mr. Perfect even singles out the oldest of the bunch, Uncle Liu, and politely apologizes for all the trouble. Zhang Zuyu really knows what to say in any situation. Uncle Liu Guangyao just laughs and insists that he didn't do much as most of the actual work was done thanks to the Jin brothers. Those two, Jin Qinwen and Jin Qinwu, really went all out for the clearing operation. Some real hard workers. While they are busy finishing up the final touches, a young lady wearing a thick pink coat slips on the ice. The Jin brothers immediately rush toward the lady to check if she's okay, and remind her to be more careful. This pink girlie is known as Jin Jian. She's a real doer, unlike that witch Lai Huna, who didn't even leave her room after playing sick. The Jin brothers still have a lot to do, so they just remind Jin Jian to call for them if she needs help. She assures them that she'll be fine. Well, the snow is getting heavier. Those who are planning to buy some supplies later will have to move quickly. Speaking of supplies, Uncle Liu is reminded of something that he noticed a few weeks ago. Uncle Liu stops himself from babbling, thinking that what he has to say wouldn't be anything significant. But Zhang Zuyu curiously presses him on. The old man has been hearing that for the past few days or weeks. An owner in the neighborhood has been bringing back supplies on a small truck, like he's moving houses. Zhang Zuyu thinks that this is a common sight, as there are always people moving into the neighborhood and houses undergoing renovations. But Uncle Liu got different vibes from this one. He saw gas tanks and a whole fireplace being shipped in. It's not normal for someone to move in or anything like that. It's just a hunch. But Uncle Liu thinks that the person was making preparations to get through a harsh winter. This conversation is interrupted by the Jin brothers, who have just finished clearing the main path. People should be able to go out now. Uncle Liu promptly thanked them for going all out. But unbeknownst to everyone, there's another tenant listening in from earlier. He heard talks about making preparations for the winter, and his morbid interest has been piqued. This weirdo is quickly neutralized by a snowball landing on the back of his head. Wu Kuanyu is brought down a peg by this gorgeous woman, Liu Yan. The weirdo tries to argue that he's been doing everything alone since earlier, and she's just been watching from the side. But Liu Yan just dismisses him as an unruly child. Zhang Zuyu breaks up the fight between the two and informs them that the main path has been cleared and is now good to go. This means that the volunteers can stop shoveling and get ready to head out to the supermarket for supplies instead. Looking at their shopping list, it seems like the Jin brothers have a lot to buy. They even want to buy some for their mom, thinking that she's going to need it. These two are good sons. For someone who didn't want to share the story earlier, Uncle Liu seems way too curious about Zhang Zuyu's thoughts on the matter of that tenant who brought in a ton of supplies. Truthfully speaking, Zhang Zuyu doesn't feel too concerned about hearsay. He still believes what the government and the authorities say, that this is just a brief snowstorm that will stop very soon. They only need to endure for a bit. Then they can return to normal. So, he's not too worried about those mysterious deliveries. But even if they step back and assume that this snowstorm is here to stay if someone in the neighborhood is hoarding a massive stockpile of resources, isn't that a good thing for everyone? Uncle Liu immediately understands what Zhang Zuyu is implying. He praises the young one for being brainy. Under the ruthless snowfall with no signs of stopping, Zhang Zuyu leads some of the tenants to the supermarket. He makes sure that everyone queues up properly. With the snow getting heavier, they need to try and get back within 3 hours. If they get past the 3-hour mark, who knows if they'll even have a road to walk back on. While those brave souls enter the unknown and endure the harsh environment, Han Feng is passed out in his warm and cozy living room, drooling on himself. He would have stayed holed up on this couch forever with all the soda and junk food to tide him over the dull day, if not for the annoying voice calling him to the door. Han Feng lazily opens his door. He wipes the sleep from his eyes and sees Brother Lai. Well, the smooth-talking gangster has come in clutch once again. Hidden inside a big bag is a semi-automatic rifle complete with a proper crosshair. It's precisely what Han Feng wanted. This was the promised gift from Boss Liu. Brother Lai had agreed to bring it because he had stocked up on supplies beforehand and could now afford not to run around the city like crazy looking for supplies like most of the other citizens. But even so, Han Feng was grateful to him for coming in this weather. Brother Lai also had some very interesting information that various rumors had already started to spread about. Last night, some unknown person had cleaned out the shelves of a supermarket in the Eastern District. And when the Boss Liu gang cleared their way out of the snow yesterday, they were met with nothing but emptiness in the supermarket. To Han Feng, something like this seemed unbelievable. To completely clean out a huge supermarket in one night, who could be capable of such a thing? However, there was no doubt in Brother Lai's words, and it had definitely happened. Han Feng was now beginning to realize that something even stranger than in his previous life was happening around him. It looked like he wasn't the only one who had gained superpowers. For a second, his thoughts were interrupted by Brother Lai. He advised Han Feng to wear more warm clothes and be careful. After that, he said goodbye and left. Finally, our hero could be alone and think things over. He kept trying to think of a logical explanation for what had happened last night. How could someone clean out a supermarket in one night? The only explanation he could think of was the theory that it could have been done by someone with superpowers from novels and comic books. Someone capable of hiding unlimited amounts of supplies in his personal subspace. The only question was, could people with such abilities exist in this world? And the answer to that question was quite simple. Since he himself had superpowers, someone else could too. This was a disturbing discovery. Now Han Feng couldn't waste a moment. He needed to examine his superpowers more thoroughly, so that when he encountered other superpower holders, he would have his own strategy to counter them. He simply had to know his strengths and weaknesses, as well as the limit of his superpowers. To do so, he opened his diary. His words naturally instilled fear in everyone who heard them. Returning to the group chat, where all the residents of our hero's apartment are gathered, Old Man Lu reiterated that the military was likely preparing for war given the mobilization of military vehicles in the city. Naturally, everyone panicked upon hearing this news. Their resource situation is already dire, and now the threat of war looms, which would only exacerbate the scarcity. At that moment, Zhang steps in, suggesting that if the old man's prediction is accurate, they must take immediate measures for their survival. The government, likely overwhelmed by the crisis, won't have the capacity to aid everyone in need. The man with glasses notes that some neighbors have already depleted their food supplies due to insufficient stockpiling. Furthermore, there is no confirmed timeline for the arrival of government aid. He proposes that they should begin by organizing themselves and assisting the owners who are struggling. With determination, he asserts that those with ample food supplies should donate some of their own to those who have run out. Zhang announces that this charity will begin with him, boldly stating he will donate half of his food supplies to anyone in need. This astonishing declaration from Four Eyes elicits mixed reactions from the crowd, mostly positive. While they remain skeptical of his generosity, his public proclamation lends it some credibility. Ku voices his support for Zhang's idea, stating that everyone in the neighborhood should help each other to get through this crisis together. They can't allow some families to starve in such cold weather. He also announces his own participation in the donation and asks Yona if she will contribute as well. Behind the scenes, Yona is losing her patience with Ku for putting her on the spot. This greedy woman doesn't want to waste any of her supplies on others, but she can't reveal her true feelings because it would ruin her reputation. So, she puts on an act, claiming she can't spare any donations because she's in a difficult situation herself. Not surprisingly, some of her admirers quickly come to her defense, urging Ku to back off. This only angers him, leading him to declare that he would cease his donations if people could not ensure unity among themselves. This interaction caused the community to split into factions, those willing to help others and those who did not, and those focused on self-preservation. After a lengthy discussion and much contemplation, unity ultimately prevailed. Inspired by Zhang, many individuals began offering their surplus goods to those in need, including medicine, clothes, food, and other essential items. As a result, Zhang was deeply touched by the cooperation of his neighbors. He expressed his thanks to the generous contributors, appreciating their understanding. With many people now eager to assist, he proposed appointing individuals to oversee the donations. He suggested forming a temporary emergency committee responsible for organizing and managing the donated supplies. Unsurprisingly, Zhang already envisioned himself as the head of this committee. Meanwhile, Han Feng couldn't help but laugh at this naive effort to help one another, recalling a similar situation from his previous life. As we anticipated, it was all a scheme to seize others' resources. Today, July 19th, marks the 5th day of the icy apocalypse. The temperature outside has plummeted to minus 40 degrees. The central heating system has failed due to the extreme cold, and everyone is now focused on finding ways to stay warm and maintain their body heat. This situation mirrors our boy's past life, convincing him that things will only deteriorate further from here. Everyone will struggle to cope with the unexpected crisis, everyone except Han Feng. While the others conserve their energy to maintain body heat and avoid freezing, Han Feng leisurely enjoys dessert and even sips ice-cold drinks. Thanks to his excellent heating system, he is clearly enjoying himself, energetically shifting on his couch while playing video games. Suddenly, Han Feng's phone rings. Answering the call, he is informed that as the person in charge of Block 8, he and his team will need to head out to clear the roads in 20 minutes. He is told that once he is finished with his task, he must go down to the basement car park. This directive infuriates Han Feng. The snow outside is so heavy that the last thing he wants is to venture out into the cold. He wishes he could argue with the man on the phone, but knows that doing so would attract unnecessary attention. Thus, in the next scene, we find a reluctant Han Feng in the main lobby's first floor. He has no choice but to comply with those in charge to avoid unwanted animosity. Additionally, he knows he must minimize the risk of anyone discovering his secrets. As they step outside, the volunteers notice that the entrance on the first floor is completely blocked by snow. Just yesterday, they had cleared the pavement, but now all their efforts have been undone, leaving them in a worse situation. Two of the volunteers ask our hero for help in pushing the snow-blocked door. From his expression, it's clear he isn't keen on this futile task, but he has no other choice. The three men lean against the door, and on the count of 3, they put all their strength into pushing it open. Through their combined efforts, the 3 managed to open the door. And as soon as it swung open, a bone-chilling gust of wind swept into the apartment complex. The intense cold made everyone shiver uncontrollably, but of course, our hero was the only one prepared for such frigid conditions. The cold was so severe that it was difficult to even keep their eyes open. Our protagonist quickly ducked down and curled up to conserve as much body heat as possible. Initially hesitant to venture downstairs, he now had no desire to step outside at all. With the risk of severe frostbite in this weather, staying inside seemed like the only sensible option. Things could get even worse, possibly resulting in death. Fortunately, our protagonist isn't the only one who had this thought. The others have also started voicing their frustrations about the seemingly impossible task they've been assigned. Now, nearly everyone is protesting against clearing the path. Suddenly, a familiar voice breaks through the commotion, announcing the arrival of someone. Han Feng reacts with a start at the sound of the voice, and his earlier expression of despair fades away. The voice belongs to none other than Brother Lai, our favorite KH artist. He strides into the room with an air of arrogance, questioning why everyone is acting like cowards. Han Feng immediately realizes that Lai's arrival is unlikely to bring good news. He will undoubtedly urge everyone to clear the path, but the others are unwilling to act in such harsh weather. Without a second thought, they politely inform Lai that moving in this intense cold is impossible and suggest waiting until the snow lightens up. Unfortunately, Lai doesn't pay much attention. He remains undeterred, with his usual confidence. He dives into the snow and begins digging. Despite his vigorous efforts, flailing his arms back and forth, his attempts are largely ineffective, He managed to dig a hole big enough for himself and went straight through it. After a while, he started screaming for help, having become stuck in the thick layer of snow. The hole was too narrow for him to reposition or turn around, leaving him unable to get back out. The others had to pool their efforts to rescue the foolish con man. By the time they extracted him from the snow, his complexion had already turned purple, and he was perilously close to freezing to death. They quickly shut the door to keep out the biting wind. If Brother Lai gained anything from his ordeal, it was a clear demonstration of how impossible it is to clear a path through such conditions. Our boy quickly tended to Lai, keeping him warm, and then asked if he was all right. Noting the condition of Brother Lai, Han Fong suggested that everyone head to the car park to find the person in charge and sign in. After that, they could decide what to do once the snow stopped. Our boy pointed out that the severe snowstorm made the situation too challenging to be resolved with just manpower. In the parking lot, a crowd had gathered around Zhang. The reasonable man acknowledged that the snow was too heavy to clear a path at the moment and proposed waiting for the storm to subside before taking any action. He also mentioned that the basement parking area would serve as the designated point for donations and resource collection. Our onlooker observes Zhang and realizes that he might be the person who frequently dominates the group chat. He has now identified Zhang as the mastermind behind the scam committee in both his previous life and the present one. Meanwhile, Zhang keeps up his guise as a concerned citizen, expressing gratitude for everyone's steadfast support. It dawns on me where I've seen this devious individual before. He's a dead ringer for Aizen from Bleach. Both shrewd and strategic, he admits he was genuinely surprised by how many owners were willing to contribute their resources. He believes their generous donations will provide significant assistance to other owners facing tough situations. As a result, he feels he can never fully express his gratitude. Many people are touched by Zhang's plight and argue that everyone faces challenges at some point, so it's only fair to support one another, especially if they stand united. They are confident that together they can overcome this crisis. However, our protagonist remains skeptical of their optimistic outlook. Having faced severe difficulties in his past life, he already understands that they will come to regret participating in grand schemes. Meanwhile, Brother Lai, who is still shivering from the cold, informs our boy that he will be returning to his room first. Our boy says his goodbyes as Brother Lai departs. As Brother Lai leaves, our boy's gaze falls upon a particular individual. She is a cheerful girl with pink hair and eyes. Han Fong immediately remembers that she is the nurse he met earlier. True to her diligent and caring nature, Nurse Jin is seen carrying a large box. Given her personality, it's likely she's here to donate some of her resources. Nurse Jin, being her usual clumsy self, accidentally bumps into a few people and loses her balance. Luckily, our hero manages to catch her just in time. Judging by Jin's expression, it seems she resigned herself to the fall, closing her eyes and bracing for impact. After steadying herself, she turns around to thank her rescuer and immediately recognizes our hero. She's taken aback to see that his leg is fully healed enough for him to catch her. Our hero, however, is too surprised to respond to Jin's questions about his leg. He hadn't anticipated meeting her again, leaving him at a loss for how to explain the situation. In a frantic bid to justify his swift recovery, he insists that his healing has always been exceptional since childhood, claiming he can bounce back from minor injuries and illnesses in just a few days. Unsurprisingly, the trusting nurse accepts his story without hesitation, marveling at his purported rapid recovery. Eager to steer the conversation away from his injury, Han Fong offers to help carry Jin's package. At first, the nurse politely refuses, not wanting to impose, but our hero insists, saying it's his way of repaying her for taking such good care of him. Han confidently claims that he's strong and can easily handle the package. However, when Nurse Jin hands it over, he nearly collapses under its weight. Trying to maintain his composure, he asks what's inside the box. Nurse Jin explains that it's mostly medical supplies, and she's planning to donate them to those in need. She then inquires if the package is too heavy and offers to take it back if necessary. Despite Han Fong's clear struggle, all the weariness melts away at the sight of the nurse's sweet smile. Jin then mentions that she's actually stronger than most guys, so it's perfectly fine for him to let her handle the boxes. Han Fong, however, isn't immediately convinced about handing over the package. but he's genuinely curious if Jin has always been this strong. The nurse blushes and looks down, admitting that she wasn't particularly strong as a child and that there's a reason behind her current strength. As she fidgets with her hands, she confesses it's something she can't quite explain. She quickly shifts the topic, asking him for his name. As she reflects on it, she realizes they never really had the opportunity to get to know each other. Blushing, Han Fong introduces himself. In response, the nurse offers him a heartwarming smile and introduces herself as Jin Soo. As they walk together, they chat casually about their lives and work. Suddenly, someone bumps into Jin, causing her to stumble and fall into Han Fong, pressing her large package against his arms. Nurse Jin quickly recoils, apologizing for her clumsiness. Han Fong doesn't really mind. If asked, he'd actually prefer they stayed like this a bit longer. Suddenly, Huna appears from behind and calls out to him. She mentions that he didn't let her know he'd be here, and then wraps her arm around his, pressing close. With a sly look, she questions if Jin is his. Her eyes flash with the look of someone who's just had their toys snatched away. Noticing Huna's hostility, Jin decides to step back, apologizing for interrupting their moment. Huna swiftly takes the boxes from his hands and walks off. As he watches Jin dash away, our boy turns to Huna and asks her about her plans. The shrewd witch explains that she came to the parking lot to pick up some supplies, and since he hadn't reached out to her earlier, she's also concerned that something might have gone wrong. Trying to talk his way out of the situation, our boy scratches his head and claims he was just about to send her a message. However, Huna isn't convinced and becomes a bit jealous of Nurse Jin, noting that he seemed to be enjoying a chat with her. Shifting the conversation back to the matter at hand, Huna sees the chance to ask if he has any extra resources to spare. She mentions that she's almost out of supplies, so she's hoping Han Fong might share some with her. He smirks when he hears this. She might still believe he's infatuated with her, which gives him the perfect chance to stir things up. Han Fong responds that he doesn't have much food left, but is willing to share with Huna if she responds to the message he sent her a few days ago. He then leans in closer, suggesting she come over to his place and spend a few days with him. Han Fong even gives her a hug, putting on a charming playboy act. Naturally, Huna is taken aback. Her eyes widen in surprise as she looks at him. She steps back and says she didn't quite understand what our boy was asking. At the moment, if he wants to discuss it, they can always chat online. Of course, we all know she's just putting on an act. In response, Han Fong turns away, losing interest. Since Huna isn't on board with his mischievous plan, he feels there's no reason to continue the conversation. However, the opportunistic person grabs our hero's clothes, stopping him from leaving. In a soft and hesitant tone, she mentions that she feels Han Fong has changed recently and adds that she has always been sincere with her feelings. However, she doesn't want to give the impression that she's with Han Fong solely for his money. So she asks our guy for some time to consider his proposal. Han Fong, on the other hand, appears both surprised and pleased that Huna is taking his offer seriously. But in reality, our guy is glaring at her with intense anger. If he hadn't already experienced death once, he might have been deceived by Huna's falsehoods. Right now, he just wants to tear away her deceitful facade and reveal her true nature. He also remembers the accomplice who played a part in taking his life. He regrets not discovering the identity of his killer. However, it occurs to him that he would likely repeat his past actions, waiting for Huna and her boyfriend to attack him again so he can get his revenge. Returning to the present, Han Fong tells Huna he was only teasing her to gauge her reaction. Surprised by this revelation, Huna hadn't anticipated Han Fong resorting to such underhanded tactics. Han Fong then grips both of Huna's arms and looks her directly in the eyes, stating that he will be waiting for her honest response. He'll still be delivering some food to her tomorrow. After hearing this, she flatters him, telling him he's the best before leaving him on his own. As she turns away, she suggests they can always chat online. With a sly grin on her face, she walks away, knowing she's once again played him for a fool and can now get more from him. What she doesn't realize is that Han Fong is also smirking, aware that while Huna expects the supplies by tomorrow, it looks like he might not deliver after all. The following day, the storm intensifies, blanketing nearly every building in a heavy coat of snow. Meanwhile, our protagonist's phone is inundated with messages from Hunter repeatedly requesting the supplies she was promised. With each unanswered message, her frustration becomes increasingly evident. Despite the constant buzzing of his phone, our protagonist remains blissfully unaware as he enjoys a delicious pork meal. While others struggle to find anything to eat, he savors his pork chop with carefree contentment. As the days went by, Han Feng continued to experiment with his abilities with the food supplies he had. He sat down and was enjoying a meal, while he said that he had confirmed two things. The first was that meat couldn't be expanded limitlessly, and the second was that, like soybeans, meat could be produced limitlessly as well. With that, he had enough meat to last him for all eternity. Every time a stalk of beans sprouted, he would use half of it to grow more beans again, and he would only consume half of it. Han Feng used the same practice when cultivating meat as well. Under the two kinds of light, half a piece of steak with a few soybeans could produce a full piece of steak. As the process continued, it would yield more and more steak over time. After that, he conducted numerous tests and was satisfied that he wouldn't have to worry about having something to eat in the future. On August 2nd, the 19th day of the snowstorm, a reporter was giving the news in the midst of the catastrophic weather. He said that he was on Badu Hithai Island in Maldives, which was 78 kilometers from the equator. The average temperature there had lowered to around -42 degrees. The snow engulfed all the buildings and all the structures around them. The entire island had almost been completely engulfed in the snow, and the ocean was freezing up at a speed that could be observed with human eyes. According to the reports from expert readings, the ice layer had already reached 55 centimeters deep, and the situations in other countries were very similar as well. Han Feng watched the news and knew that the real situation was far worse than what the media was portraying. Suddenly, a huge explosion went off, and it startled him. He went to his window and looked at what was happening outside. It was already the 7th explosion in the past few days, and he wondered what was going on. As if that wasn't enough, he also saw a multitude of military helicopters flying around the vicinity. He quickly closed his curtains and looked very worried. He thought to himself that the situation outside was also a cause for panic for the owners. They were all in the basement car park trying to trade for necessary goods and food supplies. The situation was really dire, and people needed to survive by any means necessary. Sadly, there were also many owners who used the opportunity to take advantage of others, which led to several conflicts. Han Feng noticed that a message was sent in the group chat, telling owners who had been facing difficulties to head down to the basement car park to receive necessary resources for free. Han Feng went down and was walking through the parking lot while severely suffering from the effects of the cold. It was way too cold, and he had a bad, runny nose. The only reason he came down was to gather information, and if it weren't for that, he wouldn't be there. The people who stood in the queues were having little squabbles about who cut in front of them. Han Feng remembered that before he was reborn, there was a rebellion in that neighborhood, and he thought that it must have been related to the people who were currently arguing. Still, he was surprised to see that they were really giving away resources instead of scamming people. He didn't understand what was going on, but decided to find out the real situation of things first. As he looked around, he noticed that the number of households facing difficulties was quite high. He then noticed a man who was yelling at the person giving out supplies, who happened to be Zhang. The man was angry because he had handed over several large boxes of resources before, but now they were giving him very little food. Zhang then tried to explain that everyone was given an equal amount of resources. The man wasn't having it, and he demanded that the resources he donated earlier be given back to him. Zhang apologized and told him that the resources couldn't be returned. He hoped that the man could look at the bigger picture since the disaster was still ongoing. Once the disaster is over, he will pay back the man several times the amount in cash. Regardless, the man couldn't be reasoned with. He wondered how long the snowstorm would last. At that point, all he wanted was for his donations to be given back to him. The other people on the line got tired of his bickering because he was holding up the line. They found him annoying and told him to stop being shameless. Some thought that he just wanted to get more resources than other people. The clamors rose up, and everyone spoke against him. They told him to get lost since he had already gotten his food because everyone else wanted to eat. They also thought he was selfish and wasn't considering the fact that the committee was having a hard time as well. Han Feng just silently watched from a distance, and he knew that there was no way the committee would give anyone back their resources in their current situation. Nevertheless, he thought the people were shameless for trying to place themselves on a higher moral ground against those who donated more resources. Lai approached him and thought that people were also acting shamelessly. He looked like he hadn't eaten in days, as his cheeks were very thin and his lips had cracks. Han Feng greeted him and said that it had been a while since they saw each other. After the formalities, Lai told him that he was trembling from being flustered and powerless. Han Feng was surprised that Lai referred to his situation as something that wasn't too bad. Lai's stomach let out a loud growl, and he said that it had been difficult to suppress his hunger by just drinking water. Han Feng was shocked that the guy didn't have any food left. Lai said that he was thinking of helping the neighbors previously, which caused him to donate most of his resources to the committee. In the end, his food supplies at home ran out before the snowstorm ended. The resources that the committee was giving out were too little as well. If Lai had known, he would have kept more supplies for himself. Looking at his desperate situation, Han Feng called Lai to the side and asked him for a favor. In return for it, he was going to give Lai 4 packs of instant noodles and 2 sausages. He told Lai not to think too little of it because he didn't have much left in stock. Lai thought that Han Feng was just looking for an excuse to give him free food, and he promised not to forget the grace that was shown to him for the rest of his life. Lai said to leave the small matter to him, and Han Feng replied to him by saying that he should come and collect the food at his place later. After that, Lai went ahead to join the queue to collect his share of resources first. Han Feng was happy that he was able to bribe the brickhead easily with noodles and sausages. That way, he wouldn't have to personally come down to gather information in the future. As much as he felt sorry for Lai, it still was more important for him to comfortably lay on his sofa, eating delicious food and playing video games. Suddenly his name was yelled out, and as he turned to see who was calling him, Huina slapped him. Han Feng was still confused, and she told him that he really disappointed her. Huina yelled out, asking Han Feng why he wasn't replying to her messages. Everyone else turned their attention to them because of how loud her voice was. Han Feng was still in shock and couldn't believe that she just slapped him. He hadn't even settled her debts for betraying him in his past life, but she just lapped him for no cause or reason. Han Feng was beyond angry and wondered if she really thought that he was that easy to bully. Huiyan mockingly asked if he was deaf or mute because he hadn't responded to a single thing she had been saying. He took a deep breath and told Huina that the situation had changed. She was shocked to hear that the supplies had been stolen. Han Feng was doing a really good job at lying to her and making her look like a fool. He told her that he placed the resources outside his door and went back in to get his keys, but they were gone by the time he came back out. Huina was still persistent and asked if he had looked for it, but he told her that he hadn't found any clues since then. She still tried to act like a good person and asked him if he still had any resources at all. Han Feng said that what he had left wasn't much anymore, and it would last him for a few days if he ate 1 meal a day. She acted like she was very happy to hear that, but suddenly switched up like a deranged witch. She desperately asked to split the resources and eat only 1 meal every 2 days. That way, they would be able to get through the disaster together. Han Feng couldn't believe how shameless she was to utter such useless words to him. To her, he was nothing but a tool to be used when needed. After taking a deep breath, Han Feng agreed to her demands, saying that he made a promise to her after all. She thanked him and asked him to bring it down for her. Han Feng said it would be done later at night and told her that he would send a message when he was done packing them. She turned to head back and told him to go back home as well so that he doesn't catch the flu. Han Feng looked fed up with the witch as he bid her farewell and told her to wait till nighttime. That night, the blizzard was blowing violently, and the buildings had slowly started to freeze up. Huiyan had sent countless notifications to Han Feng, saying that she was at his lobby and asking when he was coming down. She wondered what he could have been doing because he wasn't replying to her messages or picking up her calls. She sat by the wall and was slowly freezing to death while waiting for him. Huiyan wondered if she was going to get stood up again, but hoped that it wouldn't be the case. Her terrible situation doubled down because the lift had also stopped working. With no other choice, she took the stairs and started climbing up to Han Feng's apartment. She cursed him out and said that if it weren't for the resources, she wouldn't be looking for him. Huyen barely had any strength as she climbed the stairs because she had been starving for a few days. She got to the 16th floor and was almost there when she noticed that the emergency lights were also broken. She looked up and saw a strange, shadowy figure above her, and the person was holding on to something. Clenching her chest and calming her racing heart, she asked the person to identify themselves. The person then dropped the bag that they were holding, and it went straight for her head. As it landed on her, the lights suddenly came back on. She called Han Feng's name, and there he was, standing in front of her with some bags. He apologized to her and said that he fell asleep. When he saw her messages, he came running down with the resources, but he didn't expect the lights to suddenly go off. He said that he bumped into a rail and mistakenly dropped the flower on her head. Huena was furious and asked if he was a pig, also saying that he couldn't do anything properly. She was completely disgusted at her state and at him. Han Feng secretly smiled to himself because this was something he had specially prepared for her. Slowly but surely, he was definitely going to get back at her. He then offered her the 2 leather bags he was with, saying that those were his remaining supplies. She opened the bag and saw that every item was spoiled and already moldy. It was basically trash. Han Feng then said that he had to eat carefully to keep so much of the leftovers in stock. Huyen, on the other hand, couldn't believe the filth that he handed to her. It was so dirty, and she wondered if any of it was edible. Han Feng grabbed the bag and told her that if she didn't like it, she should give it back. Huyen was beyond desperate because she had been starving for a while. She snatched it back and told him that she never said that she didn't want it. He looked at her with pity and couldn't believe that she was the so-called goddess whom he had been pursuing with all his might. Huyen continued analyzing the items and figured that their insides should be fine even though the outside was black. She said that she should be able to eat the apple if she peeled it with a knife. There was barely anything left of the flower, but she still took it from him. At least there was still half of it left. As Han Feng went back up the stairs, he stopped to look at the foolish girl and said that the spoiled food should be enough to give her an upset stomach for a few days. It also wasn't possible to take a shower in that weather, so he said that she should let the flower stay on her for a while. As he walked back to his apartment, he noticed that there was something strange about the air. A shadow was slowly following him, so he stepped into a corner. As the person approached, he grabbed them by their jacket and slammed them into the ground. He was about to feed the person a knuckle sandwich when he noticed that it was a cute girl wearing glasses. Han Feng asked her what she was doing and if she was following him. The poor girl just lay on the floor and couldn't wait for this creep to get off of her. She didn't utter a single word and instead just stared at him. Seeing that she was refusing to speak, Han Feng threatened to tear off her clothes if she didn't say anything. Still, the girl just innocently looked at him and was silent. Han Feng saw there was no hope, and he got off her, also saying that he would let her go this time. As he walked away, he told her to get back home quickly and to stop playing pranks and being mischievous. He suddenly stopped and noticed the girl was tugging on his jacket. He asked her what the problem was, but the girl still didn't utter a word. Han Feng told her to stop staring like a creep, and if she wasn't going to say anything, then he would leave. The girl then pointed in the opposite direction, and he figured that she was asking him to follow her. The two of them got to her room, and he couldn't believe how huge the place was. He was also completely baffled at how much supplies the girl had prepared beforehand. She confirmed to him that she already knew the snowstorm was going to happen. The girl spoke like a dumb neat and told him that her calculations resulted in the fact that an ice age would occur. She said that she had mentioned it in the group chat, and Han Feng realized that she was the strange outcast in the group who knew about the snowstorm. He said it was awesome, but then asked if she brought him to her house just to talk about her calculations. The girl pointed towards some screens, and Han Feng saw recordings of himself that showed when he was purchasing supplies. He got nervous and asked the girl if she had been monitoring him. As she undressed herself, she gave him the same affirmative answer. Han Feng was shocked to see the young girl's unclad body. He asked her why she was suddenly taking off her clothes, and she said she felt hot. He obviously misunderstood her and then asked her to put her clothes back on. The girl wore a big shirt instead, and they both sat down on the sofa while she used her laptop. He then confirmed that she was monitoring him because she was suspicious of him hoarding resources before the snowstorm. The main purpose of his being monitored was so that she could check if there was a possibility of cooperation between them. Han Feng then asked what the whole cooperation was meant to be. The weird crawled over and was in between his legs, which made him very uncomfortable. His face went red when he saw that her clothes were nearly revealing her backside, and he asked her what she was doing. She dragged out a generator and asked him to teach her how to use it. Han Feng was dumbfounded at the girl's request. After a while, the generator was put on, and he showed her the basics of operating it. When he was done teaching her, he asked if there was anything else that she needed. She pointed over to the other side of the room, and Han Feng began lecturing her on different equipment. He taught her how to use a heater to get hot water, and told her to remember to close the valve when she was done. Next up, the weird girl learned that she was supposed to put raw meat in the freezer, but she needed to remove the packaging first. Han Feng didn't understand how someone was so inept at basic survival skills. After that, he taught her the safety measures needed when connecting a cooking gas and told her to pay close attention to the procedures. Before he knew it, he was preparing dinner for her while teaching her how to cook and make the food more delicious. After that, a full-course meal was prepared, and they sat down to enjoy themselves. He even had to remind the girl to eat the food while it was still hot. It was as if he had become a full-time nanny, and the girl's ability to take care of herself was driving him crazy. The girl ignored him and continued enjoying the food. He nervously told her that he was kidding, but the whole ordeal was putting a serious mental strain on him. He turned to tell the girl that he was going back home once he was done eating, but she had already passed out on the table. She barely finished her food, and she fell asleep while eating. Han Feng couldn't believe the kind of person he just met. He put her on the couch and covered her before taking his leave. As he walked out, he said it was like having a child. He got back into his apartment and went to sleep. The next morning, the girl came knocking at his door, and he wondered what was going on so early in the morning. She had brought a lot of supplies for him, and he said that she was too courteous for the gesture. The amount of stuff on his door dazzled him. He then asked her if there was something she needed, and she asked him to teach her again. Han Feng didn't want to, but he still accepted to do it. After a few days of interacting with her, Han Feng confirmed that the girl was a complete idiot. It was obvious that she had lived her entire life indoors because she lacked the most general knowledge of things. Nevertheless, the girl was very interested in learning about self-reliance, and she dragged him to her house every day to teach her. As horrible as the food looked, her cooking skills had still slightly improved. Thanks to their horrible situation, many people would die to eat something like that. But if it were normal times, a dog wouldn't even eat what she cooked. Han Feng realized that he didn't know the girl's name yet and proceeded to ask. She told him that her name was True Eye of the Evil King, but he asked her to pretend like he didn't ask. There was no way in hell that he was calling her by that name in any lifetime. Meanwhile, in the car park, a fight had broken out between people who were fighting over supplies. People were trying to get their goods, and others were telling them to prove that the items actually belonged to them. It was complete chaos everywhere. Some people were prepared to die rather than hand over their resources to the bullies. Fires erupted everywhere, and they were trying to protect what was theirs with whatever weapon they could find. Others risked their lives to steal so that they would have a better chance at surviving the treacherous days ahead. The ones who weren't able to defend themselves got beat to a pulp and had their supplies taken away. Zhang walked into the place and saw the chaos that went on. When he got some blood stains on his trousers and shoes, he brought a horn and calmed down the mob with the loud noise. With the mob's attention turned to him, he asked them if they were done with their silly fights. Zhang asked them if they didn't find it ridiculous that they were fighting to the death because of the few resources that were left. They told him that he was very audacious to utter such words to them. He was the one who suggested that they donate their supplies, and they only got to receive a packet of instant noodles every few days. They told Zhang that if they didn't fight for it, then they were going to starve to death. Zhang confirmed the situation by asking if they were fighting for the last remaining supplies because the distributed resources weren't enough and the donated resources had run out. He called them ridiculous and implied that they were supposed to starve to death for their actions. He asked them to think carefully about the one who brought about the situation, and they said it was him. Jiang picked up a loaf of bread on the ground and said he would help them remember. The bread, which was originally a few dollars, had been raised to tens or even hundreds of dollars by those who had abundant resources. To squeeze the people dry, a piece of bread was split into 5 or 10 pieces to auction. Jiang told them that those people managed to get rich due to the disaster. Not only did they use up all their money, they were even having internal strife due to the few remaining resources. Jiang said that it was ridiculous because the people who increased prices were the ones who had plenty of resources but did not donate any. They raised the prices with malice, but it was the rest who were going to starve to death. In an attempt to stir up the crowd, he asked them if the situation was fair. He used his charisma to raise their spirits and told the people to stand united to get back the resources that belonged to them. The mob felt that his words were right and that they weren't being treated fairly at all. They wondered why the ones on top had to benefit while the rest of them were being starved to death. Jiang watched the mob as they got riled up and decided that they needed to get back their share of resources. They didn't see it as anything wrong. Instead, they felt that they were just taking back what rightfully belonged to them. Jiang had a sly smile because he knew that his plans were working exactly as he wanted. Lai saw the chaos that had ensued and concluded that everyone had gone mad. He picked up his phone to text Han Feng and tell him that something big was about to happen. As time went by, the temperatures got worse and the ice engulfed the building. While Han Feng was lying on his couch, he heard the sound of notifications on his phone. Lai had texted him and told him that the people had gone mad. He told Han Feng that Jiang was inciting the owners to snatch resources from the rest, and they had started going from door to door, prying people's locks. Han Feng panicked because he knew that his life would be over if they found out how many supplies he had stored in his room. Lai told him not to face the mob head-on because they all had weapons. He suggested that Han Feng should hide and lay low. Han Feng nervously opened his curtain to see what was going on outside. He didn't expect things to turn out so badly, but at least he had 2 guns in case of a crisis. Since it was such an organized operation, if his resources were to be revealed to the crazy mob, they would definitely eat him up, leaving nothing but bones. He went to where he kept all of his supplies and told himself that he needed to be ready for it. Han Feng brought some items and started preparing his defenses to face the worst possible scenario. He connected some wires and tin foil to his door, but the lights suddenly went out as he laid down the wires. The snowstorm had finally caused a full power failure all over the city. People in different buildings noticed that those who were opposite them didn't have any power as well. They tried to contact management, but they couldn't because there was no signal as well. Han Feng figured that the outage would have happened sooner or later due to the overload usage of power trying to keep people warm. Moreover, the buildup of snow and low temperature made it difficult for any kind of maintenance to be done. As he carried a fuel gallon to refill his generator, he said that the situation meant the power failure and signal loss might be permanent that time around. While cranking the generator to come on, he also said that once the owners realized that power would never come back, the feelings of panic would lead to an even more insane rebellion. That's when the real hell would begin. Meanwhile, 30 minutes before that, we see Huiyan slurping on some noodles while having a conversation with someone. The person mentioned in the group chat that they would buy all resources at 50 times the regular market price. Because of that, the underprivileged paupers shut their mouths. The man told Huiyan that he only spent about 500,000 for all the resources he had. He also took out some of them to auction for a high price, and this caused the others to get into a fight as they tried to buy the items. Due to that, he managed to earn quite a bit of money. The man then caressed Huiyan's cheeks, proving to her that following him was the right choice for her. Huiyan agreed because she was desperately hungry. On the other hand, the man was glad that he could do anything he wanted with her, as long as he had resources. It became noisy outside, and they heard voices asking what the situation on their level was. The people outside gathered their tools and got ready to pry open the door of the room. The man stood up to check on things and wondered why it was so noisy in the middle of the night. He went to the door to listen to what the people were talking about. As they prepared to break in, some said that they remembered the man was buying resources from a lot of owners. He was the one who spearheaded the whole talk in the group chat about raising the prices of supplies. As they kicked the door, the man was pushed off. They continued trying to kick his door down, and he became clueless. He was shaking nervously and was trying to figure out how to save himself. Finally, the crazy mob broke down the door and got ready to raid the apartment. Meanwhile, Han Feng was using his generator to heat up his room. He was trying to test out the trap he had set up on his door, but he found it weird that there was no power. Suddenly, the wires sparked, and there was a little explosion that went off. He quickly dropped the sparking wire before it would send him to the pearly gates. After he recovered, he picked it back up and wished that the internet was still working because whatever he was doing was proving to be very difficult. Someone suddenly knocked on his door, and he peeked out to make sure that it wasn't the owners who were raiding the place. He saw that it was the little girl from earlier and furiously asked what she could possibly want at that time. The girl, with her usual unfazed attitude, told him that she wanted his help again. He found it troublesome that she was looking for him while he was busy with something. Suddenly, the memories of his death flashed through his mind, and he let go of the door handle. He then told her that the owners were going around, breaking doors and robbing people of their resources. Han Feng told the little girl to return to her room quickly and that he wouldn't open his door for her. The girl stood outside for a brief moment, but continued banging on his door and requesting his help. Some time passed, and she sat outside, shivering in the harsh cold conditions. She started hearing the voices of the owners who were getting closer. Some of them were trying to be quick in order not to let their subordinates get ahead of them again. They were ready to break down any door, regardless of whether it belonged to a fellow owner or not. Just as they popped into the corner where she was sitting, she was suddenly gone. The guys noticed that no one had been to that floor yet, so they split up and started prying the doors. The two owners who stood in front of Han Feng's door got their crowbars ready. They knocked on his door and said that they were there to deliver resources. Han Feng sat with his back to the door and covered the little girl's mouth so that she wouldn't make a sound as well. He was shaking nervously and hoping that they would pass his apartment without causing any trouble. When there was no response, the owners started frantically banging on his door like madmen. Han Feng whispered to the girl not to worry because his door had been reinforced, but she was still very unbothered by the situation. The door handle was so sturdy that they found it very hard to break it. They decided to head to the next apartment and leave a mark on Han Feng's door so that they would return when they were done. Han Feng was happy that they had given up, and he remembered that he told some constructors to reinforce his door and handle. When he finally got back to his senses, he quickly let go of the girl's mouth and asked if she was all right. He said that he was afraid that the owners would realize that there was someone there, which was why he held on to her like that. The little girl just thanked him for saving her because she had no idea what would have been her fate if she had been found. Han Feng put his ear on the door to listen closely and concluded that the guys had finally left. He got back to working on the security system for his door. He told her that once he was done fixing it, he would electrocute them to death if they dared to touch his door. He called it an electrocution defense measure. Han Feng told her that she wouldn't understand if he told her about it. He didn't even understand the basics themselves, and the lousy device was still too difficult for him to install. The girl suddenly blurted out that the device used electricity and voltage differences. Han Feng was shocked to find out that she actually had knowledge about it, and she told him that it was simple. The girl then started to guide him through the installation process. He told him that after he cuts off the power supply, he should wrap the bare wire around the door handle and make sure not to touch it if he loves his life. After that, he needed to connect the earth wire from the circuit box to the door handle and, lastly, turn on the power supply. Han Feng diligently followed her instructions, and the defense mechanism finally started working well. He couldn't believe it, and he asked her how she knew stuff like that. The girl started her useless rambling about the true eye of the evil king being able to see the truth of everything in the world. Han Feng cut her off immediately and told her to pretend like he didn't ask. He started putting the rest of his items in place and asked her to quickly state what she needed because he was very busy. The girl ignored him and dropped a lot of items from underneath her dress onto the couch. He called her attention again, and she told him that she would be staying with him from then on. It took some seconds for her words to click in his head, and he asked her what the hell she just said. He took it as a joke and said that it would never happen. Han Feng quickly told the little brat to return to her home at that moment, but she continued with whatever she was doing. His legs got tangled up in the wires, which made him trip and fall to the ground. His hands were suddenly glowing with a purple color, and he was surprised that the fall didn't hurt at all. He touched his coffee table with his enchanted hands, and it suddenly became as soft as a blanket. Looking closer at his hands, he noticed the purple light and wondered if that was what caused his table to become soft. Even the toolbox and everything else he touched at that moment became as soft as a marshmallow. He started fiddling around with his hammer and wondered how the purple light caused items to turn soft. Moments later, Han Feng realized that the little girl was still in the room, and she was just watching him silently. He quickly panicked, but she was intrigued by the ability he just displayed. After his powers were exposed to her, the strange little girl looked at him seriously and assumed that Han Feng was also an emissary chosen by the true eye of the evil king. She looked very happy and enthusiastic as she spewed complete nonsense from her mouth, and Han Feng was completely confused. Seeing that the girl's brain was nothing but silly, he decided to go with the flow. He said that he was also a subordinate chosen by the evil boss king, and that was why unusual phenomena sometimes happened around him. Han Feng's fooling is stopped midway because the girl wants to tell him something. She said that since they were both fellow emissaries, then it was only right that they helped out each other. The girl wanted him to share his apartment with her, but this just made Han Feng more confused. As he tried to make her understand that it was weird for such a young girl to stay with an older guy, she quickly bolted out of the room. Han Feng's flaccid hammer was still in his hands as he heard the door slam shut. He hadn't agreed to her request yet, and he didn't get a chance to tell her his mind. He wondered if she really thought that his room was the lair of the evil king, but he decided to forget about it and leave the girl to her crazy fantasies. Han Feng turned his attention back to his hammer and asked himself what the purple light meant. The thought of the power of being able to turn things soft made him quite worried. With that in mind, he realized that the lights that he possessed were more than two kinds. This meant that there were still others that he hadn't discovered, and maybe he was way more overpowered than he thought. As he thought deeply, he remembered that the purple light showed up when he tripped over the cables and almost crashed into the coffee table. This book would have ended so fast, but I guess there were other plans in store for him. He tried to recall how he felt at that moment when he nearly lost his life. His body shook with fear, but suddenly the purple lights appeared around his hands again. He was shocked that he was actually able to activate the ability by recalling that past moment. Almost like he didn't even have faith in himself. The wires in his hands started to become very soft as well, and he realized that the purple light could also affect the cables. Han Feng decided to find out what else he could possibly turn soft with his abilities. He went to his kitchen and picked up a knife there. Then he activated the ability, and the steel swiftly became like jelly. The more he saw what he was capable of, the more he marveled at how his life had changed so much. He tested the blade on himself and highlighted how it had become so much like jelly. Nevertheless, his experiments didn't stop there. He went ahead to try out the purple light on many other items in his house, and he started to understand it better. So far as he knew, the longer he used the purple light on an item, the softer it became. Other than that, there was no other significant change that he had noticed. He played around with a soft spoon and thought about how useless this newfound ability was. His ability to multiply food and regenerate his wounds proved to be a whole lot more useful than just turning things to jelly. After thinking about it for a while, an idea finally came to his head. Han Feng thought about what would happen if he combined the purple light with another one. He proceeded to test it out on the knife and see what the outcome would be. The purple and green lights engulfed the kitchen knife as he yelled out "Bankai." To his great surprise, the jelly-like knife returned back to its original state. It was as if he was holding a brand new blade as he looked at his reflection on the knife. After seeing the outcome of his experiment, he looked over at the box of tissues on his table. While Han Feng trembled greatly, he used the same powers on a piece of tissue paper. Luckily, things turned out well for him. The tissue became as hard as a rock. Then he realized that he could change the toughness of an item by combining the two different lights. With this information, his newfound ability wasn't so useless anymore. Han Feng looked closer at the hardened tissue and said that the toughness was a bit extreme. In that brief moment, another idea popped into his mind, and he figured out how to make use of this power. Meanwhile, the owners who previously came to raid his apartment were on their way back from their raiding journey. As they walked down the stairs, one of them asked his comrade if he was really going to hand over the resources that they stole. The other guy replied by saying that only a ghost would do something as stupid as that. He also said that he didn't have enough resources for himself. If they do split up the resources, they would have to split it with the women and the elderly. They didn't see any justifiable reason to do that, but they had to keep the matter a secret. They would be screwed if someone found out that they were hoarding supplies for just themselves. One of them noticed something weird going on, and he told his partner to turn around and take a look. The guy turned quickly, and they flashed their lights on the wall. The guys noticed that the wall was wriggling, and they found it very weird. As if it were straight out of a classic horror movie, a horrid face slowly emerged on the wall. It looked as if someone was trapped inside as the face slowly pushed itself out. It came very close to one of the thief's faces, and he was frozen and scared on the spot. While they were still trying to understand what was going on, the scary face brought out its arms to grab them. They trembled at the scary creature in front of them and thought it was a ghost. Before the ghost could do anything heinous to them, the guys ran away quickly like little wimps. The ghost looked uncomfortable and was struggling to breathe as it tried to pull out its face. Finally, Han Feng was revealed to be the mastermind behind the scary prank. He had used his abilities to make the wall very soft, and he stuffed his face inside to chase away the owners. His face was finally free, and he said it was very strenuous to apply his ability to the entire wall. After struggling for a bit, he changed the texture of the wall to become very tough and decided to test out how sturdy it was. Using so much energy was making him tired, but he needed to secure his safety in that building. Han Feng then grabbed a sledgehammer and prepared to slam it against the hardened wall. He mustered up his strength and started swinging around like a brute. On the outside, we could see that the blizzard had frozen up the buildings like popsicles. After strenuously trying to break the wall down for a while, Han Feng concluded that the toughness was too extreme. He wasn't even able to scratch the surface of it. Over at the car park, the devilish cold had slowly started to freeze the ceiling and boards there. One of the guys who was stealing resources earlier submitted the few he was willing to give out. He told the collector that many owners were basically all out of food, but he managed to seize the few resources he had. Suddenly, an arm reached out and grabbed his shoulder. He turned to see who it was, but before he was able to, he suddenly got pinned down by a blonde-haired man. One man is aggressively confronting another, demanding to know where the stolen food is hidden. The person being questioned is on the ground, appearing frightened and defensive, insisting that they haven't hidden anything, and that everything they took is already present. The person in the blue hat is accusing the other of lying, stating that they clearly saw him take 3 large bags, but only handed over 1. The person on the ground, in a panicked and defensive manner, insists that there has been a mistake, swearing that everything they took has already been given up. The person, visibly frustrated and angry, prepares to strike the other man, accusing him of stubbornness and suggesting that a beating might force the truth out of him. The man on the ground looks fearful, bracing himself for the impending assault, while bystanders continue to observe the escalating confrontation without intervening. The blue hat person is suddenly interrupted, reacting with a serious and slightly surprised expression as someone off-screen tells him to stop. The tension is interrupted by the arrival of Wangs, who seems to hold some authority or respect. The person in the blue hat looks surprised and slightly worried as the Wangs addresses him, questioning why he is there. Wangs, who seems calm and rational, asks the person in the blue hat to release the man on the ground, suggesting that they can discuss the issue peacefully. The person in the blue hat reluctantly responds, expressing his concern that the man on the ground might be hoarding food meant for everyone, implying his actions are driven by a sense of injustice rather than mere aggression. Wangs kindly offers to take responsibility for resolving the issue, asking the person in the blue hat to leave it to him. His calm and reassuring demeanor suggests he is confident in handling the situation peacefully. The person in the blue hat, although still visibly anxious, agrees to step back, showing a mix of hesitation and relief as he decides to trust the Wang's approach. The person in the blue hat reluctantly decides to let the man on the ground go, stating that he is sparing him only because of the intervention of the Wang. The man on the ground reacts with a mix of relief and wariness as he is released. Man on the ground is being helped up by the Wang. His expression shows a mix of pain, exhaustion, and a hint of suspicion or defiance. Wang kindly offers his hand to the person on the ground, reassuring him with a comforting statement, likely telling him that everything is all right. The man on the ground, visibly moved and possibly relieved, begins to respond, addressing Wang respectfully. Wang is shown smiling softly, his expression exuding warmth and reassurance. Two large bags filled with food and supplies, with one bag tied shut and the other open, revealing various packaged items inside. The man is now explaining his situation to the Wang, apologizing and revealing that he has a family of 5 to feed, implying that the food rations they received were insufficient. His posture is defensive and remorseful, indicating his desperation and the difficult circumstances that led him to take the extra supplies. Wang offering his own rations to the man. The man receiving the food looks surprised and confused by this gesture, questioning why the man with glasses is doing this. He explaining the rules, emphasizing that collected items must be handed over and redistributed according to the number of people to ensure fairness. However, he also acknowledges the difficulties and challenges faced by the man with the family. The man expresses his gratitude, thanking the man multiple times, showing his deep appreciation and relief. He looks visibly emotional, holding the food close as he is told to quickly return home. The man who received help assures the Wang that if there's ever anything he can do in return, he should not hesitate to ask for old Wang's help, indicating his gratitude and willingness to support in the future. Wang responds warmly, encouraging him to reach out if he faces any difficulties, reinforcing a sense of mutual support and community. Wang addresses the group, advising everyone to collect their supplies quickly and return home. The group responds positively, acknowledging his instructions and expressing their respect and gratitude by addressing him politely. Some even suggest that he should also head back early, showing their appreciation and concern for his well-being. Group are questioning to Wang, curious about how he managed to persuade the person to surrender the hoarded food. They also express their confusion about why he chose to share his own rations with the man who took the supplies. He explains modestly that he didn't do much. He simply helped the man understand a principle or reasoning. The twins, reacting with surprise and curiosity, question what kind of reasoning he imparted. Their expressions suggest intrigue and a bit of awe, indicating that the approach of Wang. He mentioning that in the history of Country M, there have been several instances of violent conflicts caused by clashes of interests among different social levels. His serious expression and the way he adjusts his glasses suggest he is making a critical point about the importance of understanding. A chaotic and fiery setting likely depicting a riot or large-scale conflict. Such behavior is defined as a collective social action, and implies that as long as participants are not caught in the act, they are not held accountable for their involvement. He explains his reasoning, stating that he told the individual that if he breaks the rules, the collective will not tolerate him, and he would simply be seen as a thief. His serious and shadowed expression underscores the gravity of his message. Wang explains that beyond the potential legal repercussions after the disaster ends, those who stole may also face retaliation from the original owners of the stolen goods. The group, particularly the twins, reacts with a sense of realization and concern, understanding the broader consequences of their actions beyond just immediate punishment. Wang is seen interacting amicably with the group, creating a sense of camaraderie and relief among the people. However, the old man in the foreground, partially hidden and observing from the shadows, watches the scene while smoking a pipe. The older man explains that within chaotic groups, there is often a leader who directs and influences the actions of the crowd. His expression is stern and contemplative, suggesting he has experience or insight into the nature of mob behavior. Wang is walking confidently with a cheerful expression, accompanied by the twins and other group members. Observing from a distance, the older man with the pipe remarks that times of chaos often give rise to heroes, suggesting that the young man with glasses is no ordinary individual. Han Feng striking hammer on a surface, likely a window or with significant force. He holding a sledgehammer, appearing exhausted and determined as he tries to break through a window. His heavy breathing and tense posture indicate that he is in a stressful or urgent situation. Han Feng examines a tool or piece of equipment, commenting on the reinforcement of the basement, noting that it has been fully completed and the durability is confirmed. He is startled by a sudden noise in the background. He turns his head quickly, appearing alert and slightly tense. Still holding the tool, he rushing toward the source of the noise, with the thought running through his mind that it might be neighbors coming to steal supplies again. His posture and movement suggest urgency and readiness to confront the potential threat. Han Feng is cautiously approaching a door with a sledgehammer in hand, ready to defend himself. He peers through the peephole while demanding to know who is on the other side. Hyona, dressed warmly in winter clothing, stands outside, Looking up with a determined yet emotional expression, she addresses Han Feng, revealing her presence and declaring that she has thought things through over the past few days. She admits she cannot ignore his feelings for her, indicating a significant and heartfelt conversation. Her tearful eyes and earnest demeanor suggest a moment of vulnerability and sincerity. Han Feng listens intently through the door. He is surprised by what he hears, as indicated by his expression and the exclamation mark. He reflects on the difficulty of discerning true intentions, stating that only those who truly love him would offer their affection unconditionally. His memories flush through his mind, where the man strikes land with brutal force, taking everything from him. His eye is filled with a mix of pain and realization as he recalls past words that mirror the present situation. A menacing figure cloaked in darkness looms behind Hyona, wielding a large weapon with a sinister smile. Hyona's expression is serious and determined. Han Feng stands poised with a sledgehammer, looking determined and ready to confront the approaching threat. His inner monologue reveals his frustration and readiness to take extreme measures, as he expresses a desire to directly kill the two intruders, whom he refers to derogatorily. As he takes a step, suggesting he is either hesitating or pausing his movement, Han Feng pausing and thinking critically about his next move. He realizes that the power outage has left the surroundings in darkness, making his situation more precarious. He contemplates that if he fails to deliver a fatal strike in one blow, there is a significant risk that he could be counterattacked. He is contemplating the use of an electric shock as a potential defensive measure, but he acknowledges the difficulty in making it work effectively. He realizes that for the electric shock to be successful, he would need to trick the intruders into simultaneously grabbing the door handle, which he sees as an impossible task. Han Feng tries to steady himself, gripping a railing and reminding himself to remain calm. He recognizes that he has finally reached a critical moment that he has been waiting for, and emphasizes the need to maintain composure and carefully assess the situation. He is deep in thought, gripping his weapon as he reflects on the situation. He identifies that his greatest threat is not Lai Huina, but the man hidden in the shadows. Han Feng is strategizing his next move, contemplating how to accurately determine the enemy's position within the confines of the house. He understands the urgency of the situation, recognizing that he needs to strike decisively and swiftly. His thought bubbles reflect his internal struggle to find a way to locate the hidden threat without exposing himself to danger. His reaction suggests that he has just realized something unexpected. He believes the man is hiding in a blind spot near their door. Han Feng is cautiously feeling along the wall, trying to locate something specific. He indicates that they believe they are close to finding it. He thinks that they acknowledge the need to spend some time on whatever task they are about to undertake. His hand is depicted with a glowing, possibly magical, aura surrounding it. He explains, but it might just work. Hyona stands outside. Her posture and expression convey a sense of urgency and concern as she tries to communicate with Han Feng inside. We see a tense exchange between two characters outside a door. Hyona prepares to be engaged in a conversation with a man who is holding a large bat, implying he might be up to Han Feng threatening. The man seems skeptical about the effort they're putting into their current plan, questioning if it's truly worth it. However, he rationalizes his actions by mentioning that the person they are targeting still possesses valuable resources, including a significant amount of supplies acquired before a recent disaster. The man with the bat, still standing outside the door, he remarks that the resources possessed by their target will be sufficient to sustain them for several days, implying they intend to take these supplies by force. The glow of a mysterious purple symbol in the background suggests something unusual. The mysterious purple glow has taken on a more defined and menacing shape, resembling some sort of energy or entity emerging from the wall. The hooded man, appearing cautious, asks if the other person hears any noise, indicating that he is starting to sense something off. Hyona responds with confusion, asking, "What noise?" The tension is evident on her face, with beads of sweat highlighting her anxiety. The hooded man expresses a growing sense of unease, stating that he hears something coming from behind him. The hooded man is struck violently by a powerful force, depicted by the vibrant and erratic streaks of purple energy. The force appears sudden and unexpected, indicated by the character's wide-eyed expression and the dramatic impact lines surrounding them. Hoodman is thrown backward, their body twisting mid-air from the force of the blow. The motion lines emphasize the speed, indicating that the man was caught completely off guard. Blood splatters suggest a serious injury, adding a sense of danger and urgency to the scene. Hyona reacts with shock, her wide eyes and open mouth conveying surprise and confusion. Hyona body language shows her hesitation and unease as she tries to understand what has happened. She leans slightly back, her hand near her chest, as if bracing for another unexpected moment. He hesitantly reaches for the door, her expression a mix of fear and determination, as she braces herself for whatever might be lurking behind it. The cold air and her visible breath heighten the tense, suspenseful atmosphere. Han Feng confidently steps forward, holding a fire extinguisher and wearing a sly grin, ready to take action as smoke swirls around him, hinting at his intent and determination. Hyona looks stunned, her eyes wide with shock and uncertainty. As she tries to comprehend the unfolding situation, he is suddenly struck by a powerful blast, sending her flying backward as she screams in pain and surprise, enveloped in a burst of energy and debris. Hyona stands shivering in a snowstorm, her pink coat and winter hat barely shielding her from the biting cold. She crouches down, coughing violently as she struggles to breathe, her breath turning to mist in the frigid air. Frost clings to her eyelashes, and with a look of desperation, she whispers softly, her words lost to the howling wind. In the next moment, Hyona notices something that stops her in her tracks. Someone lying motionless on the icy ground. Her eyes widen in shock as she slowly approaches, realizing the person is barely conscious, shivering uncontrollably in the cold. Someone's face is twisted in pain, his breath shallow. Hyona's expression is filled with worry and urgency, her voice trembling with the cold and fear. Suddenly, from within the swirling snow, a mysterious hand reaches out towards her. She gasps, her eyes widening in shock as she instinctively recoils, caught off guard by this unexpected and eerie presence. Hyona, now sprawled on the icy ground, recoils. Han Feng reaches towards her with gloved hands. She scrambles to her feet in a panic, letting out a terrified scream as she sprints down the snow-covered hallway, her footsteps echoing loudly. Han Feng watches her retreat with a mix of surprise and amusement, noting how quickly she fled. He then encounters someone on the floor, who appears terrified and mutters something incoherent, prompting the protagonist to approach cautiously. The protagonist raises his foot, prepared to assert dominance, as the man below him desperately coughs and pleads for mercy, his voice shaky and panicked. In a defiant outburst, the man tries to reclaim some semblance of authority by asking if the protagonist knows who his father is, but his bravado is quickly shattered when the protagonist strikes him down without hesitation, dismissing the threat with a cold, unwavering resolve. The defiant man, still boasting about his father's influence, is abruptly cut off as the protagonist strikes him again, showing no regard for his connections. The man, now pleading desperately, raises his hand in a gesture of surrender, begging for mercy and questioning why the protagonist is targeting him, emphasizing that they have no personal enmity. The protagonist mercilessly punches the man, dismissing his pleas and demanding answers with a fierce intensity. The man, now pinned to the ground and repeatedly struck, cries out in despair, questioning why his life is being taken and why he deserves such a fate. As the protagonist's clenched, bloodied fist hovers menacingly, he urges the man to finally speak, his patience wearing thin as he prepares to deliver another blow. The battered man lies on the ground, barely conscious and mumbling incoherently, his body covered in bruises and blood. The protagonist calmly picks up a bloody bat, standing over the man with a cold expression, silently contemplating his next move as the tension in the air grows heavy. The defeated man, eyes filled with tears and blood spilling from his mouth, weakly pleads for a reason, desperate to understand why he's being treated so harshly. The protagonist, unmoved by his plea, coldly questions the need for a reason, before lifting him off the ground and brutally slamming him down, dismissing the man's begging as mere pretense in a final show of dominance and disdain. The protagonist stands over the lifeless body, gripping his weapon tightly, and angrily questions if the man had ever sought a reason when he was the one killing others. His breath visible in the cold, his demeanor unshaken and filled with grim resolve. The protagonist, visibly shaken and clutching his bleeding fist, breathes heavily as the weight of his actions begins to settle in. He collapses to his knees, overwhelmed by the intensity of the moment, while the echo of his desperate coughing fills the empty hallway, a stark reminder of the violent path he has chosen. As he struggles to regain his composure, he forces himself to rise, resolute but visibly burdened by the haunting reality of what he's done. As the protagonist turns, he notices a little girl sitting against the wall, calmly observing him with an unreadable expression. The little girl asks if he needs help, breaking the tense silence with an unexpected offer of assistance. In the safety room, the protagonist and the mysterious girl sit across from each other, the tension of their recent encounter still palpable. He expresses his unease at her calmness despite the terrifying events they just witnessed, suggesting it's too dangerous for her to stay with him due to the threat of retaliation from his enemies. She unfazed sips her drink calmly, seemingly indifferent to the dangers he warns about, adding a layer of mystery to her true intentions and identity. The young man urgently confronts the girl, insisting that her refusal to cooperate could put both of them in danger. Despite his warnings, the girl calmly responds that she wants to stay, showing her resolve even in the face of potential threats. The man, clearly frustrated, emphasizes the peril of their current location, warning that staying could lead to their deaths. The girl, showing unexpected determination, slams her glass tightly. The girl stands confidently, her expression calm as she assures the man that he doesn't need to worry, implying that a powerful force or entity known as the True Eye of the Dark King will aid them. Han Feng is surprised. As the girl walks away, she mentions that the Dark King's power is nearly depleted and that rest is necessary, leaving the man confused. Suddenly, he reaches out, grabbing her arm and urging her to wait, signaling his desperation to understand more. Frustrated, Han Feng pulls her closer, demanding that she stop using cryptic phrases and face the reality of their situation. The girl, unfazed and calm, barely reacts as he grips her jacket, maintaining her composed demeanor despite his growing agitation. The girl quietly opens the door, inviting Han Feng to enter as she glances back at him with a calm expression. She remains composed, turning the handle as if revealing a crucial decision that must be made. Peering through the slightly open door, the man questions her next move, his curiosity piqued by her mysterious behavior. His expression shifts to one of shock and disbelief as something beyond the door catches his eye, leaving him speechless and visibly shaken. The scene shifts to a dimly lit underground parking area, where signs direct people to stairs and elevators, all covered in eerie frost. A long line of residents waits patiently, bundled up against the cold, as they receive essential supplies from a distribution table, highlighting the desperate circumstances they face. Residents bundled in thick winter gear endure the freezing cold as they patiently line up for their rations, each face marked by the harsh conditions. A young woman, Hyuna, steps forward to receive her allocated supplies, confirming her apartment number to the distributor, who hands over her share with a nod of acknowledgement. As Hyuna steps back into line with her supplies, someone points out that another resident from the same apartment number had just collected rations, raising suspicions. Hyuna, lost in her thoughts, recalls a troubling scene where a man collapsed unexpectedly, questioning if someone had set a trap, possibly Han Feng's associates, hinting at deeper tensions and distrust among the community. Liu's eyes warmth emanating from Han Feng's apartment, suggesting he has electricity and possibly other hidden resources. She ponders whether Han Feng had secretly prepared for the harsh winter in advance, suspecting that he might have stockpiled supplies, raising questions about his true intentions. Frustrated and angry, Hyuna clenches her fist around her ration, cursing Han Feng for secretly preparing for the cold without sharing or informing her, leaving her with worthless scraps. Determined to uncover the truth, she swiftly bumps into a passerby, her mind set on investigating Han Feng's hidden stash and confronting him. As Hyuna storms off, someone calls out to her, asking her to wait, causing her to pause. Turning around, she recognizes the person and responds with a hint of familiarity, masking her frustration as she prepares for the unexpected encounter. As person tells joining them by the fire, Hyuna hesitates while considering the offer amidst the cold. Hyuna decides to decline the offer, preferring to return home for warmth instead. The atmosphere remains tense as they make their way through the crowd. As Hyuna begins to walk away, a hand suddenly grabs them from behind, halting their steps. The person in the blue coat walks alongside Hyuna, offering them food and urging them to stay with him for a few days. The man tries to charm Hyuna, hinting that he has always been fond of them. However, Hyuna is uncomfortable, their expressions stiffening as they nervously sweat, clearly not welcoming the man's advances. Suddenly, Hyuna lashes out angrily, throwing back the man, clearly rejecting his advances. The surrounding crowd watches in silence as the confrontation escalates. The man, now angry and accusatory, grabs Hyuna, mocking them for trying to act innocent. The situation grows more intense as Hyona cries out in pain, demanding to be released while struggling to free themselves from the man's grip. Hyona realizes something shocking as they overhear a conversation about stolen supplies. In a sudden burst of action, Hyona fiercely strikes the man, their expression filled with rage and determination. The intensity of the attack sends the man reeling. His eyes are wide in disbelief. The man is left stunned, his face showing the impact of the strike as he falls to the ground. In a swift motion, Hyona slaps the man, cutting off his attack. As a result, the man is sent flying backward, falling dramatically into an abyss below, while bystanders witness the intense showdown from above. Nearby onlookers are confused and startled by the commotion, questioning what just flew past them. As the dust settles, they notice the man lying on the ground, defeated and motionless, prompting some to call for help while others watch in shock. A medic girl rushes over to check Hyona, kindly asking if they're injured or feeling unwell. She hands over her business card with a smile, offering her help if any discomfort arises, while Hyona looks relieved and grateful for her concern. Hyona politely declines the medic's help, turning away with a shy expression as the medic is left surprised by the sudden rejection. Shortly after, the medic is taken aback when someone calls her an insult, leaving her stunned and embarrassed. The man, enraged, pins the medic to the ground and screams at the onlookers to mind their own business. He raises his fist, threatening to hit her as his fury reaches a dangerous peak while the crowd watches in horror. Just as the man prepares to strike, he is suddenly hit by a powerful force, knocking him off balance. Brother Lai, blonde and fierce, takes him down with a brutal punch, pinning him to the ground with overwhelming strength. With a cigarette in his mouth, Brother Lai delivers a cold remark, standing over the fallen man in blue. He disdainfully calls out the cowardice of men who strike women while the crowd watches in silence, absorbing the gravity of his words. Wang arrives, commanding everyone's attention as the crowd parts to let him through. The man accuses Hyona of stealing, desperately pointing fingers while she tries to defend herself, insisting she did nothing wrong. Brother Lai steps in, furiously berating the man in blue for daring to assault a woman. He swiftly grabs the man, his anger evident, ready to deliver another blow to put an end to the confrontation. Wang firmly scolds the man, reminding him of the committee's responsibility to protect the vulnerable and ensure that everyone is treated fairly. The man quickly apologizes, and Wang, with an air of authority, warns him that there will be serious consequences if this behavior happens again. Wang politely addresses both the medic and Brother Lai, apologizing for the disturbance and suggesting they reconsider the matter he previously discussed with them. However, Brother Lai shows no interest, walking away dismissively and making it clear that he has no desire to involve himself in their affairs regardless of the consequences. The medic politely declines Wang's offer, explaining that she cannot accept the proposal but remains willing to help if there are patients who need assistance. Wang expresses his gratitude with a gentle acknowledgement as the conversation comes to a close. Hyona approaches Wang nervously, asking if they can join his group. With a subtle smile, Hyona admits they've admired him for a while, but never had the opportunity to say so, hoping that now they can finally spend more time together. Wang calmly questions Hyona, asking if they've misunderstood something, pointing out the practical skills of his current companions. He then apologizes, explaining that they currently lack the value needed for him to consider bringing them into his group, leaving Hyona stunned and hurt by the rejection. Hyona, still reeling from the rejection, hesitates but then makes a bold move, revealing that they know the location of valuable supplies. This revelation catches Wang's attention, causing him to pause and consider the sudden offer. The scene shifts to a storage room filled with boxes and supplies, with someone discussing specific details about the items they've been hoarding. Suddenly, a vortex opens up, pulling everything into a swirling blue void as the situation spirals out of control. In the storage room, the girl excitedly pulls a mysterious blue energy out of thin air while Han Feng watches with enthusiasm. However, they quickly realize something is wrong as they reveal an odd mannequin, completely unrelated to what they were searching for, leaving them both baffled by the absurd discovery. Han Feng summarizes the abilities of the girl, explaining that she can open a vortex in her chest that absorbs everything in sight, though retrieving items is a different story. As the scene shows her surrounded by clutter, it's clear that while she can store things easily, her ability to find specific items is highly unreliable. Han Feng questions the complexities of the vortex, wondering why it is so difficult to find anything within it and if it distorts space. In response, the girl offers to help by sticking her head inside to search for the missing items, receiving permission to proceed. Han Feng cautiously approaches the swirling vortex, observing how naturally the girl's hand moves inside. Despite his hesitation, he steels himself and prepares to enter the mysterious space. Han Feng cautiously begins to enter the vortex, his body slowly getting pulled in as the girl holds the portal open. His eyes narrow in determination, though a bead of sweat betrays his underlying anxiety about the uncertain space he's stepping into. As Han Feng fully enters the vortex, they are greeted by a swirling blue energy surrounding them, their expression turning to surprise as they realize the strange environment within. Floating amidst the chaos, they search for a way to navigate through the mysterious space. Han Feng inside the vortex is overwhelmed by the sheer size and chaos of the space filled with countless objects floating aimlessly. Realizing how difficult it will be to find anything specific, they can't help but compare the situation to searching for a needle in a haystack, all while acknowledging the immense power behind such an ability. Han Feng, now deep inside the vortex, begins to panic as they cry out in shock and confusion, overwhelmed by the vastness of the space and the intensity of the experience. Their fear is palpable as they shout, desperate for some sense of control in the disorienting environment. Han Feng now struggles to escape the pull of the vortex, their body being forcefully drawn back as they gasp in panic. Desperately, they try to resist, shouting as they feel the overwhelming force continue to drag them further into the unknown. After escaping the vortex, Han Feng collapses, coughing and gasping for air, clearly shaken by the experience. In frustration, they demand to know why they weren't warned about the lack of oxygen inside the portal, all while the girl seems calm and unfazed. The girl, deep in thought, suddenly perks up as she seems to have found what she was looking for. With a confident motion, she reaches into the vortex and pulls out the long-lost item, surprising even herself. Han Feng excitedly confirms that the item they were searching for has finally been found, expressing their amazement at the discovery. However, as they continue searching, they stumble upon something unexpected, leaving them surprised once again. Han Feng's expression shifts to shock and disbelief as they suddenly realize the true nature of what they have found, leading to an intense moment of revelation. The group cautiously approaches a dark, worn staircase, their steps echoing as they ascend. In the next scene, they spot a strange glowing sign indicating the number 18. The man leading the group pauses, realizing they're nearing something significant, while tension builds among them. The man holding the flashlight hesitates and nervously asks if they should really continue up to the 18th floor. The boy behind him clutches his tool tightly, clearly uneasy, as he recalls the strange encounters they had before, heightening the group's anxiety. The third member, a man wearing sunglasses, remains calm and mocks their fear. He dismissively points out that it's the 21st century, and they shouldn't still believe in things like ghosts. Finally, the man with the flashlight firmly states that their investigation was entrusted to them by Mr. Zhang, and they must not fail him. The group ascends the dark staircase. The boy expresses his concern, questioning whether they should trust the woman who may be deceiving them. On the other side, someone monitors the group's movements through a drone camera. A voice over the feed urges them to trust Mr. Zhang's judgment and to complete the mission swiftly. We then see Han Feng and the girl watching the surveillance feed. Han Feng remarks that it was fortunate they set up the monitoring system ahead of time, as they carefully watch the group's progress on the screen. Finally, Han Feng, wearing his green jacket, initiates Plan B. He tells the girl that he'll start the fire and that once he returns, she should be ready to act. The intensity rises as they prepare to move forward with their carefully laid plans. Han Feng is seen checking his stopwatch and realizes that timing is critical for their plan. In the background, the girl continues her preparations, indicating that both are focused on executing their mission with precision. The countdown on the stopwatch shows just 2 minutes left, heightening the tension as time runs out. The group climbing up the dark staircase. The man in front asks if the others hear a sound ahead, Both the boy and the girl, clearly anxious, wonder if they might encounter the strange ghost-like entity they previously encountered. Suddenly, mysterious lights appear at the top of the staircase, increasing the tension even more. A toy vehicles zoom through the air. The vehicles equipped with explosives barrel down toward the group at high speed. The intensity of the chase is heightened by the relentless movement and debris flying in every direction. As one of the vehicles rushes toward them, the man in the lead shines his flashlight on it, confused by its appearance. He mutters to himself in disbelief, asking if it's a toy car. The tension escalates as the man gets a closer look at the car, only to realize that it's armed with explosives. The danger becomes clear just as the vehicle speeds past him, its cargo about to detonate. The toy car explodes in a fiery blast, engulfing the area in a massive explosion. The shockwave rocks the surroundings, leaving the group to face the aftermath of this deadly attack. After the explosion, the group finds themselves surrounded by a thick cloud of ash. The boy struggles to see, exclaiming that his eyes are in pain, while the other calls out, asking where everyone is amidst the disorienting smoke. Suddenly, a strange vehicle with hovering orbs appears from above. The man in sunglasses looks up in shock as the new threat descends, realizing that it's carrying another explosive device. The danger intensifies as the fuse on the bomb is clearly lit and counting down. In a desperate moment, the man shouts to the group to escape. The urgency of the situation becomes clear as the group scramble to flee from the imminent blast. The drone hovers in the air, carrying a dangerous payload as it closes in on the group. From the room, the girl looks on through the monitor, her face full of concern. With only 22 seconds remaining, Han Feng, determined, vows that this time, he will teach the intruders a lesson. The camera feed counts down as Han Feng watches the group inch closer. At 15 seconds, the group remains unaware of the drone above them, making its final approach. The man in the lead has no idea what's coming. Suddenly, the drone's presence becomes apparent, and the man shouts in frustration. The screen captures his fall, and Han Feng panics, shouting not to let the drone get damaged, clearly prioritizing the mission's success over anything else. The man furiously swings his weapon at the approaching drone, determined to take it down before it can complete its mission. His intense strike lands with a loud impact, sending pieces flying as he manages to damage the drone mid-flight. However, the damage throws the drone off balance. The girl monitoring the situation from the control room anxiously announces that the left side of the drone is malfunctioning, making it impossible to stabilize. With only 5 seconds remaining, Han Feng shouts in frustration, knowing the drone is their only weapon in this fight. The countdown reaches 3 seconds, and the drone is seen plummeting downward, out of control. The scene becomes chaotic as the situation spirals out of their hands, the impending explosion drawing ever closer. As the drone reaches its final seconds, the girl monitoring the feed shouts for control, urging Han Feng to stabilize it. The countdown reaches 1 second, and a massive explosion lights up the sky, engulfing the area in a fiery blast. The drone struggling with mechanical failure. The girl informs Han Feng that the right rotor has malfunctioned, causing the drone to descend uncontrollably. Panicked, Han Feng yells to find a safe place to land it before it's completely destroyed. Finally, the drone crashes outside a building window, narrowly avoiding total disaster. The girl reports the successful emergency stop, though the drone remains outside, clinging to the edge of the structure as snow continues to fall. Han Feng looks worried as he tells the girl that the drone is too important to lose, and he plans to retrieve it. The urgency is evident, but the girl remains calm, staring at the screen. Suddenly, she mentions something strange about the staircase. There seems to be a body there. Han Feng is shocked and leans in to check the screen. Both of them are confused by the unexpected discovery. They ask each other if it's really a body, their concern growing as the mystery deepens. A person lying outside a window. As the camera focuses, Han Feng recognizes the person. He is taken aback, exclaiming that it's Lai Ji, someone they clearly know. The situation becomes more dire as they try to figure out what happened. Han Feng and the girl sit in confusion as they question why Lai Ji's body is lying in that location. Han Feng's expression becomes more serious as he wonders if Lai Ji had also been attacked, raising concerns about their safety. He reminds the girl not to open the door while he's gone, assuring her that he has the key and will return soon. His tone is urgent, knowing that time is of the essence. As he moves towards the exit, Han Feng takes one last look around, his mind focused on the mission ahead. Han Feng curious, looks up as the girl approaches him. She hands him a communication device and instructs him to keep in touch during his mission. Han Feng looks serious as he accepts it, understanding the importance of staying connected in the dangerous situation they are dealing with. He thanks her for the device and prepares to leave, tucking it away safely. In the next panel, Han Feng is seen readying his weapon, his expression tense. Internally, he hopes he won't have to use it. But the situation leaves him no choice but to be prepared for any outcome. This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video. Han Feng cautiously descends a dark, eerie staircase, gripping a flashlight that casts a narrow beam ahead. Little girl monitors Han Feng's descent down the staircase from above, calling out each floor level with a cautious tone. She keeps track, ensuring each floor is safe as he moves further down. He pauses on the staircase, visibly alarmed as he notes the extreme temperature, which reads a dangerously low -49.8 degrees Celsius. His face shows concern as he realizes that, without proper protection, a person would freeze within half an hour in these conditions. Outside, a harsh snow-covered landscape stretches across cityscape, with towering buildings shrouded in frost. As little girl comments on Han Feng's worsening condition, realizing they need to act quickly to avoid further complications. One man, bundled up against the cold, he warns them to be extremely cautious if they plan to proceed. A group of men huddles around a small table, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of a single candle. One of them acknowledges the hardships they've endured. Wang, seated at the center, instructs them to distribute 3 thick coats for warmth. One of the members responds affirmatively, while others express their gratitude, understanding the value of these provisions in the freezing conditions. A hand tightly grips a bundle of what appears to be clothing or supplies, a sign of careful preparation amidst harsh conditions. The group gratefully receives the warm clothing from the man in charge, expressing their thanks with genuine appreciation. He reassures them, stating that those who contribute will always be respected and taken care of, reinforcing a sense of unity and mutual support among them. Hyuna nervously asks the man if she can join their group. The man, however, responds firmly with a refusal, leaving her visibly disappointed. Wang, adjusting his glasses, explains his reasons for refusing her request, citing doubts about the authenticity of her friend's actions. He adds that if not for a relative witnessing someone transporting supplies, he wouldn't have trusted her at all, his tone firm and skeptical. Wang instructs the group to head together to a nearby building, implying it requires immediate inspection. Hyuna responds with respect, and another person is directed to bring her some tools, signaling readiness for their mission. Wang addresses Hyuna with a serious tone, stating that regardless of whether her information is true or false, her real intentions are what matter. Hyuna's face shows a mix of surprise and determination as she processes the man's words. Hyuna, now more resolute, takes a tool handed to her by a man in a beanie, her expression set with determination. Gripping the tool tightly, Hyuna reassures the man with a determined yet slightly hesitant expression, stating that she understands what's expected of her. The team's footsteps echo against the metal staircase as they descend carefully. The group advances down the dark staircase, led by the man, his flashlight illuminating the way. Everyone follows closely, gripping their tools tightly. One of the group members urgently calls out to the leader, pointing toward a figure lying motionless on the staircase ahead. The group stares in shock as they recognize the face of the unconscious figure. It's Lai Zi. One of the group members helps Lai Zi by gently pouring warm liquid from a flask into his mouth. Lai Zi chokes and sputters as the warm liquid jolts him awake, his eyes wide with shock and confusion. Lai Zi gasps and coughs intensely, clutching at his chest as he fully awakens, the shock evident on his face. Lai Zi's eyes widen in confusion as he looks around. The leader stands beside Lai Zi, holding the flask, while another teammate kneels to check on his condition. Lai Zi looks up at them with a slight smile. Lai Zi lets out a hearty laugh, expressing relief and gratitude for the rescue. His teammates exchange relieved glances, glad to see his spirits lifting as he recovers in their presence. One of the team members angrily scolds Lai Zi, criticizing his attitude and reminding him that he hasn't even thanked their leader for saving his life. Lai Zi looks taken aback. Lai Zi lets out a soft sigh, finally acknowledging the words of his teammate. Lai Zi snaps back, arguing that if thanks are due, they should be directed toward those whose supplies were taken. The leader steps forward, visibly angered by Lai Zi's disrespectful remark, his stern expression reflecting his frustration. The teammate behind him seems equally shocked, gripping the leader's arm as if to hold him back from reacting impulsively. The leader earnestly extends an invitation to Lai Zi, explaining that only through unity can they survive the harsh conditions together. However, Lai Zi, visibly annoyed, rejects the offer again, expressing frustration at being asked repeatedly. A teammate confronts Lai Zi sharply, warning him not to disrespect their goodwill. The group stands together, illuminated by the flashlight. Lai Zi, visibly annoyed, questions the group's intentions, challenging whether they plan to force him to join them. While the others watch him with growing tension, the leader addresses Lai Zi calmly, asking if there's been a misunderstanding between them. He explains that they only wish for Lai Zi to contribute his strength to give the weaker members a better chance at survival, hoping to appeal to his sense of responsibility. Lai Zi responds angrily, accusing the leader of having ulterior motives, his face twisted with frustration. He argues that being given scarce resources every few days is no different from waiting to die. He defiantly shouts down the staircase, declaring that he has no need for their pity or handouts. Han Feng listens intently as he reflects on Lai Zi's words. He realizes that providing food only every 3 days could mean that the group's leader doesn't truly care about the well-being of the weaker members. Han Feng observes from above as the leader speaks with Lai Zi, revealing his strategy of keeping older, weaker members only to attract younger recruits. Han Feng realizes this selfish approach could eventually lead to internal conflicts within the group, as trust begins to erode. One of the group members angrily grabs Lai Zi by the collar, accusing him of being ungrateful. The agitated teammate tightens his grip on Lai Zi's collar, demanding a clear answer on whether he will join the group or not. His frustration is evident as he warns Lai Zi to stop blocking their path if he refuses, escalating the confrontation. The tension reaches a boiling point as the two men clash, pressing their foreheads together in a heated confrontation. The man in the beanie sits on the ground, visibly frustrated and holding his head in his hands, seemingly defeated by the ongoing tension. Lai Zi stands firm. Lai Zi faces a group of men armed with makeshift weapons, his expression unwavering and resolute. The leader observes the standoff with a calm, unreadable expression, a slight smirk appearing on his face. The leader turns to face his followers, who are armed and ready. Lai Zi stands his ground, facing the group as they close in around him, their weapons raised and ready. With a fierce expression, Lai Zi raises his fist defiantly, shouting that he's not afraid of them. Watching from above, Han Feng observes Lai Zi's defiant stance with concern, realizing that he might collapse at any moment. Determined to help, Han prepares to intervene, sensing the urgency of the situation. Han Feng hesitates, realizing the overwhelming number of opponents surrounding Lai Zi. Doubts cloud his mind as he questions what difference he could make even if he intervened, feeling conflicted about his ability to help. Han Feng clenches his fist, recalling all the times Lai Zi had helped him in the past. Driven by loyalty and gratitude, he resolves that he cannot just stand by and watch Lai Zi face this danger alone. Han Feng's face shows a mix of determination and anxiety as he steels himself for the decision he's about to make. Han Feng reaches into his coat, pulling out a handgun with a determined grip. Han Feng sits silently, gripping the gun firmly as he watches the scene below with a stern, contemplative expression. Lai Zi, battered but defiant, taunts the crowd, challenging them to come at him if they dare. Lai Zi reacts with a startled expression, his eyes widening in surprise as he hears a sudden noise.
A gun fires with a loud bang, sending a bullet speeding through the air, leaving a flash in its wake. The bat hits the ground hard, causing a small crack upon impact. The sudden gunshot startles the group, with one of them on the ground, looking in shock as the others stand behind him, holding weapons and appearing unsettled. Confusion and fear spread across their faces as they anxiously question each other, with one exclaiming that it was a gunshot, while others expressed disbelief, unable to comprehend what just happened. Han Fang, holding a gun with fierce determination, commands the others to stay still, his expression intense and unyielding. On the staircase, two of them with flashlights stand off against a group of startled onlookers. The men in the group raise their hands cautiously, their faces tense with fear. Brother Lai, holding the gun, appears uneasy, glancing over with sweat on his brow, showing signs of uncertainty. The others, masked and visibly shocked, exchange anxious glances as they struggle to comprehend the tense standoff unfolding before them. Hyona watches anxiously, wondering why Han Fang in front dared to come out and, more importantly, how he got a gun. Han Fang with the gun hands over a key to Brother Lai, instructing him to hold it as they both cautiously move forward. Keeping their guard up, the group of men holding bats and pipes hesitates, muttering among themselves about their next move while staying alert to the armed man's every action. Suddenly, one of the men steps forward, causing a tense silence as everyone braces for what could happen next. Han Fang with the gun, looking serious and unwavering, orders the group to drop their weapons and get down. Faced with this demand, the group hesitates, crouching down cautiously, keeping their eyes fixed on him with a mixture of fear and apprehension. As he prepares to leave, Han Fang warns them sternly, daring anyone to make a move as his companion signals it's time to go. The group watches in tense silence, barely moving as the Han Fang and Brother Lai head up the icy stairs, leaving behind an unsettling atmosphere. Zhang, stepping forward, asks if anyone recognizes the man who just confronted them. Hyona, clearly distressed, reveals that the man is Han Fang, the very person they were on their way to see. Another member of the group, visibly angry, grabs Hyona by the collar, demanding why she didn't mention Han Feng had a gun, while she stammers that she hadn't known either. While Zhang intervenes, stating his trust in her, he then suggests that since Han Feng is armed, he might also have valuable supplies, encouraging everyone to consider this possibility. Another member of the group eagerly agrees, speculating that Han Feng could be the one who has been collecting valuable items. He contemplates this idea, realizing that Han Feng is likely the person his uncle had previously mentioned encountering. One of the group members nervously asks if they should stick to the original plan, concerned about the possibility of gunfire. He reassures them, reasoning that if Han Feng intended to kill, he would have done so already. He then addresses the group, announcing a change of plans and suggesting they return to prepare safety measures before proceeding. Outside, snow falls heavily on the frozen high-rise buildings as someone urgently calls for access to Unit 1804. The door labeled 1,804 inches. Han Fang and Brother Lai stand silently, Brother Lai expressing nervousness as his hands tremble slightly. Brother Lai in the blue gloves cautiously inserts the key into the lock, his hands visibly shaking. As the door opens, a warm light spills out, surprising him with its comforting warmth, which contrasts sharply with the cold atmosphere outside. Han Fang with the gun urgently tells his companion to hurry inside, both looking tense. They notice the warmth coming from a heater, amazed to find such a luxury in the cold environment. Discovering a generator nearby, they are astonished at the resourcefulness of the room's inhabitant. Brother Lai in gloves looks at the fully stocked shelves, his eyes wide with excitement at the sight of the abundant supplies. He, appearing exasperated, questions Han Fang about what's happening, gesturing animatedly with one hand. He seems flustered, scratching his head as he tries to respond. Suddenly, Brother Lai turns around with a surprised expression. Peeking from behind a door, the girl with glasses curiously observes the scene, wondering aloud about the situation. Han Fang, now visibly sweating, stammers, admitting that he completely forgot something important. Brother Lai turns to Han Fang with a puzzled expression, questioning her presence. The girl, standing calmly nearby, watches the two with a hint of curiosity. 2 hours later, Brother Lai, with his cheeks full of food, nods in understanding as he mutters through bites. The three of them gather at a table laden with various dishes, discussing how well prepared they are, with the girl noting that studying really paid off. Han Fang apologizes to Brother Lai, admitting he withheld information about a shortage, causing the blonde man's eyes to bulge in shock. Still munching on his meal, he grips his chopsticks firmly. He stands up, bowing deeply with gratitude, expressing how thankful he is and how the help has meant so much to him. Han Fang, taken aback, looks at him with a hint of concern and addresses him warmly. Encouraging Brother Lai not to be so formal, he reassures him, reminding him of all the help he's also given and inviting him to continue eating, which brings Brother Lai to tears of appreciation. He places a reassuring hand on Brother Lai's shoulder, praising him as a genuinely kind person, which brings the blonde to tears. Later, the three of them sit around a table, discussing how circumstances in the area have drastically changed. Brother Lai reminds Han Feng about the previous message he had sent before the power outage, and Han Feng confirms, acknowledging it. Meanwhile, the group armed with makeshift weapons walk down a hallway, appearing tense and ready, united in purpose but wary of their surroundings as they prepare to confront the chaos around them. Zhang watches as a group walks away, his expression serious as he contemplates the unfolding events. A chaotic brawl breaks out, with one man in a blue hat trying to fend off attackers, his face filled with determination. Brother Lai, looking at an image of two identical brothers, confirms they are indeed the college twins, Jin Ti-woo and Jin Ti-moon, as the blonde man remarks on their troublesome nature. He is discussing the situation, with Han Feng expressing surprise at how quickly the committee's influence has grown. While Brother Lai seems uneasy about their methods and reputation, Han Feng suggests that their adversaries are in for a taste of karma, asking his companion to guess who might come after them next. Suddenly, a fierce man charges forward, angrily shouting Li Yung-ho. As he throws a powerful punch, he lands a brutal blow on his opponent's face, showing off his skills as a former middleweight champion, with onlookers stunned by his strength and precision. Brother Lai leaned forward, his face tense with worry as he checked on Han Feng. Despite his concerned question, Han Feng remained silent, his head bowed under an invisible weight. Han Feng let out a tired breath, his eyes barely open as he muttered something under his breath, his exhaustion evident. Moments later, he was seen in a more relaxed setting, slumping back into a cozy chair in his bright yellow sweater. Letting out a deep yawn, he stretched lazily and remarked how the ordeal had finally come to an end. Brother Lai laughed as he looked around the spacious and cozy room, surprised that you had such a comfortable place on this floor. Han Feng lounged casually on the sofa. Ya quietly observed from her spot at the table, surrounded by the warm glow of header, which made the room feel even more inviting. Han Feng held his phone, a small smile crossing his face as he remarked that having his help was the only reason they could pull off their recent act. With a decisive nod, he suggested they follow the next steps exactly as planned. Han Feng pointed decisively towards the room, instructing Ya and Brother Lai to pack up everything inside. He emphasized leaving behind any unnecessary trash or packaging, ensuring only the essential items were taken. Brother Lai hesitated, clearly confused about the plan, and questioned Han Feng's intentions as he was asked to open the windows to rapidly lower the room's temperature. Brother Lai's frustration was evident as he demanded to know what Han Feng was really trying to achieve, while Han Feng maintained his calm demeanor. He stood firm, gripping his weapon tightly as he explained his strategy. They had been struggling for a long time, ensuring their adversaries would waste energy breaking through only to find nothing worthwhile. Later, as the group gathered around the table for a meal, Han Feng discussed the stakes with Brother Lai and Ya. He pointed out how deploying such an elaborate operation and returning empty-handed would undoubtedly trigger outrage among their opponents. The group crowd gathered outside, murmuring anxiously. Meanwhile, back indoors, Han Feng analyzed the situation, confident that the focus of blame would shift onto others, ensuring their team remained out of the spotlight. Brother Lai voiced his concerns, emphasizing that even with a gun, their position wasn't secure due to the overwhelming number of opponents. He pointed out that a single misstep could lead to their weapon being seized, making things worse. Han Feng nodded gravely, acknowledging that such an outcome would indeed be the worst-case scenario they needed to avoid. Han Feng considered the implications of acquiring a gun, speculating that the opposing group might try to maintain their image by resolving the conflict peacefully rather than escalating it. Brother Lai, however, wasn't convinced and raised the concern of what might happen if the group decided to open fire instead. Han Feng, with a calm but sharp tone, pointed out a critical detail: the gun only had one bullet, which he had already used earlier. This revelation left Brother Lai and Ya visibly startled, as the already fragile situation seemed even more precarious. Brother Lai stared at Han Feng in shock, piecing it together. He exclaimed that Han Feng must have intentionally let the gun be seized as part of his plan. Han Fang, unfazed, nodded with a sly smile, confirming that even such a risky move was calculated. Later, the group sat down for a meal, with Brother Lai jokingly suggesting they should just lay low, act miserable, and hope for a windfall. Ya, quietly munching on her food, appeared amused. Han Fang, however, dismissed the idea, stating firmly that their next move would focus on completing the core mission, leaving no room for hesitation. Zhang's group marched purposefully through the dimly lit hallway, Zhang radiating determination as he rallied them with a call to overthrow the committee. The crowd gathered in the dimly lit underground space, forming a line as a man in a hooded jacket barked orders, demanding everyone to stay in line and not cut ahead. Meanwhile, Zhang sat at a table surrounded by supplies and stacks of boxes, while the line of people stretched back, waiting for their turn. In the dim corridor, Zhang at the distribution table diligently handed out supplies. Boxes of goods were stacked nearby. A short distance away, two men, one holding a flashlight and the other carrying a box, conversed quietly. The man with the flashlight reassured his companion that every exit was thoroughly checked and secure. Brother Lai and Han Fang sat against the cold wall, their bodies tense and visibly battered. Brother Lai leaned slightly towards Han Fang, whispering something. Han Fang, with his usual calm but sharp demeanor, stroked his chin thoughtfully, as though calculating their next move. Brother Lai explained the layout of the building, pointing out that the first 4 floors were cleared, while the 5th and 6th floors were occupied by staff and families. The 7th and 8th floors remained inaccessible, likely guarded. He speculated that the warehouse they were looking for was probably located on the upper levels. Meanwhile, armed with a metal pipe, Brother Lai strategized their next move. He volunteered to head up and distract the guards while Han Fang used the opportunity to infiltrate and disrupt their plans. Han Fang nodded silently, ready for the task ahead. Brother Lai and Han Fang cautiously ascended the dimly lit staircase, their weapons ready as they scanned for any signs of movement. Brother Lai whispered his confusion, wondering aloud where everyone had gone. Perhaps they were taking a break to eat. Reaching another floor, they noticed it too was eerily empty. Brother Lai, trying to calm Han Fang's rising tension, advised him not to overthink the situation. He reached the 7th floor, pausing in front of the marked door. Han Fang questioned whether the supplies were truly stored on these upper levels. Brother Lai hesitated, admitting he wasn't entirely sure in such uncertain circumstances. As they cautiously peered around the corner, Brother Lai's frustration grew. Not only were there no guards in sight, but the complete absence of anyone felt suspicious. He muttered about how strange it was not to see even a single soul. He moved cautiously through the dim corridor, their flashlights piercing the darkness. Brother Lai suggested they split up to search, instructing Han Fang to take the left while he covered the right, with a plan to call out if anything suspicious arose. Han Fang nodded in agreement, gripping his weapon tightly. As they progressed, Han Fang let out a quiet sigh, remarking to himself that he had expected more resistance along the way. Still, he rationalized that this reconnaissance mission was meant to scout the area rather than engage in a full confrontation. As the group gathered around the table, Han Fang calmly explained the situation. He pointed out that the committee had too many members for them to defeat head-on. Instead, he proposed that the only way to dismantle their power was by targeting them from within. He listened intently while Brother Lai leaned forward, asking how they could accomplish such a task. He confidently elaborated, describing the committee as an organization that thrived on controlling resources. He suggested that if they could locate the warehouse storing their supplies and empty it, the committee's structure would collapse instantly. Han Fang moved cautiously through the dim corridor, his flashlight cutting through the darkness. Muttering to himself, he acknowledged the difficulty of locating the exact room where the supplies might be hidden. His mind remained alert, aware of the possibility of someone suddenly appearing and catching them off guard. Just as his thoughts wandered, he froze, his eyes widening in surprise. In the distance, Brother Lai moved, its silhouette barely visible in the dim light. "Did we actually find it?" he murmured under his breath, gripping his weapon tightly. Han Feng, with a nervous grin, tried to explain himself, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Brother Lai hesitated, questioning whether such an obvious label could be a trap. Han Feng, still unsure, tilted his head and responded with skepticism, wondering if it might actually just be what it seemed, a storage room. Han Feng pointed out the lock on the door, noting how unusually secure it was. Brother Lai, holding the flashlight steady, dismissed the concern casually, suggesting it might have been left locked by mistake. "We'll know once we open it," he added confidently, moving closer to inspect the door. Both of them readied themselves. As Brother Lai moved to unlock the door, Han Feng quickly grabbed his arm, shouting for him to wait. Han Feng pointed out the setup, calling it a textbook trap designed to catch them off guard. Brother Lai leaned in closer, muttering how elaborate and suspicious the mechanism looked. Han Feng urged caution, emphasizing that whoever set this up was meticulous enough to even rig explosives, making it impossible to predict what might be hidden behind the door. Han Feng recalled overhearing the two men earlier, mentioning something suspicious about the warehouse door. He speculated that their conversation might have been a hint about the trap they now faced. Brother Lai, nodding in agreement, acknowledged Han Feng's sharp observation. Han Feng then emphasized the importance of not rushing into anything. He proposed they first figure out what was inside the warehouse before making any drastic moves, suggesting they proceed cautiously and check the upper floors later. Brother Lai, with a serious expression, agreed to the plan, ready to follow Han Feng's lead. Han Feng dashed through the dim hallway, his flashlight illuminating the path ahead as he moved with precision and speed. Brother Lai followed closely behind, gripping his weapon tightly. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the corridor, shouting for them to stop. Without hesitation, they pressed forward cautiously, their flashlights sweeping across the cracked walls and damp floor. As Han Feng and Brother Lai navigated the dim hallway, Han Feng suddenly called out a warning, his sharp eyes catching movement. A man leaped from the shadows, wielding a weapon aimed at Brother Lai. Reacting swiftly, Han Feng raised his pipe to block the incoming strike. Without hesitation, Brother Lai counterattacked, landing a powerful kick that sent the guard staggering backward. He yelled for Han Feng to escape, urging him to leave the fight and secure their mission. While Brother Lai stood his ground, ready for the next move. As Brother Lai smashed against the locked door, Han Feng questioned the earlier assumption that no one would be around when supplies were distributed. Brother Lai, frustrated, admitted he hadn't been allowed on this floor previously, which left him uncertain. Suddenly, they heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps approaching, and Han Feng quickly alerted Brother Lai to the presence of someone nearby. Deciding not to engage directly, Han Feng suggested they continue upstairs to avoid unnecessary confrontation. Brother Lai nodded in agreement, and they cautiously climbed the stairs. Reaching the 8th floor, they stopped momentarily to assess the surroundings. Brother Lai noticed something off about Han Feng's posture, drawing his attention to his injured hand. Han Feng, clutching his arm, muttered through gritted teeth that it felt as if the bone might be broken. Despite the pain, he suggested they find a secure spot to rest, hinting at his worsening condition. Brother Lai, visibly concerned, nodded in agreement, but his face suddenly twisted in fear. Han Feng froze as Brother Lai's terrified expression confirmed that something or someone was looming right behind him. His stuttering voice broke through the silence as he pointed behind Han Feng, eyes wide in panic. Han Feng was caught off guard as a strong hand clamped over his face, muffling his exclamation of surprise. Before he could react, he was violently pulled backward through the doorway, his legs flailing helplessly in the air. Han Feng falling from a great height, his scream echoing as his body crashes with immense force onto the ground. The impact sends shockwaves through the surroundings, scattering debris everywhere. The steel gate with a deafening crash, the force of the impact warping the metal. As he slides down, battered but alive, his expression twists with pain, his breath visible in the cold air. Clenching his teeth, he mutters faintly, he laced with frustration and resolve. Despite the evident damage, his fiery determination burns bright in his eyes. As Han Feng struggles to sit up, His body weak from the earlier impact, a hooded man steps forward. He asking if Han Fang is alright and urging him to hold on. Han Fang glances up, his exhaustion evident, but though his body trembles from the pain. The man steps closer, as they demand an explanation for Han Fang's presence. Han Fang, still visibly shaken, but attempting to mask his discomfort, offers a strained response, claiming they were only there to collect supplies. The man questioning Han Fang's claim with a hint of suspicion. Without waiting for a response, he steps forward and presses their boot onto Han Fang's chest, pinning him to the ground. Han Fang clenches his teeth, struggling against the weight, his body trembling under the pressure. A nervous laugh escapes him as he tries to hide his discomfort. The man, however, his face now visible with a mocking smirk, questions Han Fang's excuse, dismissing it as if he were speaking to a child. He points out their deliberate avoidance of certain areas, implying they are more aware of the system in place than they pretend to be. Han Fang's expression hardens, anger flaring as he accuses the man of tailing them. His frustration are evident as he demands answers. The man, unbothered by the accusation, scoffs at the idea. He coldly remarks that surveillance here is unavoidable, mocking their belief that no one was watching. Meanwhile, many people looms nearby. Han Fang's eyes widen in shock. As he takes in the horrifying scene before him, several unconscious or lifeless individuals sprawled across the room. He mutters in disbelief, questioning if this was the work of the man. The moment is interrupted by footsteps echoing through the hallway. The man casually instructs his subordinates to search the house, while Han Fang, still pinned, realizes the situation is growing more dangerous. He whispers in alarm, recognizing the name Lai Ji. The man smirks faintly before turning away. Han Fang watches him leave, confusion and dread flickering in his expression as he contemplates his next move in the chaos unraveling around him. The man opens a window, letting a blast of icy wind fill the room. Han Fang watches in disbelief as the man prepares to leap from the 8th floor. He protests, pointing out the dangerous height, but the man calmly corrects him, noting the snowdrift below reduces the height to only 4 stories. The man crouches on the window ledge, dismissing the risk as insignificant with the snow to break his fall, as he sarcastically offers Han Fang a choice jump or die another way. Meanwhile, Han Fang hears a sudden commotion. A nearby door bursts open with a loud crash, startling him. He turns quickly, tense and alert, realizing he has been spotted. Shouting erupts as the pursuers zero in on his location. Han Fang's eyes narrow with determination as he braces for action, knowing escape is his only option. The man leaps first, vanishing into the thick snowstorm outside. Lu Fang hesitates for only a moment before pushing himself off the ledge. The man lands harshly on the slippery rooftop below, the impact forcing him into an uncontrollable slide. As Han Fang tumbles uncontrollably down the icy slope, his body is suddenly enveloped in a burst of vibrant purple energy. His hands instinctively extend forward, and the powerful force radiates heat even in the freezing snowstorm. Lu Fang's face in determination and grit. The man crashes into the snow below, landing with precision and using the thick layer of snow to absorb the impact. Suddenly, behind Han Fang slams into the ground nearby, creating a shockwave that sends snow flying in all directions. The man glances back, his expression momentarily shifting to surprise as he notices the faint remnants of purple energy flickering in the snow behind him. Han Fang crashes into the snow with a deafening impact, sending icy debris flying in all directions. The ground beneath him cracks slightly from the force, yet he remains unfazed. The man narrows his gaze as he notices movement from above, pointing out that someone else is still alive. Han Fang quickly turns his head as he spots another man descending from the snowy heights. Han Fang glances back, his sharp eyes darting toward the source of a faint sound cutting through the icy wind. His expression shifts to surprise as he notices movement nearby. The man moves swiftly, smashing through the icy window with brute force. Shards of glass and snow scatter in every direction as the cold wind rushes into the room. Han Fang, startled by the sudden movement, quickly shifts his stance, his eyes narrowing in anticipation. Han Fang's expression tightens as the cold sweat on his face, but his resolve remains unshaken. The icy landscape stretches below, leaving a faint trail in the snowstorm. The icy window shatters completely, leaving a jagged opening as the snowstorm rages outside. Moments later, 3 pursuers burst through the doorway, weapons in hand and expressions cold with intent. The pursuers search the area but find no sign of their target. Frustration grows as they shout to each other, concluding that Han Feng must have escaped downward. Without hesitation, they decide to follow, instructing one of their own to report the situation to their leader. Inside the room where Han Feng and the man and a third man sit around a small makeshift fire. The flickering flames cast shadows across the battered walls and scattered debris. Han Feng glances at the hooded man, his expression weary but laced with faint irritation, as he silently comments on the man's sharp and confident demeanor, finding it slightly overbearing. Han Feng darts through the stairwell, his thoughts racing as he realizes how close he was to being discovered earlier. He glances at the man beside him, who motions toward the upper floors with urgency, yelling for him to head to the 5th floor. Caught off guard, Han Feng stumbles slightly but quickly regains his footing, confusion flashing across his face as he questions the sudden command. The man tightly grabs Han Feng, pulling him along with force as they navigate through the stairwell. He calmly explains that their pursuers will assume they continued downward, making it the perfect opportunity to escape upward and mislead them. Han Feng, struggling to keep up, gasps for breath, his irritation showing as he mutters his complaints about barely being able to breathe. Despite his doubts earlier, Han Feng reflects on the man's quick thinking, realizing that his strategy is proving effective. The man turns to Han Feng as he questions if Han Feng is scared. Han Feng wide-eyed, but he refuses to answer. The 3 sit around the crackling fire, its dim glow casting eerie shadows on the peeling walls. The man speaks, referring to other man as nothing more than a dead person. Han Feng remains silent, his gaze fixed on the fire, clearly uneasy about the situation. Han Feng, still wary, asks why the man is helping him. The man's expression twists into irritation, snapping back that helping him was never the plan and that he's more tempted to take him out right here and now. Han Feng flinches at the harsh words but quickly realizes the man's frustration might be masking something deeper. The man leans back, pointing out that Han Feng group wasn't foolish enough to fall for the weak ambush on the 7th floor, which at least proves they have some intelligence. The man smirks as he casually offers Han Feng a choice not to speak and instead serve as a convenient shield for him. Han Feng clenches his teeth, frustration evident on his face as he struggles to process the situation. His thoughts race, questioning the man's true intentions. Han Feng lowers his gaze, his thoughts racing as he analyzes the situation. Judging by how the guards treated this man earlier, he concludes that the man is either here to steal supplies or has a personal vendetta against the committee. He realizes that their unexpected presence must have disrupted the man's plans, adding an unanticipated complication to the mission. Han Feng raises his head slightly as he asks the man if he holds a grudge against the committee. He is unsure of how deep the conflict runs. A bead of sweat slides down his face. The man smirks. He shrugs off Han Feng's question, saying if Han Feng thinks there's a grudge, then so be it. He pauses thoughtfully, rubbing his chin as he adds that if it weren't for a certain secret tied to that group, he wouldn't even bother with them. Han Feng's voice rises in urgency as he demands to know what secret the man is referring to. His expression is frustration, his body leaning forward slightly as if trying to pull the truth out of him. The man, however, smirks faintly, his lips curling with amusement. He lets out a dismissive hum, refusing to elaborate, leaving Han Feng even more on edge. The man towers over Han Feng, his gaze piercing through the dim light. With a knowing smirk, he remarks that it seems Han Feng is indeed connected to the committee and hints at some unresolved grudges between them. Lu Feng, still seated, looks up. The man leans forward slightly, his smirk deepening as he issues an ultimatum to Han Feng, as he demands Han Feng spill everything he knows about the committee. The man's ask Han Feng talks or becomes the second corpse in this room. Han Feng's gaze hardens as he wipes the sweat from his brow and looks directly at the man as he declares that the choice is his to make. Han Feng raised his trembling hand in the air, his face pale with fear. He opened his mouth and began to explain, his voice filled with desperation. He described how a trusted friend betrayed him, arriving at his house with explosives. He hand moved quickly, grabbing a pistol from the table with determination. He turned to the man in front of him. He declared that he had gathered every resource he could find for revenge, but admitted that a mere gun wasn't enough against his enemies. In the end, he decided to risk everything, using the weapon as a final chance to carve out a path for survival. Han Feng gripped the pistol tightly. He pondered over his chances, wondering if combining what he knew with the gun would give him even a slight edge. Despite his uncertainty, he clung to the hope that it might be enough to create some leverage. The older man across from him, however, showed no sign of optimism. He glanced to the girl, pointing out that such a weapon was utterly insufficient against an organization as powerful as the committee. The older man calmly pointed out that the fact the intruder left the gun behind and didn't harm Han Feng was proof of something significant. He wondered why the intruder chose not to take the gun, his thoughts racing. As he reflected, he considered the possibility that the man might have believed his story. He considered the situation deeply, presenting two possibilities in his mind. First, he speculated that the enemy might have been acting to maintain their leadership and influence, using ruthless strategies to assert control. Second, he assumed they might possess even more dangerous weapons, which gave them the confidence to overlook something as minor as taking his pistol. The older man, observing Han Feng's tense expression, calmly asked if this entire mission was about resolving the issue with his treacherous former friend. Han Feng confirmed, explaining that eliminating the traitor would at least bring some peace to the chaos created by the committee, even if only temporarily. He reflected on the origins of the committee, acknowledging that its initial purpose wasn't entirely bad. At the very least, it provided a means for some people to survive in the chaos. However, he noted how the once noble intentions had been twisted, creating a world where people constantly questioned who deserved to live and who didn't, leading to a survival of the fittest mentality. He observed how those who had lost their humanity and moral compass during the apocalyptic events could no longer integrate back into society, even if the end of days were to pass. The scars left behind had created a fractured community where trust and normalcy were distant dreams. He clenched his fists, declared his intention to dismantle the committee. The flames crackled in the background, casting shadows across the room as his resolve burned brightly. The older man listened quietly, then leaned forward slightly. He questioned what destroying the committee would ultimately achieve, his tone laced with doubt. The older man calmly pointed out the harsh reality of the world, where the strong devour the weak, dismissing Han Feng's idealistic resolve as naive. He explained that if no one acted, small communities would eventually turn into arenas of chaos, filled with looting and slaughter. Han Feng, still resolute, argued back, questioning whether they could simply allow such degeneration to continue. The older man, with a knowing glance, suggested seeking a third opinion. Before Han Feng could fully comprehend the suggestion, the man walked to the door and opened it abruptly, revealing another figure standing outside. As soon as the door opened, a red object came flying toward the older man, hitting him squarely on the side of his face. The sudden attack startled him, but his reflexes were sharp. The figure, revealed to be a young woman, tried to defend herself. She pulled back, but was quickly overwhelmed as the older man grabbed her weapon with incredible force. The older man tightened his grip, overpowering the assailant and wrenching away her weapon. With a swift motion, he raised his fist to strike, his imposing figure looming over her. The young woman flinched but quickly shouted for him to stop. Han Feng stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he recognized her. He questioned her identity, asking if she was a nurse or someone related to the committee. The woman's defensive posture softened as she realized who she was facing, addressing Han Feng by name with visible surprise. The young woman apologized sincerely, explaining that she hadn't meant to eavesdrop. She nervously adjusted the bandages on Han Feng's arm as she continued speaking. She explained that she had been tasked with recovering items from someone who had passed away. Upon entering the area, she heard suspicious noises, prompting her to act out of caution and hide in the room. Han Feng listened attentively, nodding as he pieced together her explanation. The older man, still towering over them, remarked sarcastically that her actions might have contributed to the person's death. The woman dismissed his comment, muttering that such sacrifices were hardly worthy of praise. She admitted that the criticism might be justified, but made it clear she had no regrets. Her gaze was unwavering as she explained that survival was the only way to save more lives in the future, even if it meant making difficult or questionable choices. The older man remained silent, his expression unreadable as he processed her words. Han Feng questioned how she managed to move freely in and out of the area, suspecting prior arrangements with his former friend. The woman admitted that she had been given a pass and supplies by him. She added that the resources were too valuable to decline, implying her acceptance was more of a necessity than a choice. As she explained how his friend had recently relocated many sick and elderly individuals, one of whom was Lai Ye. By the time she became aware of the situation, it was already too late. Lai Ye had passed away. The older man remarked that if sacrificing one person meant sustaining the committee's operations for a bit longer, it was a decision he might have made himself. Han Fang then mentioned the rise of a new faction in the area. As reported by Lai Ji, he speculated that the committee likely saw this as a threat and acted swiftly to eliminate the competition, even resorting to extreme measures. He reflected on the former friend's decision to use explosives as a way to discard burdensome supplies, connecting it with his actions to maintain control. Han Fang pondered aloud, questioning whether all of this pointed to a single possibility. Perhaps a deeper, more calculated motive was driving these decisions. The older man explained that, in this apocalyptic world, the committee was just one of many factions fighting for survival. He predicted that more brutal acts of betrayal and survival-driven killings would inevitably occur in the future. As he stepped toward the door, he remarked that in a world governed by the law of the jungle, only those who survived until the end could truly be considered winners. The cold wind rushed in as he opened the door, his figure disappearing into the storm outside, leaving Han Fang and the young woman standing silently by the fire. The young woman, flustered, asked Han Fang if there was anything she could do to help. But Han Fang smiled slightly and declined her offer, saying he didn't want to drag her into the chaos. Frustrated by his dismissive response, she argued passionately that if his predictions were true, then the entire neighborhood was in danger. She was especially furious about how his belongings and even his partner were taken by his so-called friend. Han Fang was taken aback by her fiery determination, left momentarily speechless as she glared at him with unwavering resolve. As the snowstorm howled outside, Han Fang prepared to step out, asking the woman to handle something important for him. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground space, a group of men discussed Han Fang, one of them confidently confirming his identity. He insisted he had seen Han Fang the previous day and couldn't be mistaken. Their conversation was interrupted when a shadowy figure made its presence known. Han Fang appeared, his injured arm in a sling, standing boldly among them. In the midst of a dark, eerie corridor, the silence was shattered by sudden sharp, echoing sounds that reverberated through the air. Han Fang, wearing his fur-lined jacket, stumbled forward with a look of panic etched across his face. His breathing was heavy, and sweat dripped down his face despite the cold. In a dimly lit room, a man violently strikes down Han Fang, who lies on the floor, helpless and bound. The attacker, enraged, berates Han Fang for daring to steal again, despite being spared once before. With unrelenting fury, he threatens to render Han Fang completely incapacitated, ensuring he can never attempt theft again. As the tension builds, another individual enters the room, urgently informing the attacker that they are being summoned upstairs by their superior, Mr. Zhang. Reluctantly, the aggressor steps away, leaving Han Fang tied up and injured on the cold floor, his situation growing ever more dire. Han Fang lay motionless on the cold floor, tightly bound and struggling to breathe. As he lay there, faint green energy began to emanate from his body, growing stronger with each passing moment. The glowing aura intensified, enveloping his form in a vibrant light. Slowly, Han Fang stirred, his body regaining strength as the energy coursed through him. With a deep breath, he opened his eyes, now filled with determination. Though bound, the green aura surrounding him hinted at a power that was beginning to awaken. The green energy enveloping Han Fang's body intensified, healing his wounds with remarkable speed. Determined, he resolved to recover fully and prepare for what lay ahead, knowing he couldn't afford to delay any longer. As the energy surged, the ropes binding him disintegrated into glowing fragments, freeing him completely. Han Fang sat up, catching his breath as he inspected his restored body. Despite the successful recovery, he felt drained, realizing the immense toll the healing process had taken on his energy. Contemplating his next move, he made a mental note to strengthen himself further, knowing he couldn't allow himself to be caught off guard again. As Han Fang caught his breath, a sudden noise by the door grabbed his attention. His senses heightened, and he glanced sharply at the source of the disturbance. The door creaked open, and one of his captors dragged Brother Lai into the room. Brother Lai about being told to leave the situation unresolved for now, saying they had to report to Mr. Zhang for further instructions. Han Fang, still tied, observed quietly as the captors seemed to momentarily lower their guard. He remained calm, assessing his surroundings and waiting for the right moment to act, his mind racing with potential plans. Han Fang turned his gaze to the new prisoner and recognized the bruised, unconscious face of Brother Lai. Shocked and concerned, he wondered what could have led to Lai's capture. As Brother Lai slowly regained consciousness, he coughed and thanked Han Fang, jokingly commenting that the slap had worked wonders in waking him up. Despite the situation, he maintained a lighthearted demeanor, asking Han Fang to aim for the uninjured side of his face next time, as one side had already gone numb. Sitting together on the floor, Brother Lai inquired about what had transpired on Han Fang's end, curious about how they both ended up in this predicament. Brother Lai began recounting his ordeal to Han Fang. After Han Fang had been dragged away into the mysterious room, Brother Lai noticed the locked door and realized he had no choice but to force his way in. Breaking into the control room, he found an unexpected large hole in the floor that seemed to lead deep underground. With limited time, Brother Lai quickly decided to descend by following the power cables attached to the walls, hoping they would guide him safely. Brother Lai continued, explaining that after descending the cables, he expected to find a parking garage on the first underground level. However, he discovered a second basement instead, eerily empty and devoid of any people. The vast space was filled with numerous sealed boxes stacked neatly in rows. Curious, Brother Lai opened one of the boxes and was shocked to find it filled with explosives, highly dangerous materials rigged with intricate wiring. As he examined the contents further, his curiosity was interrupted by a faint movement behind him. The subtle noise sent a chill down his spine. Brother Lai explained that before he could react to the faint movement behind him, he was knocked unconscious. By the time he woke up, Han Fang had already slapped him awake. Reflecting on what he had seen, Brother Lai expressed his shock at discovering the basement full of large, dangerous explosives, finally understanding why the committee had gone to such lengths to secure the area. He animatedly described the enormous size of the explosives, marveling at their sheer scale and the implications of such a stockpile. Han Fang listened with growing concern, quietly acknowledging the seriousness of the situation. Han Fang questioned why, if they had so much explosive power at their disposal, the group still resorted to raiding his home for supplies. Curious, he asked if the packaging on the explosives explicitly labeled them as such. Brother Lai shook his head, explaining that there were no markings, but the cylindrical shapes unmistakably resembled rockets. He emphasized their size, claiming he had never seen anything so massive before. Han Fang, unsettled, speculated that the stockpile might be part of a secret storage facility belonging to their adversaries. Brother Lai, skeptical and defensive, retorted sarcastically, asking if Han Fang thought he had seen a mere coincidence. Han Fang questioned why Mr. Zhang suddenly wanted to get rid of Brother Lai, especially after actively seeking him out earlier. The realization struck both of them simultaneously. They were being silenced. Brother Lai and Han Fang's faces froze in shock as the gravity of their situation became clear. Meanwhile, the captors unlocked the door to check on their prisoners. Entering cautiously with flashlights, they immediately noticed something was wrong. The room was empty, and Han Fang was nowhere to be found. The guards exchanged nervous whispers, questioning whether they had secured him properly, their unease growing with every second. Han Fang and Brother Lai stealthily hid behind a door, their glowing red eyes gleaming in the darkness as they observed the guards. One guard suggested searching under the bed, unaware of the imminent threat. Suddenly, Brother Lai lunged forward with surprising speed, taking down the unsuspecting man with ease. With both guards subdued and tied up, Han Fang emphasized the danger posed by Mr. Zhang's intentions, insisting they needed to investigate the underground area thoroughly. Brother Lai, agreeing, pointed out the massive stockpile of boxes and questioned how they should handle it. Han Fang reassured him, revealing that he had already made arrangements. Together, they exited the room, heading off to regroup with their ally, the mysterious Lord Zai. As Han Fang and Brother Lai walked down the corridor, Brother Lai casually asked if the girl coming to pick him up had arrived. Han Fang, puzzled, asked what he meant. Brother Lai reminded him that this was the same girl who had tried to steal his gun and even attempted to kill him previously. Han Fang's expression shifted to shock as realization dawned. Haona was the one coming for them. Moments later, Haona appeared, pointing a gun directly at Han Fang. Startled, Han Fang yelled out, warning Brother Lai not to open the door. Panic set in as the situation escalated, and Han Fang shouted her name, confirming the danger they were in. Brother Lai, still processing the chaos, tried to call out to Hyona. Han Feng reached into his pocket, clutching a small device emitting faint static sounds. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he whispered to Brother Lai that they needed to retreat and regroup with Lord Zai. As they slipped away, the door to the room creaked open behind them. He is scanning the area cautiously, but found no one. Han Feng and Brother Lai watched from a safe distance, ensuring their escape went unnoticed. Moving deeper into the corridor, they began to hear unsettling noises echoing through the hallway. Brother Lai whispered, questioning what could be causing such ominous sounds. As armed guards ordered the injured, elderly, and women to evacuate upstairs, while directing those with weapons to prepare for an imminent confrontation. The guards warned that if the intruders reached the supplies, the community would be left without resources, dooming families to starvation. Among the crowd, Han Feng and Brother Lai observed from a hidden corner, speculating whether Lai Zhenghao, a notorious enemy, was leading the attack. Although uncertain, Brother Lai noted the chaos might work to their advantage. To avoid detection, Han Feng and Brother Lai disguised themselves by blending into the crowd, pulling up their scarves and masks. The hall became crowded with anxious people, everyone moving in disarray as the armed guards shouted commands. Hidden amidst the chaos, Han Feng and Brother Lai carefully planned their next move, aware that they had to stay inconspicuous while navigating the crowd. The crowd shuffled nervously as tension filled the air. Suddenly, a loud crash startled everyone, and the atmosphere turned hostile. A man in the crowd was violently shoved to the ground by someone wielding a weapon. The aggressor's grip tightened on a metal pipe, their intentions clearly malicious. The crowd stepped back in fear, their murmurs growing louder as the tension escalated. Among them stood a mysterious figure with icy blue hair, his scarf obscuring part of his face. He remained calm and observant, gripping the handle of a concealed weapon tightly, clearly prepared for a confrontation. Han Feng and Brother Lai, blending into the crowd, suddenly froze as they noticed someone scanning the room, a blonde woman wearing a red coat, her piercing eyes searching for something. Brother Lai whispered urgently, warning Han Feng of potential danger. Hyona cautiously approached a nearby door, flashlight in hand, her face reflecting suspicion. She wondered silently if the Han family's supplies had really been moved to this hidden location. As she continued her search, Hyona spotted a red first aid box and paused. Her voice broke the silence as she questioned whether this could be connected to Lai Huina. Her curiosity piqued. As Hyona cautiously examined the room, the girl appeared with bright eyes, holding a medical kit. The girl questioned Hyona's presence, her tone curious yet cautious. Startled, Hyona hesitated but quickly composed herself, offering a nervous excuse that she was searching for food. The girl raised an eyebrow, repeating the word food with skepticism. Before the conversation could continue, Hyona joined a group of armed individuals moving through the area. The group, consisting of rugged survivors, seemed organized and determined, their collective presence adding tension to the already dangerous environment. Hyona, now blending in with the group, led them forward. Hyona grabs the torch and approaches the nurse, asking her why she's here and if she's treating someone. The nurse responds calmly, saying she's here to treat people and questions what the issue is. Meanwhile, Hyona's companion stands silently behind him, observing the situation. She recalls the scene with Han Feng and the nurse. Han Feng had handed supplies to the nurse, and she suddenly remembers something. Han Feng wasn't sick, no, that's not it. She realizes that they seem to know each other. Hyona raises his torch, casting light onto the room's wall, then leans in to whisper something to his companion. The nurse watches him carefully, her expression thoughtful, as if trying to figure out what he's planning. The nurse grabs Bag steps back and asks him what he plans to do. Jackie firmly reminds her not to disturb him while he's working. Hyona confidently responds that as long as she catches him, she believes Han Feng will open the door. Her companion urges her to move quickly, but the nurse, trembling, hesitates and replies nervously. The man grabs his arm tightly. Two men approach her from behind. One of them apologizes while grabbing her arm, clearly trying to restrain her. Nurse struggles, shouting at them to let her go, warning them sternly. Nurse's expression changes, her patience snaps. She mutters in a cold tone that she won't hold back anymore. The two men are startled, their expressions turning to confusion and fear. Before they can react, Nurse demonstrates incredible strength. She grabs and throws them with a swift motion, sending them flying into the air and crashing hard. After Nurse defeats the two men, Hyona group staring in shock. They exchange nervous glances. Nurse warns them to stay out of her way and not interfere with her work. The group hesitates, unsure of how to respond, and takes a step back. Suddenly, Hyona pulls out a knife. Her face twists in anger as she lunges toward Nurse, calling her a monster. Nurse instinctively raises her arm, ready to defend herself from the sudden attack. Her attack barely grazes the jacket, sending feathers flying from the damaged fabric. Nurse is momentarily surprised but maintains her composure. Hyona, realizing Nurse's strength, retreats slightly, warning the others to be cautious. The sound of a door unlocking catches everyone's attention. The group, including Hyona, turns toward the noise, visibly startled and unsure of what's happening. Weapons in hand, they brace themselves. As the door opens, the girl emerges, radiating an ominous aura. The group panics, their fear evident as they instinctively step back. Hyona shouts a warning, but their weapons are suddenly flung aside by an unseen force. The girl claps its hands together, intensifying the energy. The energy swirls violently, sending a chill through the air. The energy released by the girl grows stronger, creating a vortex that begins pulling on everything around it. Hyona struggles against the pull, realizing even her clothes are being dragged toward the energy. The group descends into chaos, screaming as they are swept off their feet by the force. Amid the panic, one man desperately shouts in defiance, only to be knocked down by a sudden blow. In the midst of the turmoil, a masked man swiftly attacking the fallen man with brutal force. Around them, others attempt to fight back or flee, but the masked man shows no mercy. Han Fang and Brother Lai dashes out of a building. As they run, one complaining about the pursuit while the other defends their actions. Behind them, a man bursts through the doors, shouting threats as he charges after them. Han Fang takes advantage of the situation, enhancing his gloves with some mysterious energy. With a calculated move, he delivers a powerful, glowing punch toward the large pursuer, showcasing his hidden strength. Han Fang and Brother Lai run through the parking lot, pursued by a group of armed men. One of them yells that they've escaped, urging the others to catch them. Han Fang, frustrated, mutters that this has gotten out of hand, and they need a plan. As the pursuit intensifies, Han Fang quickly comes up with a strategy. He tells Brother Lai to continue running and meet up with their ally, the King of Evil. Brother Lai hesitates, concerned about Han Fang staying behind alone, but Han Fang reassures him with confidence, claiming he has it under control. With determination, Han Fang abruptly stops, planting his foot firmly on the ground. Han Fang stumbles but quickly regains his footing, leaping onto the hood of a nearby car. The pursuers close in, shouting for him to stop. One of them shines a flashlight. Standing atop the car, Han Fang raises the flashlight high, yelling loudly to capture everyone's attention. His bold stance causes the group of attackers to pause momentarily. Han Fang smirks, delivering an intimidating taunt while holding up a gesture that mocks the pursuers. He dares them to come at him. Han Fang stands confidently atop the car, his flashlight held high. The crowd quiets down, their focus entirely on him as he commands the scene with a smirk. The attackers grit their teeth, their fury uncontainable as they shout threats and surge forward, determined to capture him. Han Fang leaps into action. Using the momentum of the chaos, he dashes toward the blocked exit of the underground parking lot. As he runs, Han Fang calculates the situation, realizing the gate is sealed but burdened by accumulated snow pressure. With a clear strategy forming in his mind, his determination sharpens as he pushes forward. One man clenches his fist, prepared to strike. But one of the attackers lands a powerful blow on his chest, sending him staggering backward. The impact forces a pained grunt from him as he struggles to regain his balance. He's thrown across the parking lot, colliding with the ground near a car. Despite the pain, Han Fang pulls himself up, his defiant glare fixed on the approaching mob. The lead attacker roars in anger, demanding his capture, while the group closes in, determined to bring him down. Han Fang, though visibly injured, steadies himself, ready to face the onslaught once more. Han Fang leans against the gate, catching his breath. He reaches out and channels a glowing, spiked orb of energy into the sealed metal door. The crowd halts, startled by the sudden radiance. Confused voices rise as they question what is happening. The gate, now pulsating with the pink glow of Han Fang's energy, becomes the center of everyone's attention. In a sudden burst, the energy dissipates, leaving the gate unsealed. The crowd stares in shock, unable to comprehend what just transpired. Han Fang stands firm. Han Fang shouts defiantly, daring his pursuers to come at him. The glowing gate begins to crack under the intense energy, emitting an ominous sound. Suddenly, with a deafening roar, the snow piled above collapses in a massive avalanche. The freezing debris crashes down, engulfing the group. Chaos erupts as the attackers panic, shouting warnings and scrambling to escape the deadly surge. The avalanche sends them scattering, their earlier bravado replaced by sheer terror. A car comes crashing down into the group, causing a massive explosion of snow and debris. The force of the impact sends the attackers scattering, some narrowly escaping while others are caught in the devastation. A determined man charges through the snowstorm, shouting in anger and pushing forward despite the destruction. Meanwhile, the remaining attackers retreat to safety, urging each other to get inside as the chaos unfolds. Han Fang is thrown into the snow from the blast, but struggles to pull himself up. He gasps for air, coughing violently, as the freezing environment surrounds him. Han Fang examines his surroundings, noticing how the snow has softened the area. He questions why he feels no exhaustion despite the intense situation, pondering if his training has enhanced his stamina. As he contemplates, he dismisses the idea of waiting idly for death. Suddenly, the older man appears, crouching a short distance away. The man stares silently at Han Fang. Han Fang senses the man's gaze, feeling as though he's being carefully observed. The man comments on the stillness of the snow. He then abruptly grabs Han Fang, pulling him toward a safer area. The area fades into an eerie quietness, as if watching them leave. Han Fang demands to know his identity and why he helped him. The man calmly introduces himself as Lai Zhenghao. Han Fang is taken aback, recognizing the infamous name of someone with a history of conflicts with prominent men. Lai Zhenghao confirms his identity with a smirk and extends his hand for cooperation. Han Fang, still wary, questions his sudden change of heart since Lai Zhenghao had previously refused. With a nonchalant tone, Zhenghao explains that he has reconsidered. Han Fang eyes him skeptically, jokingly asking if this sudden change of mind might be a trap. Lai Zhenghao explains his approach to Han Fang, stating that it's all about gaining mutual benefits, leaving the decision to act or not entirely up to him. Han Fang listens silently, deep in thought. Han Fang contemplates the situation, realizing that having Lai Zhenghao on their side would increase their chances of success against their enemies. After a moment, he agrees, deciding to trust Zhenghao for now. Though Han Fang remains skeptical of Zhenghao's intentions, he acknowledges that their goals align for the time being. They seal their agreement with a firm handshake. At the 2F level, snow-covered vehicles with bright headlights are seen. A convoy of vehicles and a large bulldozer gather in an underground parking area. A man informs Zhang that the vehicles have arrived, and they can now proceed to call the people upstairs. Zhang nods and directs two brothers to notify the family members and escort them downstairs first. Another report is delivered to Zhang. He learns that the large door on the first floor has collapsed under the weight of the snow. The temperature is dropping rapidly. and the scattered crowd is becoming harder to manage. Finally, the man approaches Zhang with urgent news. He reveals that 2 individuals are missing. Zhang remarks confidently that the current situation won't affect their plans. Han Fang and Lai Jiangho, who are observing the commotion. Han Fang questioning why military vehicles are present in their area and how they managed to get in. Lai Jiangho calmly explains that these people are outsiders. He recalls hearing about plans to relocate residents. Han Fang, skeptical, wonders where anyone could relocate, given the freezing and treacherous conditions outside. Lai Jiangho dismisses his doubts, suggesting they'll find out by asking. However, Han Fang's suspicion is evident as he grips a handgun. Suddenly, Han Fang entrusts Lai Jiangho to take charge of the situation, but before he can clarify his thoughts, Lai Jiangho rushes forward with incredible urgency. Han Fang, startled by his sudden movement, calls out in confusion. Zhang commands everyone to prepare to go upstairs and receive the incoming people. The vehicles and personnel begin to organize under the harsh. Suddenly, the group is startled and panic ensues. From above, someone shouts in alarm, confirming the presence of gunfire and intruders in the area. Chaos spreads as one of the defenders, holding a bat-like weapon, urges everyone to stay calm and not scatter. Lai Jiangho moves with precision as he confronts man holding a weapon. In a sudden motion, Lai blocks the man's vision with his hand, causing the assailant to pause in confusion. In a nearby corner, someone is struck down violently, crashing to the ground with a loud thud. 2 men armed with makeshift weapons and flashlights move swiftly to assess the situation. Gunfire erupts and one of them urgently points out the intruder's direction. Lai Jiangho makes his move again. Charging toward an enemy, his determination is evident. Inside a car, Lai Jiangho unleashes a powerful strike on an intruder, sending them reeling back with a loud cry. Meanwhile, outside the chaos, Han Fang commands the group to stay close and protect Zhang. A gun is pressed against Zhang's back and warns them not to move. Han Fang holding a gun to Zhang's back. Han Fang holding Zhang at gunpoint, coldly remarks that he has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Zhang, unfazed, addresses him calmly, hinting Han Fang's arrival. The man enters, alarmed, calling out to Zhang. However, Zhang reassures them that everything is under control. Han Fang continues, accusing Zhang of stockpiling supplies before the disaster struck. He admits to suspecting Zhang of being an ally to their enemies, but now realizes his assumption might have been wrong. As Han Fang inspects Zhang's gun, he notices something unusual, a hidden device. Shocked, he questions how Zhang managed to obtain such technology and what it implies about his connections. Zhang smirks confidently, holding up a communication device, and retorts that if Han Fang had suspected him, he wouldn't have given the gun back so easily. Han Fang grows frustrated but presses further, questioning Zhang's affiliations and the identity of the people he's referring to. Despite the tension, Zhang remains calm, calling Han Fang a smart man and pointing out that if he truly intended harm, he would have acted already. Zhang calmly proposes that Han Fang join their side, suggesting that if he continues aiding them by sending people, survival will be guaranteed. Han Fang, unimpressed, responds with a sharp retort, mocking the idea of being used as cannon fodder. He flatly refuses the offer with a smirk. Zhang sighs in disappointment, muttering about the wasted potential. A loud sound draws everyone's attention. A heavily armed soldier appears, stepping out from the shadows near the vehicles. Han Fang freezes in shock as he recognizes the armed man, a Special Forces soldier. Without hesitation, the soldier fires, prompting Han Fang to leap into action. Dodging the barrage of bullets, he swiftly retreats to a nearby corner, narrowly avoiding the relentless gunfire from multiple soldiers. Lai Jiangho suddenly pulls him back, shielding him from the gunfire. Han Fang, startled, questions Jiangho's actions, urging him to retreat quickly. The soldiers halt their fire momentarily, regrouping as Jiangho observes their movements. With a sharp eye, Jiangho notes that it's only 3 Special Forces soldiers. Lai Jiangho quietly declares his plan. He intends to draw the soldiers away, giving Han Fang a chance to act strategically. As Han Fang nervously tries to convince Lai Jiangho to retreat, he exclaims about the soldiers' firepower, pointing out that they are armed with automatic rifles. Jiang Ho, unfazed, silently makes his move. With a sudden step forward, Jiang Ho bolts out from cover, drawing the soldiers' attention. His swift movement provokes immediate gunfire, and the soldiers unleash a hail of bullets. Narrowly missing him, air is filled with gunfire. Lai Jiang Ho charges fearlessly into the midst of the armed soldiers, weaving through their gunfire with precision. As the soldiers continue firing, Jiang Ho seizes an opportunity and grabs hold of a weapon, disarming one of the attackers. With incredible force, he counters with a powerful strike, incapacitating the soldier with a direct blow to the legs. Meanwhile, from a distance, Han Fang watches in disbelief. He mutters to himself, astonished by Jiang Ho's sheer strength and agility, realizing this man is far from ordinary. An armored vehicle's engine roars to life, releasing smoke. Zhang decides there's no time to waste and orders the team to drive the vehicle upstairs to intercept the situation directly. Meanwhile, Han Fang hides behind a pillar, his hands glowing with a strange, pink energy. Determined to hold his ground, he prepares to unleash his power. Han Fang channels his energy, creating a trap of glowing pink orbs around the vehicle. He declares, "Think you can leave? Not a chance." The trap set by Han Fang activates, and the vehicle's tires sink into the glowing pink energy. The once mobile vehicle is now immobilized. Inside the vehicle, Zhang and his companion notice the issue. Zhang observes the right side sinking and wonders if the ground has suddenly given way. Peering through the side mirror, Zhang contemplates the situation, suspecting that the terrain has been tampered with. Meanwhile, Han Fang hides behind the vehicle, analyzing the results of his trap. He realizes that overusing the purple energy has restricted its area of effect, limiting the trap to one side of the vehicle instead of both wheels. A grenade is tossed from the vehicle, with the driver casually yelling, "Here." Han Fang, still focused on his glowing purple energy, quickly takes notice as the grenade flies through the air towards him. The driver reveals a sinister grin, adjusting his hood as he watches the grenade in motion. As the grenade makes contact with the vehicle's side, an explosion engulfing everything in sight as Han Fang, his body surrounded by flames and debris. Despite the intensity of the impact, Han Fang remains standing. Amid the aftermath, the perspective shifts to a surreal vision. A blade glimmers with a faint blue hue, blood trickling from its edge. Han Fang notices a peculiar sight, a goat staring back at him. Suddenly, the setting transforms. Han Fang finds himself lying on a red field, surrounded by a flock of goats. Relaxed and amused, Han Fang smirks, commenting on how refreshing it feels, enjoying. As Han Fang relaxes in the field surrounded by goats, he feels something wet and cool on his face. At first he laughs, commenting on how refreshing it feels. However, his expression quickly shifts to confusion and shock as he realizes a goat is licking him. Turning to face the source, Han Fang is startled to see a massive goat towering over him. Green energy begins to seep from the coils, leaving Han Fang yelling in alarm as he struggles to break free from the creature's grasp. The goat tightens further around Han Fang, glowing with a sinister green energy. Han's body begins to convulse as the corrosive energy surges through him, causing him to cry out in agony. Han Fang lies motionless on the cold ground, green energy faintly emanating from his body. Slowly, he regains consciousness, his eyes glowing with an eerie green light. He looks around, disoriented but determined, muttering in confusion as he tries to piece together what just happened. Suddenly, a loud noise draws his attention. The military vehicle appears. Inside the vehicle, the man grips the steering wheel tightly. He mutters nervously about the engine's power, relieved that the vehicle is holding up in the dire situation. Suddenly, a red glow flashes in front of him, and a massive, fiery hand appears, smashing against the vehicle. The man freezes in shock as the fiery force begins to tear through the vehicle, the impact shattering the air with a burst of red energy. The man uses his power to manipulate blood against Han Fang, who attempts to retaliate with his gun. As Han Fang fires, man counters by shaping the blood into a defensive form, deflecting the bullet. Overwhelmed, Han Fang resorts to a device, trying to gain the upper hand. However, the device backfires, spiraling out of control under Man's influence, and Han Fang reacts with shock as his own weapon turns against him. Surrounded by a circle of manipulated blood, Man commands the occupants of a car to exit. As they comply, one individual caught in a panic shields himself while still inside the vehicle. Feeling the intense cold, a wounded man calls out for help, visibly shivering and bleeding. Nearby, another man, upon seeing his brother in distress, urgently yells his name. Fueled by anger, he charges forward wielding a crowbar, shouting a curse at Han Fang. As the confrontation intensifies, Man draws upon his powers, causing a blade to narrowly miss, deflecting it with a surge of his blood abilities. The aftermath sees Han Fang struck by the redirected force, leading to a violent burst of blood. Nearby, Zhang urges another to seek reinforcements, highlighting the desperate situation. The man grunts in pain as they're hit by a powerful blood-based attack, while Han Fang swiftly moves past them. Desperate attempt to stop the advancing opponent, shouts to their allies to run him down with a vehicle. Reacting quickly, he uses his powers to envelop the tank in a massive pink, gelatinous substance. Inside the vehicle, confusion ensues as one occupant notices the car starting to melt from the gelatinous substance, yelling in shock and urging everyone to evacuate immediately. Outside, Han Fang overwhelmed by the engulfing mass, while the man cries out desperately for help. Han Fang's eyes glow pink as he swiftly dodges and bullet attack. Confronting two armed men, the man realizes his weapon is empty. Seizing the moment, Han Fang decides to chase. Caught in the sudden turmoil, panic and start running for safety. Sparks fly under Han Fang's swiftly moving feet. Two soldiers focus on a strategic objective. Emphasizing the importance of securing their team, they move with precision. Jang Ho observes, a visible question on his face. Jang Ho swiftly dodges attack nearby. Contemplates the motives of Han Fang. On a grid marked by sparks, suggesting strategic movements. He leaps amidst a surge of purple energy, propelling himself forward with force. Nearby, soldiers trapped in the substance express confusion and alarm, questioning the bizarre circumstances enveloping them. Above, Han Fang grabs his weapons. In a violent explosion, Han Fang powers unleash a devastating burst, scattering debris and opponents. Intense energy emanates from a hand. This energy gathers and propels upwards, encircling and suspending those caught in its wake. The powerful green energy blast. The energy strikes, engulfing the soldier within it in an intense green glow. The aftermath leaves the adversaries enveloped in a vivid green aura. He catches his breath over the subdued forms of two opponents, evident from their heavy breathing. Tension escalates as another man, overwhelmed by the situation, begins to shout in panic. The man mutters, "What the hell?" The man wielding a bat strikes down forcefully. This action leaves the Han Fang defeated, lying prone on the ground. The man mockingly remarks on the consequences of one's actions with a grim satisfaction. This is followed by a violent outburst as the man, consumed by rage, screams for the defeated to be condemned. The man beaten being violently propelled. Jang Ho observes Han Fang reflecting on the chaos just ensued. Jang Ho questions if the intense outburst from Han Fang was a loss of control. At deeper issues or powers at play. Jang Ho swiftly takes down a soldier, effortlessly flipping him to the ground as the metallic clanking of his gear echoes in the air. Meanwhile, Zhang leads the group forces through a secured corridor. Shielded officers move in formation, maintaining a defensive stance as they advance. Inside, Zhang issues a directive, instructing everyone to stay cautious and regroup with the three soldiers. Zhang stares in shock at the lifeless soldier on the ground, struggling to process the situation. The group scans the area, searching for the missing soldier, but there's no sign of him. One of them grimly concludes that he's likely dead too. Reports come in that Jin Kinwoo froze to death, and only a few survivors remain, trapped inside a vehicle. Tension rises as one of the men turns to Zhang for guidance, asking what their next move should be. Zhang, his breath visible in the cold air, clenches his jaw. The soldiers are gone, and worse, they have no idea where the base camp is. With the situation completely out of control, the group decides to retreat. Their mission has failed, and they are ordered to return home. Elsewhere, flames flicker inside a metal bin, burning papers as books are scattered around. Han Fang suddenly jolts awake, screaming about a grenade. His panic fades as he looks around confused. He expected to be dead, but instead, he finds himself covered with a blanket in a dimly lit room. Staring at the fire in front of him, he tries to make sense of where he is and how he survived. Han Fang, still confused, questions what back to normal means. He recalls being in the basement, yet now he's somewhere else, completely unharmed. Jang Ho, unbothered, takes a drag from his cigarette and shrugs. If Han Fang himself doesn't know, how is he supposed to? However, he does have an idea about Zhang Zuyu's plan. Then, with a smirk, he gestures toward a bloodied and terrified man tied up nearby. Holding a knife, still dripping with blood, he casually states that for the details, their new guest can explain everything. Han Fang questions the tied-up man about the purpose of his visit, recalling that he mentioned being sent by a base for a trade. Jang Ho, standing beside him with a knife in hand, listens intently. Man, weak and trembling, reveals that the trade involves exchanging weapons and food for the people living in the area. Han Fang demanding to know what these traded people are being used for. Man, his face bloodied and eyes wide with fear, responds hoarsely that they are taken to help construct the base. Han Fang, realizing that instead of reducing numbers for survival, the base is actually expanding its labor force despite the dire conditions. Jang Ho, observing Han Fang's reaction. Han Fang crosses his arms, his tone filled with skepticism as he mocks Man, questioning if he really expects them to believe such nonsense. Man, still trembling, insists that everything they do is for rebuilding civilization and saving humanity, claiming their actions are not evil. Jang Ho swiftly moves, grabbing Man's hand with force. Jang Ho presses his knife against Man, demanding to know what happens if their mission fails. Man stammers that if they don't complete their task, the base will simply send more people, ensuring the mission is carried out no matter what. Jang Ho leans in close to Man. He asks if the base has any superpowered individuals. Man hesitates before claiming ignorance, insisting he doesn't understand what Jang Ho is talking about. Observing the soldier's reaction, Han Fang silently analyzes the situation. Man's nervous response, there's a strong possibility that the base does have individuals with special abilities. Given the base's aggressive tactics, if they do possess enhanced fighters, they are more likely to be enemies rather than allies. Man slumps against the wall, his body covered in blood, barely clinging to life. Han Fang watches the brutal state he's in, thinking to himself that Jang Ho's methods are excessively ruthless. Han Fang speaks up, questioning if there's really a need to kill Man right now. Jang Ho, however, dismisses any hesitation, asking if he actually believes Man's claims about saving people. Jang Ho makes it clear this so-called base is just another rising power, and their true intentions are unknown. There's no room for naivety. The choices are simple. Eliminate them now or leave and find a safer foothold elsewhere. Han Fang decides to discuss the situation with the others before making any rash moves. Han Fang cautiously peeks out from the doorway. He moves swiftly, his mind racing with thoughts about Jang Ho's unpredictable nature. Lai Zhanghao's true motives remain a mystery, and there's no telling what kind of people he has under his command. Descending the stairs, Han Fang grips his weapon tightly, if what the Special Forces soldier said is true. Then securing an external foothold might be the safest option. Reaching the underground parking lot, he surveys the area. The place is eerily silent, but he recalls seeing military jeeps and trucks here before. He crouches down, trying to pinpoint where exactly they were stationed, realizing that if the base sent reinforcements, this might be his only chance to intercept them. Han Fang grips his weapon tightly, sensing movement nearby. He peeks from behind the car and spots a dark shadow approaching. Before he can react, a sudden rush of air alerts him. He turns sharply, eyes widening in alarm as a woman with glowing red eyes charges at him. Han Fang barely dodges as she swings a blade at him. A hand engulfed in a strange green and purple flame. As the glowing hand strikes, Han Fang instinctively blocks it with his arm, bracing for impact. However, to his surprise, he feels no pain. His mind races this green and purple glow carries a strange effect. He hadn't expected such an attack to have no impact on him. Testing the energy, he notices that it resonates with his own power, causing a slight shift in the air around him. Just as he prepares to retaliate, a voice calls out, demanding them to stop. The nurse freezes in shock, eyes widening as she realizes who she's fighting. Likewise, Han Feng recognizes her, his grip loosening. And Brother Lai exclaims that they are all familiar faces. The misunderstanding dawns on them, leaving Han Feng and Nurse in disbelief. Han Feng explains the situation, stating that he returned to the area to find a safe route out of the district. Brother Lai reacts with frustration, exclaiming how shameless Jang Ho and his people are for using residents as trade commodities. However, Nurse offers another perspective. If the residents are sent somewhere safe with enough resources, it might not be entirely bad. Han Feng remains skeptical, pointing out that the claim about helping build the base was only the soldiers' version of the story. If this was truly a noble cause, Jang Ho and his people wouldn't need to arm themselves so heavily. Looking around, Han Feng mutters that many things simply can't be explained. As the group stands in the dimly lit underground parking lot, Han Feng, sitting on the construction vehicle, states that they can't fully trust Jang Ho's people, but they also can't dismiss their claims entirely. They don't even know if this so-called base actually exists. Brother Lai, still skeptical, asks what they should do if someone really does come. Han Feng acknowledges the uncertainty but points out that without finding an alternative mode of transportation, they won't be able to leave regardless. He instructs everyone to search for usable tools. Splitting up, Han Feng climbs onto the bulldozer while Brother Lai and the others check the nearby vehicles. As he inspects the controls, he quickly realizes the key has been removed. Before he can react further, Brother Lai suddenly calls out in alarm, urging him to come down immediately. Han Feng's eyes widen as he stares at the stash of weapons laid out before him. Shocked, he mutters about the sheer amount of firepower they've just discovered. Brother Lai, thinking practically, suggests calling the others over to gather the weapons. They'll surely be useful later. Han Feng agrees, and they prepare to secure the supplies. As he examines a melted section of the vehicle, Han Feng wonders if he was responsible for the damage. Meanwhile, Brother Lai calls out to someone nearby. He and Brother Lai exchange glances before deciding to approach. Han Feng and the group arrive at a massive covered structure, puzzled by its sheer size. Nurse suddenly tenses, hearing strange noises coming from behind them. One of the group members asks for a high-powered flashlight, and Han Feng confirms he has one, shining it forward. Counting down together, they pull the massive sheet down. As the final count reaches 1, the fabric collapses. As the fabric falls, the group is left in stunned silence. Their eyes widen in disbelief as they take in the sight before them. Before them stands a massive underground entrance, glowing with an eerie blue light. The scale and structure of it make it clear this isn't just a random hideout. Han Feng concludes aloud that this proves the existence of the supposed base. Whether it's safe or not remains uncertain, but there's no doubt that they've uncovered something significant.
This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.
Han Feng and his group move cautiously through the massive underground tunnel, shocked by its sheer size. He realizes that the people behind this operation aren't ordinary. As they continue, Han Feng recalls the soldiers' words, realizing that what they learned might only be a small part of a much larger threat. If that was true, their neighborhood was no longer a safe place to be. Further ahead, Brother Lai spots something and calls the group over. Looking at the structure, Brother Lai points out that the pipes running through the tunnel are connected to their neighborhood's drainage system. As little girl moves forward, Han Feng suddenly grabs little girl hair. Brother Lai warns him to stop. Han Feng, realizing the potential risk, holds back the girl, preventing her from going any further. The place is too dangerous, and they can't afford reckless moves. With the situation growing more uncertain, the group decides to turn back for now. Back at their base, they gather supplies, ropes, shovels, fuel, and essentials for survival. They discuss what else might be needed, ensuring they have everything required before returning to the underground. The group finalizes their preparations, ensuring they have everything needed for the mission. Han Feng believes their weapons and supplies should be enough. Meanwhile, the girl makes a few last-minute requests, casually asking for some extra seeds and food. Han Feng checks if anything else is missing, but Brother Lai reassures him that their goal is just to scout for now. If anything goes wrong, they will retreat immediately. Observing the girl, Han Feng notices how skilled she has become with her ability, quickly retrieving exactly what they need from her storage dimension. Before leaving, they secure their hideout. Han Feng explains that the room is well hidden and reinforced, making it difficult for intruders to break in. The nurse and the others are told to stay behind and wait while the scouting team ventures back into the underground tunnel. Han Fang warns the others that staying outside for too long is dangerous and advises them to return to the safety of the room. The girl and the nurse reassure him not to worry, confident that they can handle themselves. The girl then makes an unusual statement, speaking about a mysterious blessing from the evil king, leaving the nurse confused and startled by her words. Meanwhile, Han Fang and Brother Lai make their way down a stairwell. Han Fang considers the threats they are up against, realizing that Zhang Zuyu isn't the only danger. Han Fang and Brother Lai walk through an abandoned parking lot, discussing their next move. With their neighborhood no longer safe, they consider using the tunnel to find another secure location. Reaching the tunnel entrance, they decide to focus on scouting first before making any further plans. The massive underground passage looms before them, its icy walls reflecting their flashlight beams. As they step inside, Han Fang is surprised by the freezing temperature. He expected it to be warmer underground, but the tunnel is just as cold as the surface, if not worse. Looking around, he notices everything is frozen solid. He wonders how such an elaborate tunnel was dug in these conditions. Brother Lai, determined to uncover more, suggests they continue exploring further. Han Fang and Brother Lai continue their journey through the frozen tunnel. After 15 minutes of climbing through unstable paths, they push forward despite the harsh conditions. 30 minutes in, they discover that the tunnel expands in multiple directions, making it far more complex than they initially thought. An hour later, they begin scaling a frozen wall, searching for an exit or a higher vantage point. Upon reaching a manhole cover, Brother Lai attempts to push it open, only to find it completely stuck. The heavy snowfall above has sealed it shut, making escape through this route impossible. Han Fang and Brother Lai wander deeper into the underground tunnels, their sense of direction fading with each turn. The endless pathways make it difficult to determine where they came from or where they should go next. Observing the layout of the drain pipes, Han Fang deduces that one particular path likely leads to a residential area. He calls Brother Lai over, suggesting they check it out. As they navigate the narrow passage, Brother Lai suddenly stops, eyes widening at something ahead. He gestures for Han Fang to look, realizing they have stumbled upon an important clue. Before them is a large, detailed map of the sewer system. This discovery could be their key to navigating the underground maze and finding a possible exit. After hours of moving through the tunnels, Han Fang and Brother Lai realize they haven't strayed far from their neighborhood. Checking the map, they conclude that if they continue ahead, they should reach a stadium. Just as they are about to proceed, Han Fang suddenly signals Brother Lai to turn off his headlamp. Moments later, the sound of approaching vehicles echoes through the tunnel. Hiding in the shadows, the two remain silent, realizing that they are not alone in this underground labyrinth. The convoy of military trucks continues moving through the tunnel, their headlights cutting through the darkness. Hidden in the shadows, Han Fang and Brother Lai remain silent, carefully observing the vehicles as they pass. As the vehicles disappear into the distance, Han Fang and Brother Lai cautiously step out. Watching the direction of the convoy, they realize the trucks are heading toward Han City's neighborhood. Han Fang suspects they might be linked to the soldiers who previously arrived in their area. If that's the case, this operation could be far bigger than they initially thought. Han Fang and Brother Lai speculate on the purpose of the military trucks, suspecting they might be transporting people to construct a base. Following them could reveal more information, but the risk of getting caught is too high. Before they can decide, Brother Lai excitedly points out an alternative, a hidden backdoor route. He explains that a year ago, he rescued an old woman who had fallen into the sewer, and this was the exact spot where they climbed out. Han Fang is surprised that he remembers such a detail from so long ago. Proudly, Brother Lai boasts about his excellent memory, even claiming to be a student in high school. As they navigate through the underground tunnels, they realize how vast and cold the passageways are. Han Fang and Brother Lai moved cautiously through the underground tunnels. Seeing another possible exit, Brother Lai, despite coughing a little, suggested they try the manhole ahead, even if it wasn't exactly the right location. Han Fang, though skeptical, agreed. Climbing up the ladder, Brother Lai attempted to push open the heavy cover. He struggled, trying multiple times, but it wouldn't budge. Frustration grew as he put all his strength into it, yet nothing happened. Watching from below, Han Fang couldn't help but point out that Brother Lai had already tried several and questioned if he could actually open it. Finally, after one last push, Brother Lai managed to move the cover. Relieved, he announced that it was finally open and climbed out. As he emerged into what seemed like a parking lot, a look of surprise crossed his face. Were they really where they needed to be? Emerging from the underground, Han Fang and Brother Lai found themselves inside Han City's neighborhood basement car park. Confidently, Brother Lai assured Han Fang that he was familiar with the area and was determined to find someone he was looking for. However, before he could get too loud, Han Fang quickly hushed him, warning him to lower his voice. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Brother Lai quieted down, acknowledging the need for caution. Moving cautiously through the dimly lit car park, both of them crouched low, advancing carefully between parked cars. Han Fang suddenly sensed something. As Han Fang and Brother Lai cautiously moved forward, they came across a bloody and battered group of survivors. Signs of a recent battle were evident, with injured people slumped against vehicles, covered in wounds. The two approached a small group huddled near the vans, some of whom were injured and breathing heavily. The area looked like it had been used as a temporary shelter or stronghold, but it had clearly been attacked. Looking further ahead, they saw people working on a construction site inside the parking lot, reinforcing a damaged wall. Others were on scaffolding, breaking apart debris and trying to fortify their position. Not far from the workers, a group of armed guards in tactical gear stood watch, complaining about their situation. One of them grumbled about being assigned to guard duty in such miserable conditions, especially when the tunnel they were protecting wasn't even completed yet. Another soldier, sighing, reminded him that as part of the assault squad, they had no say in the matter. Han Fang observed the situation carefully, realizing that the people in this neighborhood were not just survivors, they were under the control of the soldiers. As he processed this, he suddenly felt a tremor beneath his feet. The ground was shaking. Before he could react, Brother Lai urgently pointed ahead, calling for him to look. The workers on the scaffolding began to panic as someone shouted for everyone to retreat. Something was about to break through from the other side of the wall. The soldiers below turned their weapons toward the crumbling barrier as frightened workers scrambled to escape. A worker on the scaffolding watched in horror as the cracks in the wall deepened. The wall exploded outward in a violent burst of debris. The force of the impact sent rubble flying in all directions. Out of the dust and destruction, a man emerged at high speed, its glowing green eyes piercing through the chaos. With incredible force, it landed, sending shockwaves through the ground. The soldiers barely had time to react before the unknown intruder struck.
This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.
Han Fang and Brother Lai navigate through the underground tunnel, both on high alert. Han Fang, noticing something massive ahead, questions if it's even human. Brother Lai, equally shocked, realizes this explains how such an enormous tunnel was constructed unnoticed. They soon spot a group of people hiding near the tunnel's entrance. Among them is a hulking man, his grotesque appearance confirming their fears. One of the survivors warns that staying there is too dangerous. If they're caught, they're finished. Inside the tunnel, man is already grumbling, demanding snacks. Another soldier explains the tunnel hasn't been cleared yet, so there's nothing to eat. This response infuriates man, his expression twisting with frustration as his hunger fuels his growing aggression. Man's frustration explodes as he roars for food, his hunger-fueled rage sending powerful shockwaves through the ground. The force sends debris flying, forcing the nearby survivors to scramble for cover. Han Fang and Brother Lai take cover behind a van. Furious at the destruction, Han Fang yells at man to stop, but it's clear that reasoning is pointless. Realizing the danger, he immediately calls for a retreat. Without hesitation, both Han Fang and Brother Lai sprint away, dodging falling debris and the chaotic energy surging through the tunnel. As Han Fang and Brother Lai sprint through the wreckage, Brother Lai suddenly feels a tickle in his nose. His breath hitches, and before he can stop it, he lets out a loud sneeze. Han Fang turns eyes wide in horror as the sound echoes through the tunnel. Han Fang and Brother Lai have no time to react. Their brief pause has given away their position, and now they're being hunted. Brother Lai, still gasping, apologizes for his sneeze, but Han Fang isn't in the mood for complaints. "Just run," he shouts, pushing forward through the tunnel. Behind them, man charges at full speed, his massive figure closing the distance fast. His hands crackle with energy as he prepares to strike. Brother Lai panics, man is catching up too quickly. Before they can react, man slams his fists into the ground, sending a powerful shockwave surging through the tunnel. The entire passage collapses in front of them, cutting off their escape. Buried under debris, Han Feng and Brother Lai struggle to push through the rubble. Damn it! Han Feng grits his teeth, realizing they're trapped with no easy way out. Han Feng makes a split-second decision. "Go ahead, I'll stall him," he shouts. Brother Lai hesitates but quickly agrees, scrambling forward. With determination, Han Feng channels energy into his hands. "Now's the time," he mutters, unleashing a wave of glowing purple energy that spreads across the tunnel floor, turning it into a slick, unstable surface. Man, still charging, steps onto the glowing ground only to lose his footing instantly. His massive body slides uncontrollably down the tunnel, arms flailing as he struggles to regain balance. Man struggles against the slippery surface, his body sinking slightly into the glowing energy. Confused, he glances around, realizing the terrain has changed. From a distance, Han Feng watches carefully. Man finally catches on. "You're a superhuman too?" he mutters, eyes gleaming with newfound interest. If he could capture Han Feng, it would be a huge advantage. Before he can react, a surge of green energy erupts beneath him. His legs are suddenly consumed by the energy, causing him to scream in agony. But just as the pain overtakes him, his hand slams into the ground, releasing the same green energy. The wounds on his legs rapidly close. "Restore," he mutters, his body healing in an instant. Han Feng's eyes widen. Man isn't just strong, he can regenerate too. Man roars in fury, his rage now fully directed at Han Feng. "You bastard, I'll kill you," he bellows, slamming his fists against the energy barrier between them. Han Feng holds his ground, but sweat forms on his brow. Man is recovering too quickly. Realizing the danger, Brother Lai glances back from further up the tunnel. Seeing the unstable energy clashing between Han Feng and Man, his heart drops. "Damn it, Lil Bro is in danger." Brother Lai spots two metal pipes on the ground and quickly grabs them, realizing they might come in handy. Meanwhile, Han Feng notices that Man is beginning to weaken. If he keeps up the pressure, he might be able to trap him for good. Just as Han Feng prepares his next move, something flies toward him, forcing him to react. Brother Lai rushes in, declaring his intent to help. Without hesitation, he throws a pipe toward Man, aiming to disrupt his balance. Brother Lai swings the pipe with full force, striking Man's head. The impact is strong, but Man barely flinches, his eyes burning with fury. The pipe remains lodged against his skull as he slowly turns. Han Feng watches in shock, realizing that even a direct hit wasn't enough. The situation has escalated dangerously. Man isn't just angry anymore, he's fully intent on killing them. Han Feng yells for Brother Lai to run, but Man is already closing the gap, his massive figure tearing through the collapsing tunnel. Brother Lai refuses to flee alone, insisting that he couldn't just abandon the fight. Before they can argue further, the tunnel gives way, sending debris crashing down. The force of the collapse throws them forward, and the dust fills the air. Amidst the rubble, coughing sounds echo through the darkness. Han Feng helps Brother Lai to his feet, checking if he's alright. Brother Lai, still catching his breath, is relieved that they finally managed to shake off Man. Concerned, Brother Lai wonders if Man will break free again, but Han Feng reassures him that, given Man's current state, he won't be able to escape anytime soon. However, they still need to leave quickly before the situation changes. Before anything else, they decide to figure out exactly where they are. Brother Lai, confident in his navigational skills, boasts that his memory of the underground map is flawless. With a grin, he assures Han Feng that he will lead the way, fully convinced that they won't get lost. Brother Lai confidently leads the way through the tunnels, urging Han Feng to keep up. After 10 minutes, they find themselves in a sewer system, convinced the exit must be close. 20 minutes pass, and the sight of more pipelines reassures Brother Lai that they are nearing their neighborhood. However, after 40 minutes of wandering, doubt starts to creep in. Brother Lai is puzzled. They should have reached the exit by now. Han Feng, exhausted, sits down, realizing that despite Brother Lai's confidence, they might actually be lost. Brother Lai wastes no time, eager to climb out of the tunnel. He sees the opening as their chance to escape and pushes forward without hesitation. As they begin climbing, Brother Lai warns Han Feng to be cautious. The surface is slippery, making their ascent difficult. They carefully make their way up, their grip unsteady but determined. Reaching the top, they finally emerge from the underground. The snowfall has lessened, giving them a clearer view of their surroundings. What greets them is a frozen wasteland, once a thriving city, now an icy ruin. The sight leaves them momentarily speechless, realizing just how much the world has changed. Brother Lai quickly assesses the frozen ground and warns Han Fang to be cautious. The snow has hardened, making movement tricky. As Han Fang scans the desolate landscape, he suddenly recognizes a familiar structure. The frozen ruins resemble the Ding Feng building, a landmark that should be north of their neighborhood. Realization strikes: if that building is here, then they've been heading in the wrong direction all along. Their escape route wasn't leading them to safety, it was taking them further away from where they needed to be. After emerging from the underground passage, Han Fang and Brother Lai find themselves in a snowy and desolate area. As they observe the surroundings, Han Fang spots something in the distance and nudges Brother Lai to take a look. As they approach, Brother Lai suddenly realizes it's a corpse. Shocked, he nearly yells out, but Han Fang quickly covers his mouth, warning him to stay quiet. Brother Lai questions whether the group of people around the area were all killed, perhaps by some unknown danger. Han Fang thinks it's a possibility and warns that staying idle could lead them to the same fate. They need to act, and fast. As they crouch behind an icy wall, Han Fang leans in and whispers a plan to Brother Lai, who listens intently. Elsewhere in the snowy ruins, a grumpy man sits outside a building, grumbling. Brother Lai, annoyed, complains that he already climbed up and questions why Han Fang is still pestering him. Han Fang insists he's doing it willingly and tells Brother Lai to mind his own business. Just then, the burly man from earlier walks over, asking what all the noise is about. Han Fang immediately defends himself, saying he was just helping, only to get blamed in return. He starts walking away but throws one last warning over his shoulder: he doesn't care if they fight, but whatever they're planning, they better settle it before sunset. The large man who had been scolding Han Fang and Brother Lai earlier storms off in frustration. Before leaving, he issues one last warning: if they don't wrap things up before sunset, he'll deal with them himself, gun in hand. Snow continues to fall heavily outside, and the atmosphere grows colder both literally and figuratively. Meanwhile, inside a nearby building, a completely different scene plays out. A man is lounging comfortably in front of a warm fire, flipping through a magazine with a suspiciously gleeful expression. As he reacts with excitement, just as the man in the red cap is enjoying his magazine, his moment is ruined. He looks up in shock to find a gun aimed directly at his face. The two are clearly amused by his choice of reading material, teasing him while holding the upper hand literally with a weapon and chains still dangling from their wrists. Soon after, both man and his larger companion are restrained and kneeling in front of the fireplace. One of the two captives finally confesses they weren't here by coincidence, but rather on some kind of debt collection mission. As the interrogation continues, Brother Lai confronts the two captives about the bodies outside, demanding to know if they were the ones who killed those people. Visibly terrified, both men frantically deny it, claiming innocence and swearing they had nothing to do with the deaths. Han Fang steps in with a more relaxed tone, acting as if he's buying their story. He calmly concludes that the bodies outside weren't their doing, and they must not be the ruthless killers he initially suspected. Relieved, the two captives nod in agreement, trying their best to look harmless. Seeing no further reason to hold them, Han Fang gives the word to let them go. The two men gratefully accept and prepare to leave. After Han Fang suggests letting the captives go, Brother Lai is stunned and questions if he's actually serious about trusting them. Han Fang simply grins with a mischievous glint in his eye and confirms it with a look that says otherwise. Not long after, we see the two captives trudging through the snow in nothing but their underwear, teeth chattering and shivering from the cold. From the doorway, Han Fang waves them off with fake concern, telling them to hurry home and put on some clothes before they catch a cold. Brother Lai quietly mutters to himself that Han Fang is the real devil here. Han Fang and Brother Lai finally take a moment to regroup. Han Fang wonders aloud what they should do next. Brother Lai immediately responds they need to hurry back, no time to waste. Han Fang reflects on how what was supposed to be a simple detour through the tunnels turned into a drawn-out ordeal. His thoughts turn to the people they left behind. It's been too long, and he's unsure what might be happening back at the district. As snow continues to fall outside, Han Fang quietly hopes the others are still safe. Meanwhile, back in the warm safety of the house, Lai Zhenghao, concerned about how long Han Fang and Brother Lai have been gone, worried something might have happened. But another assures them there's no need to worry. Han Feng, chosen by the evil-eyed king, isn't someone who would die so easily. Lai Zhenghao shares his concern not so much for Han Feng and brother Lai, but for their own situation. He notes how relaxed they seem, despite how dire things are becoming. In the tunnel, where a heavily armed private military force has taken control. Among them is a big man capable of manipulating corpses, one who arrived after Han Feng entered the tunnels. With his influence, the entire district has now come under the military group's control, and everyone seems to follow them without question. Zheng Hao explains grimly that they've essentially become public enemies of the district. He suspects Zhong Zuyu is already dispatching people to hunt them down, urging the others to accept the reality of their position before it's too late. Lai Zhenghao lights a cigarette, frustrated at the naivety of the locals. He can't believe they actually thought the military squad was there to save them. In his eyes, they were sold out without even realizing it, dying in fear without knowing who betrayed them. Meanwhile, Girl gives a calm and somewhat cold analysis. She says that at this point, truth no longer matters. Even if people have their suspicions, they're too powerless to act. Submission gives them a better shot at survival. Girl reflects aloud on the nature of humans, how easily they surrender when hope fades. Then, tired and emotionally drained, she closes her eyes and lets out a soft sigh. Lai Zhenghao tells Nurse to make sure she stays warm under her blanket unless she wants to risk adventure dreams. As for Girl and her sluggish behavior, he mutters that dealing with both of them at once is honestly a hassle. Lai Zhenghao stands by the window, smoking in silence. His own reflection stares back at him through the frosted glass, and the words "choose to submit" echo in his mind. A memory begins to stir. Suddenly, he's pulled into a vivid flashback, one soaked in sweat, blood, and roaring crowds. A younger Lai Zhenghao, muscular and intense, is in the thick of a brutal fight. Lai Zhenghao stood still, his weathered hand reaching toward a frosted wall. Nurse and Girl were gathered around a low table cluttered with supplies. Lai Zhenghao had returned and informed them calmly that it was time to move again. The enemy had started going door to door, flushing out any remaining survivors, as faint sounds echoed from the hallway. Before anyone could react, a sudden explosion shattered the door to pieces, wood and debris flying through the air. Smoke filled the room as dust settled from the blown door. Nurse, Girl, and Lai Zhenghao stood frozen for a moment, trying to process the sudden breach. As the smoke curled around them, Zhenghao muttered a thought almost to himself, wondering how they were discovered so quickly. They had just barely gotten comfortable, and now their safe house was already compromised. Girl, still half asleep and rubbing her eyes, misunderstood the situation completely. She mumbled drowsily, asking if it was time to eat. Meanwhile, a soldier in tactical gear was reporting into his comms. He confirmed the presence of life above. He had picked up the scent of the living, and there was no mistaking it now.
This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.